discussions will help us to understand more and help the society to achieve the goals of equality in the society. With these few words, I once again congratulate the principal and Women's Cell, Women's Study Center, and all the organizers for making a important event in the occasion of International Women's Day. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that thoughtful and thought-provoking words from you. Thank you so much for joining us and giving valuable address.
Thank you, Amma.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Srilata ma'am, Coordinator Women's Study Center, to give your remarks on this day.
Thank you, Jyoti. I think Principal Ma'am has already started. Yes, so I'll just conclude in 2 words. Sir, Shekhar sir, when we are talking about this women empowerment and gender equality, there was this one scene in your movie like Godavari where the main leads would be talking about thank you and sorry. So whenever I quarrel with my husband, I quarrel more on this aspect, why he doesn't say sorry or thank you for my small attempts. Here we show it in a very simple manner. But the thing is, the work or whatever we do for the family are ignored. So when a woman becomes more assertive, when more women enter into the society, they have to be more assertive when they are taking different administrative positions or anything. So they can't be always apologetic for what they do and constantly say sorry and thank you for start of the sentence and the end of the sentence. This becomes very, very important. And you have highlighted it in a very subtle manner, in a very lively issue, but it is a really important issue, aspect, because whenever I quarrel, that movie scene always back of the mind. This has been highlighted. And the second thing, the role of the father, especially in the love story. We expect men to become fathers immediately, without any change in the mindset, and that really disturbs or disrupts the family atmosphere. And this has been highlighted. And the third aspect is the importance of marriage in one personal life. And this, what should be the motivating factor or the bedrock of this marriage or coming together of 2 people becomes very issues. These are the various issues we are trying to focus in this conference and also to bring forward. And regarding Malaysian sir, you are in a position as in the Dean office, and science is one area we have little representative of women in technology and research. And this is the area where the mindset and the stereotypes can be easily destructed, or can be renewed in a new way. The awareness of women could be brought out in a more, and which could bring change in a very faster manner. So being that position, I think I would also request you to give more importance to the women scholars and other persons and encourage them. And that is the huge motivation we can have. So I request both the dignitaries, thank them for being with us, because your contribution to the society has been great, sir. And this is the acknowledgement of Shekhar Kamla for his body of work, and a big thank you from our women, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Srilata ma'am. Thank you for highlighting on the importance of this conference. And as you rightly said, it is time that the society rightly perceives the strength and dignity of women and acknowledge their efforts in their day-to-day life too. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is time for us to listen from our guest of honor, Professor Mallesham sir. Professor Mallesham sir is a professor from the Department of Electrical Engineering, Osmania University, with his postdoctoral experience from Yale University and his PhD from IIT Delhi. Sir has been a great academician with a lot of publications and many awards to his credit. He was awarded the Best Teacher Award in 2020. And then now he is in a very responsible position in Osmania University as Dean UGC and Development Affairs at Osmania University. So we're very happy to have you join in this platform. I request you to please address the participants.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Chief guest of the today's conference, kind and humble personality, and we call him as a people's man, respected Professor Limbadri sir, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, guest of honor, and one of my most favorite and finest Indian film director, and screenwriter and producer also, Sri Shekhar Kammula sir. And sir, we really thank you for joining this conference. And because your movies are all, shows the gender equality. And Professor Aparna Raipol, University of Hyderabad, today's keynote speaker of the conference. Professor Vijayalata ma'am, principal of the college. Dr. B. Shailaja, vice principal. Conference director Srilata. And Dr. Vijayalakshmi, the convener of the conference, and her team, participants, teaching and non-teaching staff of the University College for Women, Koti, and my dear students. I'm extremely happy and excited to be part of this international conference, two-day conference, Gender Equality and Women Empowerment, Breaking the Bias, especially on the occasion of this Women's Day. In advance, I would like to wish all the women here a happy Women's Day to all of you. That is 8th March. March is celebrated International Women's Day across the world. And this is celebrated to appreciate and pay respect towards women and their achievements in different sectors like political, social, economical, and cultural achievements. So I'm very happy to be part of this program. And this type of conference, as Professor Limbadri sir said, this type of conferences, workshops, training programs, seminars, debates to be continuously conducted in the society, not only education institutes, everywhere. And to give the awareness of this gender equality and empowerment. Let me start with my own. Whatever I am today and whatever the achievements have been and whatever the achievements possible by me and whatever I'm going to eventually going to achieve in the near future is all because of the mother who gave me the birth, none other than my mother, my late Muttamma. And secondly, my lovely sister, who was with me during my entire studies, my college days and all, by sacrificing all her life. And Balamani, she is. And now my wife, who is with me, and every day today, she is the one who will take care of me in everything. She is a Rajini. And because of the first people, these are the first people in my life, my mother, my sister, and my wife, who sacrifices and they support what I am today in front of you and speaking as a Dean, Development and UGC Affairs of Usmania University. It's all because of them. And still we are talking about today, is there any discrimination exist? Is there any gender equality is there or empowerment equality? From my wholeheartedly and the bottom of my heart, it is there, and still it is showing in different forms. Every day it is existing, and still many people will give lectures, talks, and we read everything, we clap everywhere, but still this is a big problem in our society. Daily in the morning, whenever we get up, you start praying goddesses. First of all, Lakshmi Devi we call, Saraswati Devi we talk, and we also talk about our mother. But still we also talking other side is women inequality. I have seen and witnessed these kind of inequalities, especially in my village. I'm from a remote village where it is very, very highly discrimination will be there towards women. They can't go out, they can't talk much, they cannot come out of their room, they cannot stand, and they cannot sit along with other male in the family. This is very deep rooted in the village level. At least in the cities like Hyderabad, it is better, much better, because of so many availabilities and all, but especially in the villages, still it is going on. Even today, women cannot talk to the men. Women cannot talk to take her own decisions. So these are all still it is maybe you talk about a family, talk about a workplace, or you talk about politics, even administrative positions, even so-called social organizations also, they are having everywhere this kind of discrimination is prevailing, and it's inequality still it is there. And the World Bank statistics even today says almost 240 crores of women globally don't have equal economic rights as men, and the women are the almost 50%. There's a 49.58% is the women in the world. Equal, not almost, it is equal, but still they are fighting for equal economic rights. And coming to the gender ratio, for each 101.68 male, there are 100 female. That is almost 1.01 to 1. And all the equal ratio is there. And also the WHO also says, the recorded data says, every single woman out of 3 will be faced different types of harassments in the different forms. It is the recorded data. But God knows unrecorded data, how many are there. So that means almost a woman who was, who is on the earth, she will face one or other type of harassments. But still we are not taking any kind of measures. Yes, we are lot of changes from the day by day, the growth is coming. And this is what happening every day. We are feeding directly, indirectly, this kind of inequality in our minds. We are keeping this kind of thoughts in our children. We don't allow our children to freely access. We clearly show the difference in our house itself. How you show to the daughter and to the son, done completely different. Even when we are addressing to dear sir and madam, I never seen a madam and sir, I never seen. Even application, father or mother, never gave a mother and father, I have never seen. And his, her, in TV shows, or in our literatures, so-called so many things. Everywhere the discrimination was there in a part of our culture. So then we have to overcome those kind of things. At this moment, we should, I want to appreciate, and we all should appreciate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ravinder sir, for the initiations and encouragement for all women and their development. He is giving so many appointments, at least not more, but equally to the men in the university, in all administration posts. Like Vijayalata madam is the principal now, and Vijaya madam, director HRDC, Professor Shamala, director academics, Professor Sudha, Professor Smita Pawar, she is the director CFRD, Professor Munnalini madam, director MMRC. Like that. And also you can also see daily, you are also seeing he is trying hard to provide the facilities to the girl students in this university, for hostel facility especially. So we all should thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor for taking initiative towards the women, in trying to give the equal opportunity to women also. In UGC and knowledge office here where I am now, there also I'm seeing many of the women are, writing equally the projects. They're having huge grant as men, even more than the men we have. I can give you the example of Vijayalata madam. You are the best example. You have so many projects. You have done a lot of things. And there is for talent, there is no discrimination here. And many other Vijaya madam having. And recently, also the day before, madam, you people have come with 2 crores of project. Just see, we can see that we are doing everywhere. We are equally, you people are showing your performance, but still we are talking about inequality. And we also say that if you educate a woman in the house or a family, and it is nothing but education of a nation. We are speaking, it is true, 100% true, no doubt in that. But in practice, we are not going towards that one. And what exactly we all expecting, it's simple one is the dignity. That is the only simple thing, nothing else. The house are everywhere. And respect, little bit of respect and equality and freedom of your choice. Whatever we say, even recently I just, I came to, in the evening after my office hour, I just came home and I said to my wife, then no, tomorrow I'm leaving to Delhi. That's it, without any prior information. She said, okay. But same thing as a man, are we going to accept the same? It suddenly comes, I'm leaving. No, it's really, honestly speaking, no. Maybe many reasons, but still we don't accept. And the reasons are also already said, simply wise, already our mindset should change, nothing else. And ego, the little bit of ego, almost many family will disturb just because of you. Just madam has said sorry and thank you. Many people doesn't say just because of their ego, and they don't accept and they don't understand. If you have this mindset, ego, and an understanding, that definitely, and you're also watching daily news, one day or other, there is somewhere a woman was killed or something. So many things, harassment is happening again. Even not only women, it's a small girl child.
Sir, kindly unmute, sir.
Yes, madam. Is it fine? Yeah. And talking about the gender and is caste based. God knows everybody knows what exactly. And the socio-economic state, based upon the socio-economic status, the people discriminate. Based upon the personality, how they look, based upon that they discriminate. And they never count the knowledge. And it is starting, it's starting from our infant stage only, the childhood. And everywhere this muting me. Someone was muting me. Now it is audible, madam?
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Yes. And even when we are addressing also, it is automatically some mute is happening, madam. Just kindly, yeah. And we don't appreciate when the woman.
Hari, sir, can you please look into this?
Madam, some automatically it is mute is happening. Someone was pressing or what? I don't know. Administrator, please. Just check that. Okay, fine. Yeah. So we don't accept or appreciate the woman, what they do. Even our girl child, we don't appreciate in the home. And the way they walk, the way they talk, everywhere the stereotypic problems we try to impose on them. And you can also talk about the marriage. If someone is single, if it is there, then you know how the problems are in the society. And especially the diverse woman as there in the society, the people will how they discriminate her. So like this, there are so many problems are there, and how to change or break. And it is only simple reason is only two things. One is the education and economical power, nothing else. These are only two things which will change or reduce the gap between the men and women. And our honorable chief guest of the function and chairman of the our higher education, Professor Limbadri sir, knows and understand everything about this discrimination and inequality in the empowerment. And he is the right person to take the decisions and implement in the system, especially in the education system. I request you, sir, first of all, encourage this kind of programs in a regular basis, and by allocating some budget to the budget. So financially, they have to support to organize such kind of programs very frequently. And second point is, I request sir to make this mandatory, the program training of this gender inequality. The training should be conducted frequently, and it should made mandatory. It should made mandatory. It is not for only for men, both men and women. Both should sit together and they have to learn the issues of this one. And also I request sir to keep some keep or allot some counselors in the every workplace where they can address immediately. Yeah, and also we should in the workshop like this, a conference like this, we should also give the awareness of the law. What are the women protection laws to be given? And then I will also say there are many, Madam Vijulata Madam, I think you people also having women centers or women council group, but they are like only namesake. Try to make them strong, give them some powers, so that they can if someone comes with the problem to you, that center, they should get the minimum justice, or at least they should listen to them. So whatever the things are presently happening, their namesake, they are forming a group and they are not taking. I have not seen any women group or center or taken action against any faculty or anything. So it should be taken very seriously, and so that next nobody will come forward to do such kind of things.
Sir, Malisham, sir.
Yes, madam.
We are running out of time, sir.
Yeah, and finally, no. Finally, I agree with you, and also try to give awareness program, and especially the legendaries, the women legendaries, like Srimati Indira Gandhi is there, Jayalalitha, Mayawati, so many, Mamata Banerjee, Kalpana Chawla, so many people are there. So try to give them their child, and also sir, Shekhar Kamala sir, and your movies are like amazing to all the people. Such a movies to be continued, and so that our whole family will come and sit and see your movies, sir. And it is very difficult to go to any other other movies. It is very difficult to sit with family, but in your family we really have such kind of things to be continued. And as finally I close my speech with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar sir's quote, and he is the one who has talked about gender equality and equal pay for equal work irrespective of the sex. So he is the one who gave, and also he also what we call the Maternity Benefits also Act, who brought this one. So we should remember him, his contribution on the Day of Women's Day. And I thank you, Madam Vijayalakshmi Madam, for inviting me a guest of honor. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity, wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts on this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that wonderful expression. And thank you for acknowledging the efforts of all women in your life. You were a true gentleman doing that. And as you rightly said, good education, legal awareness, and financial independence might change the scenario. Thank you so much, sir. We also have all our panelists who have joined us. We are looking forward for their sessions too. And before we listen to the guest of honor, Shekhar sir, I request our Vice Principal, Dr. B. Shailaja ma'am, also to address the participants.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, respected Principal ma'am, Professor M. Vijulata madam, Chief Guest for today's program, Professor R. Limbadri sir, Guest of Honor, Professor G. Mallesham sir, Shekhar Kamla sir, Keynote Speaker, Professor Aparna ma'am, all other speakers for the today's conference, Conference Convener, Dr. V. Srilata ma'am, Vijayalakshmi madam, all the members from Women's Study Center and Women's Cell University College for Women, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to one and all. First of all, happy Women's Day to all of us in advance. So I would like to congratulate all the organizers for conducting this two-day virtual international conference on gender equality and women empowerment. As rightly said by Principal ma'am, Sustainable Development Goal, that is 5, which is gender equality and women empowerment. I think this all 17 goals will be achieved to some extent if this 5th goal is achieved. So what I personally feel that conducting this type of forums, lectures, and all those things, theory is okay. But what about the practical aspect? Are we really following all these things? I think many of us, we are so much educated, we are in such good positions, even then also once or twice in our life or in our daily routine, we face some type of gender bias. So what I personally feel is that theoretical aspect is okay. We are getting lot of knowledge from such type of programs, but I feel that unless and until this is practiced in everyday life, then I think that goal will be achieved. And as rightly said by the earlier speakers, if woman is there at home, if she is educated, she is not biased, she has been encouraged, motivated, I think the whole family will be at a good position. So thank you. And once again, congratulations to all the members for conducting such a wonderful program, and all the best for the success of this program. And we see that fruitful deliberations from these 2-day international conference. And again, a simple thing, that is practice in real life. Whatever we are talking, that should be practiced. So thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailaja ma'am. You have highlighted a very simple yet very powerful point. Practice is better than preaching. Thank you so much. Now it is time for all of us to listen from our guest of honor for today's conference, Mr. Shekhar Kamula sir. I know all of us know very well about him because his pictures, his movies talk about it, but I feel it a privilege to introduce him formally to this platform once again. A very quick introduction of our guest of honor, Mr. Shekhar Kamula sir, a Master of Fine Arts holder from Howard University. He made his movie directional debut with the film Dollar Dreams in 2000, which won him the National Film Award for the best first film of a director. And after that, his journey has never stopped, and he has bagged so many film awards and Nandi awards for his directional film works. He's a very influential director, and all his movies portray women as very strong and determined people. And I think he's the only director in Indian cinema who talks about women as a lady of grit and grace. Both are equally depicted in his movies. So, sir, we are very eager to listen from you on this platform about what your perspectives on gender equality and women empowerment are. Over to you, Shekhar sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Women's Day. Andarki nanu introduce chesi na cinemalu chustanu andarki. I don't know the names. Everybody, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for inviting me to this session. Generally, I am a little nervous endukante academics so I'm not so organized, or I'm not so expressive in this kind of sessions. I feel nervous with professors around. I'll try my best. That I'm not organized is one thing, and the other thing is itlante forums lo one more thing that I feel less informed is the subject itself, women and movement, and it's a big subject, and people have been working, lot of generations of men have been working hard and doing it, and I'm just I think I'm just a filmmaker. So and also in this aspect, I'm also not an expert, because I say that I'm a guy, not a girl, and a woman have to speak about women empowerment. Yeah? So then also I come from an industry where I think honestly agreeing to the fact that we media or films are very, very influential, and we are not doing our best. So I feel a little I have my shortcomings in speaking this forum anukuntanu. Yet I'm going to talk because I tried my best, and I'm a guy who corrects myself. So in terms of films or in terms of opinions, views, ideologies, I keep correcting. So basis and I did some work in terms of gender equality and women empowerment kind of issues. So first, as a guy, I'll talk. So I think if a guy in me speaks, I think women empowerment equality issues we should understand that there is inequality, and women like like other deprived sections in society, caste-based discriminations or female gender-based discriminations unnai antene we are women and oppressed sections are starting the race very late. అంటే ఎక్కడి నుంచో స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. అండ్ దీనికి two things women have to fight for their rights, yes, and it has to be their rights. And then ఈ రైట్స్ ఎందుకు వీళ్ళకి ప్రివిలేజెస్ ఇవ్వాలి, ఎందుకు వీ హ్యావ్ టు బి కన్సర్న్ అబౌట్ దీస్ రైట్స్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ వై షుడ్ we talk about it అనే దానికి I think every guy should understand that essentially society and predominantly guys are responsible for this position of women. And thousands of years we have dictated what you should do. We have told you how you should behave. We have made you objects. We have said మేము పోతే మీరు రావాలని, మీరు మీ మీద బర్డెన్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యామిలీ, మీరు ఇంట్లో ఉండి మేము పని చేస్తాం, మీరు ఇంట్లో ఉండండి, మీరు కుక్ చేయండి. Every custom, everything about women till now has been done was in favor of men. And men point of view lo jaragabadina vyavastha anta. So you're starting. So when guys should understand at every stage, why are we being told to give privileges or talk about women rights? The issue enduku vachindante మనం create చేసాం, we created. So colleges lo students lo ante this is not male bashing, but we just have to talk about rights and enduku మేము equal కాదు. Why ఇప్పుడు I've been to colleges where hostels lo guys will have 12 దాకా మీరు బయటకు వెళ్ళొచ్చు, అమ్మాయిలు 9 దాకా. అంటే అమ్మాయిలు బయట పోనీ అబ్బాయిల్ని 6 దాకా పెట్టేస్తే అమ్మాయిలు ఫ్రీగా 12 దాకా తిరగచ్చు కదా. సో ఇట్స్ ఆల్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఇస్ ద అదర్ వే రాంగ్. అంటే అమ్మాయి బయట సేఫ్ ఉండాలి, బయటకు వెళ్ళకూడదు, అందుకే ఇంట్లో పెట్టుకుంటాం, నా ప్రాపర్టీ కాబట్టి. థింక్ ఇట్స్ గర్ల్స్ ఆర్ లైక్ అన్ ఆబ్జెక్ట్స్. సో ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఇస్ నువ్వు చదువుకోవడం అవసరమా, పెళ్లి కట్నం వేయాలి, సో నువ్వు చదువుకోకర్లేదు. యాక్చువల్లీ ఇంకా లేటర్ వేరే సెక్షన్స్ లో ఇట్లా ఈవెన్ ఫుడ్, రోటీ కపడా మకాన్లో కూడా ఇన్ఈక్వాలిటీ ఉంది. అంటే లాట్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ హ్యావ్ సీన్ బాయిల్డ్ ఎగ్ అబ్బాయిలకే పెడతారు చాలా మంది, అమ్మాయిలకి పెట్టరు. అమ్మాయిలకి అసలు 2 ఎగ్గులు పెట్టారు యాక్చువల్లీ. అండ్ మోస్ట్లీ the pressure on a girl or a woman to actually be responsible for the family is incredibly unfair and outdated. So unfair నుంచి ఒక అమ్మాయి వర్క్ వెళ్ళి సడన్ గా ఇంటికి వచ్చేసి మళ్ళీ పిల్లల్ని చూసుకోవాలి అన్న ప్రెషరే ఇట్స్ మేకింగ్ హర్ ఇన్ఈక్వల్. దర్ ఇస్ రూట్ కాజ్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఈక్వాలిటీ. అంటే అబ్బాయి చక్కగా వస్తాడు పోతాడు, ఇందాక ఎవరో ప్రొఫెసర్ గా చెప్పారు రైట్ఫుల్లీ, దే కమ్ అండ్ గో. అంటే ఆయన చెప్పింది జస్ట్ చెప్పడం మటుకే, నేను అంటున్నది వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత పిల్లల్ని ఎవరు చూస్తారు అని అమ్మాయిలతో. సో ఇంత ఇన్ఈక్వాలిటీ ఉంది కాబట్టి అబ్బాయిలకి కాన్స్టెంట్ గా దిస్ హ్యాస్ టు బి డ్రిల్డ్ అట్ ఎవ్రీ స్టేజ్ దట్ ఇట్స్ అన్ అన్ఫేర్ గేమ్. దట్స్ వై అమ్మాయిలు నీడ్ ప్రివిలేజెస్ అని. సో ఒక అమ్మాయిల రైట్స్ కి ఫైట్ చేయడంతో పాటు మేము అండర్స్టాండ్ చేసుకోవాలి దట్ వై వీఆర్ గివింగ్. ఇట్స్ ద సేమ్ కేసెస్ ఇప్పుడు కాస్ట్ డిస్క్రిమినేషన్స్ కూడా ఇంతే విషయం. వై థౌసండ్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్స్ వాళ్ళు సబ్జుగేట్ చేయబడ్డారు కాబట్టి నువ్వు ఇస్తున్నావు ప్రివిలేజెస్. అమ్మాయిలు కూడా సేమ్ థింగ్. సో అండ్ వీ షుడ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ దట్. సో ఇది గైగా నా ఒపీనియన్. బేసిక్గా am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. So idi next is a film. So దీనికి నేను అంటే లైక్ సంబడి ద లాస్ట్ స్పీకర్ ఇస్ రైట్లీ సెడ్ దట్ ఎన్నో నాకు యాక్చువల్లీ నాకు జార్గన్ తెలియదు, నాకు టర్మ్స్ కూడా తెలియదు యాక్చువల్లీ. కానీ నేను ప్రాక్టికల్ గా ఐ నో ఐ రీచ్డ్ అవుట్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ సేయింగ్ దట్ ద క్యాంపెయిన్ ఇస్ వెన్ గైజ్, ఇప్పుడు నేను యాజ్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫ్యామిలీ లెవెల్ ఇండివిజువల్, ఇప్పుడు suppose some atrocity happens like Nirbhaya or anything, I went to college and I kept asking, in Nirbhaya అయినందుకు మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే lot of colleges with faculty support and all నల్ల డ్రెస్ వేసుకుని బ్యాడ్జ్లు పెట్టుకుని వన్ డే మార్నింగ్ ఎల్డి వచ్చి ఏం చేయకుండా క్లాసెస్ కూర్చొని ఒక సెమినార్స్ చేసి వస్తారు. And I asked as an individual, as a Suresh, Mahesh or కూడా ఒక ఇండివిజువల్, నువ్వు ఏం చేస్తావు దీని గురించి అని. యూ ఫీల్ బ్యాడ్, ఐ ఫీల్ బ్యాడ్ సార్ అంటాడు. సార్ నువ్వు ఏం చేస్తావు దీని గురించి అని. సో హీ సేస్, ఏం చేస్తాను సార్ నేను వెళ్తాను. నువ్వు మళ్ళీ రేపు పొద్దున సినిమాకి వెళ్తావు, నువ్వు పొద్దున యూ గో టు యువర్ నీ రెగ్యులర్ బిర్యానీ తింటావు, ఫ్రెండ్స్ తోటి నేను బియర్ తాగుతావు, ఏదో వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ డూ. సో వాట్ డూ యూ డూ అబౌట్ దిస్? యూ ఫీల్ బ్యాడ్, వాట్ డూ యూ డూ అని అంటే అంతే సార్ అన్నాడు. సో నేను అక్కడి నుంచి ఐ స్టార్టెడ్ మై లిటిల్ ప్రాక్టికల్ క్యాంపెయిన్ సేయింగ్ దట్ నువ్వు అట్లీస్ట్ ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ కన్సర్న్డ్ అబౌట్ నిర్భయ ఆర్ ఓన్, జస్ట్ నువ్వు పొద్దున్న లేస్తావు, మీ అమ్మ నీకు కాఫీ ఇస్తుంది, నీ కాఫీ గ్లాస్ కూడా పక్కన పెట్టేస్తావు, జస్ట్ థింక్ దట్ అరే ఈమె కూడా ఉమెనే కదా, మా అమ్మకి నేను ఏమైనా చేయొచ్చు కదా. సో మీ ఇంట్లో ఒక చెల్లెలు ఉంటుంది, ఆమె ఫైట్ చేస్తుంటుంది మేబీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్కి, ఎవరు అమెరికాకి పోవడానికి, నిన్ను పంపిస్తారు, ఆమెను పంపించారు. సో వై డోంట్ యూ ఫైట్ ఫర్ యర్ సిస్టర్? సో అండ్ దెన్ యూ గో టు కాలేజ్, నువ్వు గాసిప్ చేస్తావు, ఈ అమ్మాయి గురించి, ఆ అమ్మాయి తిరుగుతుంది, ఈ అమ్మాయి తిరుగుతుంది, ఇక్కడ తిరుగుతుంది అని రోజు గాసిప్ చేస్తావు. మేబీ అరే వాళ్ళు అమ్మాయిలే కదా, నేను ఎందుకు గాసిప్ చేయాలి, స్టాప్ గాసిప్. వాళ్ళ డ్రెస్సెస్ మీద నేను కామెంట్ చేస్తాను. మేబీ ఇట్స్ అ ట్రిబ్యూట్ టు నిర్భయ. ఇఫ్ ఐ రియల్లీ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఉమెన్, why don't I stop talking about their dress? Let them wear whatever they want. So at a very minute micro level, basically every individual tana chuttu unna tana talli chelli bharya నేను కట్నం తీసుకొని సే I won't take అంటే ఇది నా ట్రిబ్యూట్ టు సే నిర్భయ హూవర్ అంటే ఎవ్రీడే ఒక కేసు అవుతుంది. సో ఇట్లాంటి క్యాంపెయిన్ కాన్స్టెంట్ గా ఫ్యాకల్టీ కానీ, ఫస్ట్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఆర్ ఎవ్రీబడి షుడ్ బి ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ దట్ ఇట్స్ అన్ఫేర్ సొసైటీ, ఉమెన్ కి మనం ఫేర్ గా లేము, బాటమ్ లైన్. సో ఎవ్రీ ఆర్గ్యుమెంట్ అట్ ఎవ్రీ లెవెల్, అంటే ఐఎమ్ నాట్ సెయింగ్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు మర్డర్ చేసి వచ్చిన అమ్మాయిని క్షమించమనట్లేదు, నేను ఎవ్రీ లెవెల్ be considered that they are playing a unfair war, unfair game ఆడుతున్నారు. సో అది ఇన్కల్కేట్ చేసుకుని హౌ డు ఐ మేక్ ఇట్ కరెక్ట్, ఆర్ that actually improves your own character. సో ఇలా ఒక అబ్బాయి ఆలోచించుకుంటూ వెళ్తూ ఉంటే స్టూడెంట్స్ కి ఈ మెసేజ్ కాన్స్టెంట్లీ ఈ మెసేజ్ చేయగలిగితే ఐ థింక్ ఇట్స్ అన్ యాక్షన్, సమ్ యాక్షన్. సో ఇది ఒక దిస్ ఇస్ వన్ ఆస్పెక్ట్. అదర్ దెన్ దట్ ఇప్పుడు ఫిల్మ్ ఇండస్ట్రీగా మేమేంటి అంటే, ఫిల్మ్ ఇండస్ట్రీలో కూడా మీరు రన్ చేయండి, ఇట్స్ సో పాపులర్ మీడియం, కానీ ఐ డోంట్ థింక్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆర్ ఎనీబడి, లాట్ ఆఫ్ మెచ్యూర్డ్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో డోంట్ నో హౌ టు వాచ్ అ ఫిల్మ్ ఆల్సో యాక్చువల్లీ. సో ఇప్పుడు నాకు ఒక ఫిల్మ్ చూసినప్పుడు ఐ ఫీల్ ఐ డోంట్ లైక్ ద ఫిల్మ్. సో ఎవరైనా ఎందుకు నచ్చలేదు అంటే, నీకు వాడు అరే ఇందులో స్లోగా ఉంది, నాకు హీరో నచ్చలేదు ఏదో చెప్తాడు. కానీ make it a point that professors or teachers discuss the film, because it's a popular medium, everybody loves it. ఎంత పెద్ద డైరెక్టర్ అయినా, ఎంత అయినా సరే, డిస్కస్ ద ఫిల్మ్ అండ్ సే ఇక్కడ ఉమెన్ ని డిగ్రేడ్ చేశారు కాబట్టి నాకు నచ్చలేదు. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ద ట్రిబ్యూట్ యూ ప్లే టు ఉమెన్. సో అట్లీస్ట్ అండర్స్టాండ్ దట్ దే హావ్ బీన్, ఇది ఒక సిస్టమాటిక్ గా డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ కి ఒక నాంది పలుకుతుంది, తెలియకుండా మనం బిలో ద బెల్ట్ ప్లే చేస్తున్నామని. ఏదో సినిమాలో ఒక అమ్మాయి, అందరు అమ్మాయిలు పడాలరా, ఇది రేపు పడుతుంది, ఎల్లుండి పడుతుంది, అవతల పడుతుంది, ఇట్లా పడుతుంది, కానీ పడుతుంది. అసలు పడుతుంది అన్న టర్మే బూతు. దెన్ అసలు పడుతుంది అన్నది, ఇప్పుడు ఈ సినిమా నాకు ఈ డైలాగ్ వల్ల నచ్చలేదు అని మీరు చెప్పగలిగితే, దెన్ నా ఫేమస్ స్టార్ ఉండొచ్చు, ఏమైనా ఉండొచ్చు. సో థింగ్స్ లైక్ దట్, అండ్ ఎవ్రీ ఫిల్మ్ దే హ్యావ్, అండ్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ అన్ ఎక్సెప్షన్. నేను హ్యాపీ డేస్ తీసుకెళ్ళినప్పుడు, నేను కాలేజ్ తిరిగినప్పుడు ఒక ప్రొఫెసర్ సెడ్ దట్ how can a student go after a teacher అంటే మ్యామ్ ఇట్స్ లైక్ ఇన్ఫాక్చుయేషన్ ఉంటుంది, జస్ట్ ఫ్యాంటసైజ్ చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళకి వర్షిప్ కూడా చేస్తారు, ఇది కూడా చేస్తారు అన్నారు. అంటే అది మీరు ఈజీగా అన్నారండి, రేపు పొద్దున్న నా ఇంట్లో ఎవరైనా స్టూడెంట్స్ పడితే నేను ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి అంటే, ఐఎమ్ సారీ మేడం, కరెక్ట్ మై సెల్ఫ్ అన్నాను. అంటే సో దిస్ ఇస్, సో నేను కూడా తప్పులు చేస్తాను సినిమాలో, దే ఆర్ నాట్ కరెక్ట్ ఎవ్రీ టైమ్, బట్ సో ఐ రియలైజ్డ్ ఇట్. So but discerning or analyzing a film is what you need to do, because it's a very popular medium and we are actually చాలా మటుకు మేము క్రాప్ ఇస్తున్నాం మీకు. సో ఆ క్రాప్ ని మీరు సెపరేట్ చేసి, ఇందులో మంచి ఇది ఇందులో ఉమెన్ ఇష్యూస్ ఇలా డీల్ చేయబట్టే అని చెప్పాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఫిల్మ్ లో మరీ దారుణంగా ఉంది పరిస్థితి. ఐఎమ్ బీయింగ్ కాల్డ్ or I'm being hailed or I'm being respected because I don't claim I'm the greatest or I'm the authority, because నేను చాలా మైనారిటీ సెక్షన్ రిప్రజెంట్ చేస్తాను కాబట్టి నేను బిగ్ అయ్యాను అంతే. సో దట్స్ వాట్ ఐ బిలీవ్. సో అండ్ వాట్ ఐ షోడ్ ఆల్సో, నేను జస్ట్ రూపకి ఆనందం నేను చెప్తానే ఉన్నాను, జస్ట్ ఆమెకి ఇష్టాలు ఉంటాయి అంతే. అండ్ షీ స్టాండ్, అరే నన్ను మార్చుకోలేను, నన్ను మార్చుకుంటే యూ మే నాట్ లైక్ మీ అంటారు, అంతే సింపుల్ వర్డ్స్. లీడర్ లో అరే ఒక ఆడపిల్లకి న్యాయం చేయలేని సేమ్ ఉంటే ఎంత, ఊడితే ఎంత అన్న సింపుల్ డైలాగ్ ఉంటుంది. సో ఐ ట్రై మై బెస్ట్ టు డూ వాట్, బట్ యూ గైస్ హ్యావ్ టు కాన్స్టెంట్లీ యాజ్ సెషన్ సినిమాని తీసుకుని దాన్నే మీరు అటాక్ చేయాలి. ఇది అదే దిస్ ఇస్ నాట్ గుడ్ ఫర్ ఉమెన్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఐ ఫీల్ అబౌట్ film thing. And then do you have time ఉందామా?
Yes sir, you can please continue.
ఇంకోటి నా అవుట్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అంటే, లైక్ ఐ సెడ్, లాట్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఐ డ్యూ టు, అంటే నేను విజిట్ చేసిన కాలేజ్ వల్ల నా ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ కూడా గైస్ చాలా సింపుల్ థింగ్స్. ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ హ్యాస్ టు బి వెరీ అట్ ఎవ్రీ లెవెల్. మీరు చాలా మంది చెప్పారు దాన్ని, ఐఎమ్ జస్ట్ పుట్టింగ్ ఇట్ ఇన్ వర్డ్స్. ఎవ్రీ ఫిజికల్ ఫస్ట్, నేను నల్లగా ఉన్నానా, లావుగా ఉన్నానా, తెల్లగా ఉన్నానా, అందంగా ఉన్నానా, దీన్ని ఓవర్కమ్ చేయగలగాలి ఉమెన్. అండ్ గైస్ కూడా, ఇట్ వర్క్స్ ఫర్ గైస్. అండ్ ఐఎమ్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్, ఐఎమ్ ద బెస్ట్ యాజ్ ఐ యామ్. సో నోబడి కెన్ పుట్ మీ డౌన్ అనేది ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ రావాలి. అండ్ దిస్ I actually learned it in Howard University, the predominantly black university. Blacks ki actually curly hair ఉంటుంది, బాగా curly hair ఉంటుంది. అండ్ దెన్ దేర్ పెదాలు కొంచెం వైడ్ గా ఉంటాయి అనమాట. సో చాలా వాళ్ళు ఇన్సెక్యూరిటీ ఇదేదో కరెక్ట్ కాదేమో అన్న లెవెల్లో వాళ్ళు లిప్స్టిక్లు బాగా వేసుకుని ఆ హెయిర్ ని స్ట్రైటన్ చేసుకుని వచ్చేవారు. సో అది ఒక పెద్ద క్యాంపెయిన్ చేసి దాన్ని దే ఓవర్కమ్, లైక్ అంటే ఎందుకు ఇది అని క్వశ్చన్ చేయడం స్టార్ట్ చేశారు నేను చదివిన యూనివర్సిటీలోనే. సో మనకు కూడా అంటే ఒక అమ్మాయి ఎలా ఉండాలి, ఏం ఉండాలని తన అబ్సల్యూట్లీ తన ఇష్టము, తన ఫిజికాలిటీ మీద సుప్రీంలీ కాన్ఫిడెంట్ ఉండాలి. అండ్ మనం యాజ్ అ సొసైటీ, యాజ్ గైజ్ యాజ్ ప్రొఫెసర్స్ ఆర్డర్, ఎవ్రీ టైం ఎవరైనా బాడీ షేమింగ్ కానీ బాడీ గురించి మాట్లాడితే వాడిని నిలదీసి క్వశ్చన్ చేసి వాడిని తిట్టి వాడికి ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయగలగాలి మనం. అది కాన్స్టెంట్ గా మనం ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో ఫిజికాలిటీ మీద ఎంఫసిస్ ని తీసేయగలగాలి. అది ఒక ఫిజికల్ గా ఎంపవర్ అవుతారు అమ్మాయి. అంటే చాలా మంది ఇన్సెక్యూర్ ఓల్డ్ నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు లాస్ట్ బెంచెస్ లో కూర్చొని మాట్లాడకుండా ఉంటారు. దెన్ దర్ సోషల్ స్టేటా, ఆబ్వియస్లీ వాళ్ళ కులము, వాళ్ళ మనీ గురించి అలా ఉంటారు. దాన్ని ఓవర్కమ్ చేయించాలి. ఇది కాదు, నువ్వు నీ చదువే అంటే సంబడి టోల్డ్ నీకు ఎంత నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంది దాని మీదే నువ్వు జడ్జ్ చేయబడాలి. దెన్ సైకలాజికల్. సో ఇన్ని ఏళ్ల సబ్జుగేషన్, ఇన్ని ఏళ్ల స్టీరియో టైపింగ్, ఇన్ని ఏళ్ల అదేంటి మన ఐనింగ్ అవుట్ అయినప్పుడు అమ్మాయి ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని అండు చేయాలంటే ఇది కాన్స్టెంట్ గా మనం మాట్లాడుతూనే ఉండాలి. ఇవన్నీ నీ ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు చేయొచ్చమ్మా, మేమేం చేయగలుగుతాం, నువ్వు అది చేయగలగాలి. నువ్వేదే మొహమాటం లేకుండా, ఏ సిగ్గు లేకుండా, ఏ బెరుకు లేకుండా నువ్వు చేయగలగాలని కాన్స్టెంట్ చెప్తా ఉండాలి బేసిక్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ అండ్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అండ్ వర్క్, స్టడీ. ప్రతి అమ్మాయి ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ బేటీ బచావ్ బేటీ అని అంటున్నారు కదా, అది నారాకే ఉండకూడదు. బేసిక్ ఎక్కడంటే ఆ అమ్మాయి స్కూల్లో చదివి చేర్పించాలంటే, మనకి కనిపిస్తే చేర్పించాలంటే. అండ్ దెన్ వర్క్ అనేది గవర్నమెంట్స్ ఎంత వర్క్ వాళ్ళకి ఆపర్చునిటీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేసి చేయాలి. అట్ దిస్ ఐఎమ్ సేయింగ్ నాట్ బికాస్ ఒక ఉమెన్ అయితే ఒక ఫ్యామిలీ అని బర్డెన్ పెట్టట్లేదు, ఆమె ఫ్యామిలీ బెటర్ అవుతుంది, ఇండియా బెటర్ అవుతుంది. నో, 50% ఇండియాలో ఉమెన్ ఉన్నారు, ఆ 50% 10% ముందున్నారు, 40% వెనకాల ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి అలా ముందుకు తేవాలి అంతే. ఇండివిజువల్ ఉమెన్ యాజ్ అన్ ఇండివిజువల్, నో రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ అటాచ్, నో అంటే ప్రెషర్ ఉన్నారు దట్ యు ఆర్ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్. నేను పూజిస్తున్నాను కాబట్టి నువ్వు నాకు వంట చేసి పెట్టు. నో, నువ్వు ఒక బిడ్డ ఎక్కడో ఏడో కానీ ఇక్కడ మదర్ కి చల్లని ఏదో అన్నోన్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఇవన్నీ అంటే దీస్ ఆర్ కన్వీనియన్స్ ఫర్ మెన్ టు సే బేసికలీ. బట్ ఒక అబ్బాయి కూడా ఎత్తుకోవచ్చు ఏడుస్తున్న బిడ్డ. సో ఈ ప్రెషర్ తీసేయగలగాలి మనం. కాన్స్టెంట్ గా మాట్లాడుతూనే ఉండాలి, ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయాలి. అండ్ దెన్ వర్క్ చేయించాలి, ఫైనాన్షియల్ స్టెబిలిటీ లైక్ పీపుల్ హెవ్ స్పోకెన్. అండ్ దెన్ ఫ్రీగా ఏ భయాలు ఏ బెరుకు లేకుండా ఉన్నా. నా గోదావరిలో ఒక అమ్మాయి అంటే నేను ఫ్రీగా ఉండదలుచుకున్నాను అంతే. సో నో ప్రెషర్ అటాచ్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ అండ్ నేను ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ లో ఫైనల్ గా చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే, నా ఒపీనియన్ ఇది, ఒక అబ్బాయి కానీ ఒక ఇండివిజువల్స్ క్యారెక్టర్ నేను ఇవాల్యుయేట్ చేయడంలో, నువ్వు అమ్మాయిల గురించి ఏమనుకుంటున్నావు, నువ్వు కులాన్ని గురించి ఏమనుకుంటున్నావు, నువ్వు నీకంటే తక్కువ ఎకనామిక్ స్టేటస్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళ గురించి నువ్వు ఏమనుకుంటున్నావు అన్న మీదనే నేను ఒక వ్యక్తి క్యారెక్టర్ డిఫైన్ చేస్తాను. ఇంతకంటే రాకెట్ సైన్స్ కానీ నాకు ఏ బైబుల్ నాకు ఇంతకంటే ఏమి ఇవ్వదు బేసిక్. నువ్వు నీ పక్కన నువ్వు ఎవరైనా ఒక వ్యక్తి గురించి నువ్వు ఏమనుకుంటున్నావు, వాడు నీకంటే తక్కువ ఉంటే నీ ఒపీనియన్ ఏంటి, ఎందుకు అలా ఉన్నాడు, నేనేం చేయగలగాలి, అతని గురించి నువ్వు మాట్లాడగలిగితే, అతని గురించి ఎంపతి చేయగలిగితే, ఐ థింక్ దట్ ఈస్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్ క్యారెక్టర్ ఆఫ్ అన్ ఇండివిజువల్. ఈ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ మన స్కూలింగ్ లో కానీ ఇండివిజువల్స్ మనం ఇది పెంపొందించగలగాలి. ఐ థింక్ ఎక్కడో విన్నాను, ఎంపతి ఈజ్ హైయెస్ట్ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్. అంటే ప్రేమించి ఒకటి పట్ల దయ ప్రేమతో ఉండగలిగేవాడే ఇంటెలిజెంట్. నాట్ సూపర్ ఐఐటీలో చదువుకున్న శ్రీ చైతన్యలో టాప్ చేశాడు కాదు. సో ఆ ఎంపతి టువర్డ్స్ ఉమెన్ ఉండాలి, ఎందుకంటే దే హావ్ బీన్ సప్రెస్. ఆ ఉమెన్ మీద వీకర్ సెక్షన్స్ మీద ఉండాలి, బికాస్ వాళ్ళని ఎన్నో ఏళ్ళుగా అణచివేయబడ్డారు, అది ఉండాలి. అండ్ దెన్ మీకంటే తక్కువ డబ్బు ఉన్న వాళ్ళు అండర్ ప్రివిలేజెస్ లో చదువుతున్నాడు, మనం ఆ బెనిఫిట్ ఇవ్వగలరు. ఈ పారామీటర్స్ ని డిఫైన్ చేసేవాడే నా క్యారెక్టర్. ఒక స్టూడెంట్ కానీ ఒక భారత పౌరుడు అంటారు కదా, అది ఐ ఫీల్. అండ్ ఆల్సో ఇన్ అడిషన్ ఎన్వైరన్మెంట్ మీద ఏంటి, జంతువుల మీద ఏంటి, అన్ని ఓకే, కానీ బేసిక్ గా ఇది నేను నమ్ముతాను. అండ్ దెన్ సైంటిఫిక్ టెంపర్మెంట్ ఉండాలి, బాగా క్వశ్చన్ చేయగలగాలి స్టూడెంట్, బాగా క్వశ్చన్ చేయించాలి, ఆ క్వశ్చన్ కి మళ్ళీ ఎంపతి ఉండాలి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద థింగ్స్. ఇది నెహ్రూ అనండి ఇంకా బేసిక్. సో ఇది నేను చెప్పదలుచుకుంది. ఇంకా ఐ డోంట్ నో ఇఫ్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్. నేను ఏం చెప్పాను నాకు తెలియదు, నేను జస్ట్ వేగ్ గా చెప్పాను. సో ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ టువర్డ్స్ దిస్, సమ్ టాంజిబుల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్, సింపుల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఉండాలి యూనివర్సిటీస్ లో. స్టూడెంట్స్ కి అర్థమయ్యేటట్టు మాట్లాడాలి, కాన్స్టెంట్ గా డిబేట్ చేయాలి అని నా ఉద్దేశం. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద ఆపర్చునిటీ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. యా, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. మీరు చాలా మంది ప్రొఫెసర్స్, రిసెర్చర్స్ కంటే కూడా చాలా బాగా ఇవాల్యుయేట్ చేశారు సార్. ఇట్ వాజ్ అ వండర్ఫుల్ అండ్ థాట్ఫుల్ స్పీచ్. And I think you have defined that it is a very thin line of difference between womanhood and blatant objectifying of women. So I think people should understand this thin line of difference, and that possibly comes only through, constant efforts, as you rightly said. And thank you for your words, sir. Thank you for joining us on this platform once again. And we will be looking forward to having you at our college once, because we missed your physical presence for the conference recently. So then we will probably interact more, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Even questions unte adagandi. Ekapothe I will anything that not this session, but I'll come some other time. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
I think we will have one more session with you where our participants would interact. Yeah. Srilata ma'am, anything from your side?
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for accepting and being with us and being very patiently with us. Thank you very much. We look forward again, sir, so that we could interact more. This sort of analyzing of various things is required even for the girls, because they mostly we take most of the things for granted. We never question, or this is what we are finding when we ask our students to speak up. There are certain complex issues where we again ask them not to question. So this dichotomies goes on. So I think we'll have a larger session with you once, so that could really empower our friends and also us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, sir. Malaysian sir, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Srilata ma'am. We now come to the end of the inaugural session of this international conference. So to end this formally, I request Dr. G. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, convener Women's Cell, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Well, at the outset, as we come to the end of the inaugural session for the 2-day virtual international conference on gender equality and women empowerment, breaking the bias, I deem it as a privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Women's Studies Center and Women's Cell of University College for Women for this inaugural session. At the outset, first and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Professor Limbadri sir, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, for for kindly accepting our invitation and being here. Sir, in spite of his busy schedule, he has spared some time for us and has highlighted the situation from his experience to all of us on the gender equality and the issues related, and the social issues also related to the women issues, which added up. And then, of course, I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to guest of honor, Professor Malesham sir, Dean, Development and UGC Affairs, Usman University, and our special guest, I must say, Mr. Shekhar Kamala sir, for gracing this inaugural session, who is a renowned film director, producer, and screenwriter. Thank you, sirs, for gracing this occasion, for your kind acceptance, and then highlighting the issues, and also giving us the importance as to how we are and where we are heading in terms of gender equality, and what is the order of the day. And of course, it is the change in the personal perception that is very much needed, and I must say that it should start with us, with you and me. And of course, I would also extend my sincere thanks to Professor M. Vijayalakshmi Madam, Principal, University College for Women, and Vice Principal, Dr. B. Shailaja Madam, for always being with us and constantly supporting in all our initiatives, so that we can plan more such kind of quality programs for the benefit of the staff as well as the students. And I must thank the program director of the international conference, Dr. Srilata ma'am, who is also the in-charge director for Women's Studies Center of University College for Women. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your continuous initiatives and constantly planning for the programs from Women's Studies Center, and also giving me an opportunity to work with you for conducting such quality programs. Thank you, Srilata ma'am. And also, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the members of the Women's Studies Center as well as Women's Cell for always coming forward and extending their coordination and support in conducting these kind of programs from Women's Studies Center and Women's Cell. And of course, I would also like to thank all the heads of the various departments, coordinators, the faculty for joining this inaugural session. Last but not the least, I must thank all the participants for their keen interest and enthusiasm in the theme of this conference, which made them participate. And I can see that this particular inaugural session is full with 100 participants, and of course, few are joining the YouTube link as well. My special thanks to Mr. Hari Prasad, who is giving us this technical assistance for the smooth conduct of this program. Thank you one and all for joining us once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Malesham sir.
We will now continue with the first technical session, that is the panel discussion. So we have three eminent speakers as panelists for the panel discussion today. I deem it a privilege to introduce our panel members of this day. So we have with us Dr. Aparna Raiprol ma'am, who is a professor at the Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. And she was the head of the department from 2014 to 17. She was also the director of the Study in India program from 2009 to 14. And her areas of academic interest include gender studies, Indian diaspora, qualitative research methods, and urban sociology. Earlier, she was an associate professor in research methodology at the Tata Institute for Social Sciences in Mumbai. Her PhD was from the University of Pittsburgh, USA. She was at Princeton University's Center for the Study of American Religion too. She's the author of Negotiating Identities, Women in the Indian Diaspora from Oxford University Press, and also has many other research publications. She's also a reviewer and a member of various committees. She was with Study in India program at the University of Hyderabad since its inception in 1998. She's involved in several gender sensitization initiatives in the media beyond the academic realm. Ma'am, we are extremely happy that you have joined us today, and you're going to give your knowledge, disseminate it to all the participants on this platform today. A hearty welcome to Aparna Raiprol, ma'am. Ma'am, I think your video is stuck. Yeah. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can hear you. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Sorry, I think I lost you for a minute there.
Yes,
at the end of the introduction. Is it clear now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
A very, very good morning to all of you, and thank you to Dr. Srilata for extending this invitation to my alma mater, Women's College, where I did my BA in the 80s. So it's a pleasure to be back. I would have liked to be there physically, but I could not the last time she invited me. But anyway, I think I'm very happy to be here. I'm even more happy because I am a co-panelist with my teacher, Professor Beena, who taught me at this very women's college. So it is indeed, a kind of nostalgic memory for me.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. I'll also introduce the other two panelists so that the audience will know how the panel discussion is going to go about.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have two more panelists. We have Dr. Seema Kazi, ma'am. She's an associate professor and former acting director, Center for Women's Development Studies. Her areas of research are gender and conflict, gender and governance, feminist theory, gender and politics, and cultural studies. She's the author of two published books, Between Democracy and Nation, Gender and Militarization in Kashmir, published by Women Unlimited and Oxford University Press, and Essays in Gender and Governance, Studies from South Asia, published by Zuban Books. Dr. Seema Kazi, ma'am, we are extremely happy that you've joined us on this platform. and we are very eager to be a part of this panel discussion along with such eminent speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And I deem it a privilege to introduce the other panel member, a very esteemed person from our own university, Dr. Veena Chintalapuri, Madam, Emeritus Professor, Department of Prisons, Telangana State, a member of National Legal Service Authority, Nalsa, India. At present, she is working for Prisons of Telangana State, contributing to reformation of prison inmates Unnati program as principal researcher and trainer at Central Prison, Cherlapalli. She's also working as director in charge of Sahayam, Usmania University Counseling Center. And she was the former registrar, Usmania University, former dean social sciences of Satavahana University. And for her indispensable work in the field of gender equality and the societal reforms, she's received many recognitions and awards as Sri Chinnajiyar Swami Shashtipurti Award 2016 in recognition of her work with reformation of prisons, State Innovative Prize in Agami Legal Summit 2018, and many others. She was also conferred with State Best Teacher Award in 2018 in recognition of her work in academics in the field of psychology, research and counseling services to students. Veena ma'am, very happy to see you here on this platform. I'm extremely delighted to introduce you to this mega platform of an international conference on gender equality and women empowerment.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I once again welcome all the three panelists. So we will have lecture or the speech by all the three panelists for the first half an hour, after which the forum will be open for discussion. So I first request Dr. Aparna ma'am to please go ahead with your session.
Yeah, thank you. And there were some internet issues, so I jumped in. I'm sorry about that. But today the topic that we discussed is gender justice, and at one level, there is this, excitement and happiness that International Women's Day is being celebrated and people are talking about gender equality. But at the other level, there is this concern and worry that it is being hijacked by the wrong people for the wrong reasons. And what is happening is there is very much that kind of gender stereotyping continuing. So it's almost, what I'm trying to say is, on the celebration of International Women's Day, I want to caution against, the most irritating and disgusting kind of WhatsApp messages that we are getting, which patronize, oh, girls can do this and girls can do that. And it is not about boys versus girls at all, but it is the creation of the stereotype that I am worried about. And these stereotypes are definitely, creating those old kind of issues like boys versus girls, the way we are absolutely trying to look at boys as aggressive and girls as passive. So I think we need to get out of these old stereotypes and go into something new. And the old yin and yang, women is emotional and men is rational. So women are the automatic caregivers, men as doers and women as supporters. So, almost giving medals to women for being great mothers, but it is not about mothering at all. It's about parenting. So I think I came in the very end of the inaugural session when I heard somebody saying, it is actually mother who takes care. No, I don't think so. I think it is bringing up children is a responsibility of a family or of both. It's not necessary. The biological needs to be separated from the social and the cultural. That's something which I would like to emphasize right away. I also would like to, look at the move away from biological innate characteristics of sex, which are very, very different from gender. And when we sociologists especially emphasize the fact that we have socialization and we learn to be male, or we may be biologically male and female, but we learn to be men and women, and it's a continuum. There is the third gender, and there is gendering the child to the adult. So the significant others in our lives are the ones who are really shaping these kinds of issues. And I think it's very, very important to underline the fact that what is it that we need to do to bring gender justice. For me, I think there are a few significant factors. One of them is making visible the invisible. You know, when early days of feminist learning, there are a lot of research that used to be done among women especially who were older women who have seen the world. And when you go to interview them, they typically say, "What are you doing?" And they say nothing. Now, if all our mothers and our grandmothers had done nothing, we would be nothing, you know? So in that sense, the construction of work as insignificant and the construction of women's work as trivial is the way that patriarchy has resurrected the barriers. And these are the barriers that we need to actually move away from. And I think it's very, very crucial for us to look at this significantly. And in what way can we do that significantly? By making visible the invisible. How do we make the visible the invisible? By recognizing that work, not necessarily computing an economic value to it, because the second phase of the women's movement was about equal pay for equal work. But what I'm talking about is not just about the pay aspect, but the visibility. Why is it that whether it is childcare or say nursery school, teaching, these are occupations which are lower in the hierarchy as far as the amount of payment goes? It's because of the issue of feminization of labor. So I think labor, we need to make it visible and we need to bring that justice aspect. So even when men are in caregiving positions, we have to understand that this care is stereotyped as women's work and men end up being paid less. So really, I think we need to understand that this kind of whatever has been constituted as invisible, it's important to give recognition, value, understand, and resurrect that kind of work, bringing the margin to the center. Now, very, very interestingly, I had a student some time back who was writing a paper called Dalit Women and Water Rights. What has caste got to do with water and gender? Everything. I'm a sociologist. Intersectionality of caste, class, and gender is what makes reality. So the margin, when in the 90s, we had a lot of NGOs coming in and putting in a lot of money into our, development projects. And that's when the gender and development discourse began to look at things. And it's not, you say we look at it from the women's point of view. There is no women's point of view and there is no men's point of view, which changes things in that way. But we need to understand what are the concerns that are coming out because of gender inequality. And over here, neither the Dalit men, because of patriarchy, and nor the upper caste women, because of casteism, were bothered about the distance to the well, where the Dalit women, only the Dalit women were going there to pick up their water. So what was happening at that particular point of time? Two things were happening. They were getting physically assaulted, and mostly by the feudal lords for whom their spouses or fathers worked, or they were getting tired just going and spending so much time walking 5 kilometers to water. So when the development concerns came, they're not talking about glass ceiling and women not reaching higher positions because there's a huge class difference over there. But what they were talking about is accessibility to clean water that has everything to do with being Dalit and being women. So I think these are the realities that you and I need to understand, and rendering the so-called trivial as important. What is that? You say, oh, there are women gossiping. What are the women gossiping about? They were self-help groups trying to put away money for their daughter's education, for their son's operation, whatever it is. And don't say marriage, it's the most irritating kind of concept which says, we're putting money away for the daughter's marriage, the kinds of things that Shekhar Kamula was talking about a little earlier. You need to give the right images in the media, not the wrong images. So forget the marriage aspect and talk about the education of the girl child and sensitizing the male child. I disagree that this is not about talking to men. I think we need to talk to men. We need to talk and we need to sensitize our boys. If there are, a lot of mothers around here, I think the whole challenge is to bringing up a feminist boy. That is what will create gender justice. So I think that's the point I wanted to make. The next thing is not objectifying, the women. I think it's very, very important for us to look at the way we need to not objectify women and the way we need to think about, the women as not essentializing women either. We don't do this because we are women. We should move away from socializing that poor boy who's not good at math. Why traumatize him telling him you won't become an engineer, and if you don't become an engineer, you don't become a breadwinner and all that nonsense. And if the girl is good at math or science, why discourage her? We are letting her do medicine, do so well, and when she wants to do cardiology or neurotherapy, you say, what about family? Why aren't you asking the boys what about family? I think it's absolutely cruel on the parents' part to make those kinds of distinctions after providing a platform for flying high. There the parents are the ones creating the glass ceiling. And it could be both mothers and fathers. So we're not blaming a particular gender over here, but we are blaming the generation for creating a socialization which is an absolute mirror of what happened at the previous time. So I think it's amazing to see, and I'm not bothered about who is the vehicle of transmitting patriarchy. The vehicle of transmitting patriarchy is definitely both women and men. The other thing that I want to talk about over here is, where does this injustice happen? It happens in every institution. It happens in the family. It happens in schools. It happens at the workplace. Now, when you and I are in educational institutions, and some of us are in mixed gender settings, some of you are still in single gender settings, but it's very, very important to learn certain things. I remember very well that Jyoti Joshi madam, the physical instructor, had brought Subhadra Venkatrao, one of our seniors who was the captain of Andhra Pradesh cricket team, away from St. Francis College to Women's College to encourage sports at that particular point of time in the early 80s. So I think this has always been, a way we encourage. But I think we should also stop, and I'm sure that we have stopped, in making women the primary backbone of the family. I think we need to look at the well-rounded personality. Family will happen, and that support system for the family, I think this generation will have from the previous generation. What is very, very interesting now, and I want to give a good example about men. A lot of fathers who have retired now are pitching in to be grandfathers because they could not be good fathers. They were not around. But now they want to be there for their child's child, for their grandchild, for their son's child or their daughter's child. And sometimes the women are still not retired, the grandmothers, or they are burnt out. They've just done too much of giving, caring. But the men still have some energy for care, which was missing. So I think there is this new kind of gender equality that can come up and create some level, try to fight some of the injustices that the previous generation has faced. The other thing that I want to talk about is in the educational institution, I think it's very, very important, especially for those of us who have men and women in the classroom. My students had done a project some time back, and male dancers, dance department, there were very few men and mostly women learning Indian classical dance. So the male dancers were made fun of, asking questions about their sexuality, asking what is wrong with you. Arey, tu Kamala Hassan to nahi banega. How will you feed your family? So that burden of work, and work means one kind of work. Man means engineer, especially in our part of the world. And I have nothing against engineers, being a very proud daughter of one. But there is, I think, a very different kind of scenario where we are trying to get and make sense of what is going on. I'm not going to talk about the political and the legal because Dina ma'am is going to talk about some of those issues, but I will talk about economic and workplace. Now, one of the things that you have to understand, and many of us are privileged, so we don't understand, is that sometimes the girl child has dropped out of school just because there are no toilets and just because there's no transport, or the transport is too far away and she's not safe, and come puberty, she drops out of school. Now, once she drops out of school, you blame the family. They remove the girls, they don't understand the importance of girls, and the mother is taking the daughter for domestic work. What we are not understanding is what has the state done for providing basic amenities for women. It's only now that you see public toilets for women. Otherwise, some of your students should see this beautiful film by Paramita Vora called Q to P. It's about Delhi and Mumbai, and how young girls have to wake up at 4 in the morning in the slums to be going and using the public toilets because they are scared of harassment, nobody to stand there. And you know very well in rural India, when there are no toilets and girls are going out into the wilderness, they get assaulted at that time. So violence against women is something that we are constantly combating with because of the obsession with the purity, chastity issues that we are talking about. So if we look at the larger issue of remove the morality, chastity discourse, and look at the larger issue of power and the power that comes through gender inequality, I think that mindset needs to be removed, and that removed and changed. See, because now we are in a situation where we are talking about gay rights, we're talking about third gender. We have come a long way. And I think the Indian women's movement, especially the lawyers, they brought laws where they were not there. Everything was happening. But workplace and workplace harassment, how do we actually deal with it? Our institution, I was on that, the Shanta Sinha committee, it was then called the Gender Sensitization and Committee Against Sexual Harassment. Now it's been called the Internal Complaints Committee. But at that point of time, you see that it is very difficult for a young woman to complain about her male supervisor, who's a professor, and he is in a position of authority. So I think it's very hard, and we must not, simply stereotype and say she's making it up, because that making it up is not so easy either. So I think it's very, very important to provide the right examples, whether in films or in the classroom. I know that we are running short of time, so I'm not going to take too long, but I will end with saying, how do we strive for social change? So I think we do research. Those of us in academia are trying very, very hard to do research, combining theory, method, and movement, contributing to, women. In the old days, one would call it welfare, but today, or empowerment, but today we are going to talk about equality. And the attempt to change laws and social practices, the integrating of gender concerns into development, discourse, and practice, not separating them, but integrating these gender concerns. I think that's absolutely important for gender justice. And every now and then, when we hear of a heinous sexual crime against a girl, whatever age she is, or a woman, I think it is still a kind of, media is the other institution. I didn't have time, but I thought since Shekhar and others have talked, I shouldn't really get into that. But I think it is definitely something that is worth thinking about. So I'll probably stop here. Is that okay, Srilata? You're muted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that lecture and your insights. I think we have few questions. One question for you, ma'am, in the chat box. We will discuss it once all the panelists speak now. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am. Thank you for that wonderful session. I now request Professor Beena madam to deliver her speech.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Aparna, for remembering. You brought me back to the Department of Psychology. Am I audible? I'm in a very strange place. I'm in my nephew's house and I'm like somewhere sitting in.
Not familiar.
It's really, I didn't want to say no to Women's College because Women's College is my mother, and Women's College is the one which gave me bread butter, not only bread butter, but jam and cheese. So I love this place, and it's because of this network connectivity. May I shut for a while?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, my video.
Please have it as long as you can. If you think there is some hanging up, then you can turn off, because it's nice to see you and listen to you.
Okay, I'll try, but when then it gets
if there is a connectivity issue, then you can turn off. As of now, it's good.
Yeah, and good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for getting me on this platform today. So I would like to let you know that I've been doing some work with prisoners, and I'm one person who goes right into the prison and has a conversation and do a program of training, counseling, and all these things. The program goes on for in the 10 prisons of Telangana state. So I have a direct interaction. Today I realized that I have come out of psychology a little bit, migrated to correctional services, and a lot of input I have, and they're teaching me. Today, I go to a library, a human library, and that's prison. And they have very many lessons to teach all of us, the community. And I have benefited a lot. I was able to understand a lot about human behavior from them. I would like to start with one story. May I speak in Telugu and English together? I just wanted to ask you all.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Our audience is our
we
students.
do have some who don't understand English, Telugu, but still, if you want to use, yes, ma'am.
For the punchy stuff, I need to do this. I would like to start with one story. I visit women prisons, and there are a lot of women. You'll be surprised to know that there are about 400, 500, and out of that, they'll be under trials and convicted for murder, about 150 to 200 in central prisons. There are several other prisons. They also have 30, 40, 50. And we were doing some reformation program. I'm not going to name, but there was one fictitious name, one particular person whose name was Karuna. Karuna, beautiful name, very compassionate. That's what they described when they described. to me, but a very aggressive and a very angry person. And she was there in the prison for about 6 years and convicted for a murder. A closer interaction with her revealed that, Amma, I didn't do this. Amma, neni cheyaleni. Then murder cheyaleni. I went back 2 steps. 2 daughters she has, husband no more. And she doesn't remember why she was brought in. But they gave her story. And the story was, she had the habit, a huge appetite for alcohol. People have, and she had. Maybe she was unchecked when she was young and she started. They used to pick her and take her to the Gudamba Center. Kallu Kamponi, we all know. Kallu Kamponi ante manaku telusu kada. Liquor den lo తీసుకుపోయి ఆమెని బాగా తాగిపిచ్చి, there will be people around her who would take her, who would invite her, take her. And after she drinks so much, she had this habit of picking up a broad. She was very easy for her. So there was some such scenario which was staged for her, and somebody brought 2 other men who were their opponents, enemies with the land-related issue. She got into drinking. She drank so much that the brawl started, and she hit. They told her this story later on, that she punched that guy, everybody drank. So she punched one guy, it could be staged again, punched that guy and he fell down and hit a rock. And then the whole thing came up that she murdered. We don't know. We don't know exactly whether she's really done that or not. Everybody was drunk and they came. When the police came, they gave this kind of a story and she was stuck. She was stuck in the prison for 6 years. Daughters never came to see her. Husband is no more. High on stigma. And because of this whole incident, she became a lot more aggressive in the prison. So when we took over this case, and started getting her into the reformation program, slowly we had to work with her and we got some legal aid. I want to bring in this point to our students, our audience here, about how fortunate we are that we have some legal system which does pro bono and help people who are disadvantaged. I want to bring in this point. So we brought that forum to her in Lok Adalat. We said, look, nobody is coming. She doesn't have a lawyer. We have to put her the case into Lok Adalat, which we call it as, and then make sure that somebody takes this matter up and gets her out of this prison. Because there is no evidence, there is no direct evidence that she was the one who has done this particular crime. Everybody came, everybody fell on this person who hit the rock, and we exactly don't know who pushed this person. So there was so much of lack of evidence, but finally everybody escaped this, and she was the only one who got branded, and she was put in as A1 and she was stuck in prison. Such stories are many. Very sad. She lost everything. And it took us some time to get her 2 daughters. Once there was a bail and the trial was going on, we had to talk to her 2 daughters and say, look, this is your mom. She's going to come back to you all. Please accept her. Cannot reject her. Where is the proof that she has done? Yes, the only proof we have is that she went inside, she got drunk, and there was a brawl. So such incidents are plenty. And what I would like to inform our audience is very vigorously the system is working towards building awareness in women, anybody, but women particularly. Now, this year is marked as Amrit Mahotsav year, and legal system is doing extremely vigorous campaigning on how the justice could be taken to every nook and corner. Everybody needs to be aware about this. Huge mandate has come that it is SC, STs, free legal service, disability, people who are atypical, free legal service, mentally ill, free legal service. And they have gone to all districts. I think the coverage was something like 2 crores individuals from 15th November to now. It's still going on. We don't become aware many times. We don't give importance to learn about what it takes for us to go and seek justice. We are scared, women, scared. We don't want to go to police station. We would like to rather bear with all that which is happening to us. I have seen many people don't come to prison to see their sons, their husbands, because they think that it's not a good place. Okay, prison is not a good place. Police station is not a good place. They have their own reasons why this would have happened. I have seen when women are asked, some of the inmates, parents or mothers or sisters, they ask them, Amma, why don't you come? Your son is missing you. Why don't you come? Why don't you accompany them to police station? If that allegation is false, go, sit in front of them, get it out. Your son is innocent. Just prove that. If you don't go, they will not have any insight into what your child is like. Very terrible. The treatment could be, I can understand. Very terrible treatment. There are some who say, why have you come now? Look at your face. Your son is like this. I remember one, it touched me so much. One lady, they said, why are you coming in the morning? Why don't you come in the night? What do they mean by saying such things? So what is that then? What could be our solution? Women know very well when they go to buy gold, even though if it is a very small chain, they make enough inquiries about it. Enta tulamu, enni grams, em polish, edi manchi shop, plenty of research they do. Even if they have to go and buy pattalu, pattagolsulu, which we call it in Telangana, they do some kind of research. Amma nuventa konno. We should not shun from understanding or becoming aware about the legal and the police system. We are very good with physics, we're very good with chemistry, math, all these things. But when are we going to? Who knows when we will require this information? We all, each one of us require this information. What do we mean by sections? When do you go to police station? How do you write a petition? And what do we mean by courts? How many courts we have? Who are the lawyers? Who are the top lawyers who will do things on pro bono basis? Freega ever chestam. There is a cell there. There is a legal authority, state legal authority. There is a district legal authority. Hey, villanta dongalu pote em cheyaru. No. Have you gone there? Have you put your petition? You can always send a small copy, the same thing which you submit here, you can send it to High Court. So, even educated, even our students should become aware about these things. Increasingly, it is becoming very, very important for us to know because I have seen there are people inside who have given me enough information about how many people they would have put into trouble. You know, in a big way, these drugs things is happening. Ganja, drugs, this, that. And they tell me, the peddlers, 1 or 2 peddlers, no, we don't do anything. We just have to trouble people. We can put a small packet of ganja into somebody's bag, somebody's purse. Gone. Finished. Police finds them and they are into trouble. People are not that friendly outside. So it's whose fault it is. How do I argue? How do I make it very clear to them that no, test my blood first, test my urine first, and then only you should be able to take me to police station or to court. So like this, there are so many stories, and we are all vulnerable today. Children are vulnerable, students are vulnerable. And the only thing which can help them is this awareness and information about all these things. When does a person be declared as a convicted prisoner? When does a person be declared as an under trial? What are some of the important things which you remember, which you should remember, and how you should go about to the court if you are declared as an under trial? If you're declared as a detainee, how many months it takes? What kind of a bail which are available? So I'm not bringing all these things, but it's time that we should be able to become aware about it. The lessons have to be learned. Things are going crazy in the world. I know there could be acid attacks. There are men who are trying to take revenge just because the girl said no. It's the failure of love. The suicides happening and the whole family is stuck inside. How many? Why are these prisons and these other barracks are flooded these days? There are two crimes for which the entire Telangana prisons, all the prisons, district prisons as well as central prisons are flooded. Is one, because of POCSO, this prevention of child sexual abuse, those category cases, and one is the NDPS, that is the drug cases, on an increase. Below 18, why have you gone? You're supposed to sit and study. Why have you taken such a big risk? Do you know what this legal implication is if you end up getting caught? So this awareness, I think all our college students at whatever age they are, they should be given this input. Girl students particularly should know, just because the boy comes, he comes on a bike and he says, you have very beautiful eyes, let's go out and all. And while they're taking you to a deserted place, you should, by that time you should know. You just met him 2 times. Now, why are we taking this kind of a risk? Why is this girl taking such a big risk? So there are these things which I think all of, and these systems are not such great systems which support, sorry to say, where women are concerned. Police is one system which has to come to our rescue and our aid, and they have their own reservations, and courts have their own reservations. They're concerned, their concerns are different. It's something to do with constitution, law, book. Then the prisons. It's not an easy place to be. Don't take the risk. Be aware. When you're aware, you should be able to, you'll definitely be able to save yourself. Not only you, your friends and your family, we are all at a risk. So this is something which I just wanted to share. I know I've already finished my about 8 minutes. If you have any quick questions, I should be able to. We cannot bring so much in 10 minutes. I know Srilata told me I should be able to take just about 10 minutes because I have another person. Ma'am is also waiting, and with this I would like to end, and if I could take a couple of questions, I'd be happy, Jyoti.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we've asked them to post questions in the chat box. So after the third panelist also speaks, then we will take the questions, ma'am.
Yeah.
So may I now request the
Thank you.
Professor Seema, madam. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please be here with us for some more time.
Yes, I'm going to be there. I'll
Yes,
be
ma'am.
on video, but I'll be there.
Yes, ma'am. Over to you, Seema, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And before I begin, can you hear me?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, you're clear.
Okay, I want to first thank University College for Women and more particularly the Women's Study Center and the Women's Cell and Dr. Srilata for inviting me to this forum. And I want to wish all of you a very happy Women's Day. And I want to thank Dr. G. Vijayalakshmi, Dr. Srilata, Dr. Shailaja, and Professor Vijulata for allowing me to share my thoughts with all of you. And this is an international conference, so it's really nice to have a wider audience. I'm going to speak on Muslim women, and I'm going to put forward certain thoughts and certain questions which I feel women and the feminist movements everywhere need to perhaps reflect upon. And what I share with you today is based on some of my own writing and research. So let me just begin by saying that I want to just raise certain questions, questions which are there in the public domain regarding Muslim women, regarding religion, regarding Muslim women's rights. And I thought that I would talk about three themes which have come up very much in the public domain. The first is, the whole question of women's chadar or the women's veil. And in this context, I would just like to say that there are a lot of, misrepresentations, malrepresentations, and also perhaps, a lot of ignorance and lack of information regarding Muslim women, regarding Muslim cultures, etc. Without going into, the very fraud debate on, Muslim women's chadar or the veil, which is there, unfortunately, these days, I think I would just like to, quote an anthropological study, a very well-known anthropological study, Dr. Sabah Mahmood, who passed away, but who did research on Muslim women in South Asia. And let me just, quote her work, a little bit of it. So just to kind of challenge the stereotype. And here, the very framing of the Muslim question was cast in terms of hindrance to modernity and integration posed by the nature of Islam and its followers. Integral to this representation was the figure of the veiled Muslim woman, and by extension, backward and regressive Muslim culture. Now, in the Indian context, the burqa or the veil exemplifies Muslim women's oppression as much as it does the tyrannical, misogynist Muslim man, and by extension, the incompatibility between national modernity and the followers of Islam. Liberals and nationalists have argued that the veil was an impediment to Muslim women's liberation and by extension to national progress. Now, of course, this is an argument which perhaps also has resonance among women and women's rights activists. But I think we've reached a stage where, we begin to question some of these very normative assumptions. And let me just say that, the work of Sabah Mahmood here, she, in her work in South Asia, on Muslim women in South Asia, she kind of establishes and demonstrates that the veil is not really perceived by the women themselves as, inherently oppressive. It is an expression of women's own sense of dignity and honorable behavior. So the question of the veil is rather, complex, and it ought to be kind of, discussed more, debated more. Of course, I am certainly not arguing for enforced veiling. I think that is, something which ought to be resisted by women. But all I'm saying is that, the contemporary realities of Muslim women, and particularly the question around the veil, needs to be, framed in a more complex manner rather than the way it is. Now, the second question, which I want to just also pinpoint, is, Muslim women's education and the related question of, Muslim cultures, the kind of contention that Muslim cultures are inimical to education. Now, in this context, I think it's very interesting if you look at the historical record of Muslim women's education in the early 20th century. And I just want to kind of pinpoint some of that very interesting history, because the stereotype of Muslim women being illiterate and Islam being inimical to Muslim women's education, this historical record, challenges that. And I think it's very important for women and all of us as Indian citizens to, kind of take history into account and perhaps challenge the very frozen stereotypes which are there, unfortunately, regarding Muslim women's education. So, in the early decades, during the 1916 and 26 decade, the percentage of Muslim male and female pupils registered a rise in all regions. And by 1926, the percentages for the Muslim community were more favorable than the percentage for all communities together. And even figures for Muslim girls did not fall below the figures for all classes of female pupils. This was in 1926. And then we go on in 1927. The Muslim population of British India was 24% of the total population. Muslim pupils under instruction were also 24% of the total pupil population. By 1937, that is a decade later, the average rate of Muslim girls' education had surpassed the national average. And here I'm quoting all these figures from the Quinquennial Review of Education, which was, there during colonial times. So basically I want to juxtapose this history against, the present contemporary times, where the reasons why Muslim women have, been unable to, avail of equal social opportunities. I think that is forgotten. And I think it's very important to kind of look at that also. Again, like the question of veiling and the parda, the question of Muslim women's education is also more complex, and it's very important to kind of challenge the normative stereotypes there in contemporary times. The other thing and the other point which I want to also just flag as a point of concern, and also, as another point where I feel that public information and public knowledge regarding this particular issue, the question of Muslim law, there is again underinformation, misinformation, and also stereotyping. And I'm certainly not suggesting that there are not problems in Muslim law. But what I'm trying to say is that Muslim law is not, there are a lot of stereotypes regarding Muslim law in India, which I wish to just challenge them by, 2 or 3 factual claims. The first is that Muslim law is not reified. It's not like, you know, it is not being subject to human interpretation. It has been, and therefore that is the reason why there are 4 major schools of Muslim law in India. I think that that is a fact which is relatively lesser known, and there does need to be greater debate on that. And the other point which I related to Muslim law is, of course, a very contested and fraught issue of triple talaq. Now, there was also a lot of feminist and women's mobilization against, you know, the terrible practice of triple talaq, and one can understand that as women and as women's rights, you know, activists who wish for justice, and I think we all do. But one, you know, fact which remained kind of relatively again hidden and unaddressed is that the practice of triple talaq is not there in the classic Muslim canon. It does not exist in classic legal texts. It is there as a practice in India, particularly because Muslim law in India is not codified, unlike Muslim laws in other parts of the Muslim world. And here I want to bring up the example of the Maghreb Collective, you know, the North African countries. They got together, women's activists, feminists, they got together and they kind of pressurized their respective governments to have a codified Muslim law. So in most of these countries like Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, there are problems in Muslim law and they remain, but there is no triple talaq and there's no, you know, instant divorce because it has been codified. And women have been very instrumental in, you know, kind of crafting that particular codified version of Muslim law, which is certainly more gender just. So I think that that's also really important to kind of have debates on Muslim law, be better informed about Muslim laws, and also challenge the stereotypes regarding Muslim women. The final thing which I want to say, because I think that, you know, it will be good to have questions, is, you know, the whole narrative of, you know, Muslims and Muslim women particularly. And I think that one very interesting, although it was tragic because so many people were, you know, vilified during the protest at Shaheen Bagh. But what Shaheen Bagh really brought about was the visibility of the very constituency which a lot of liberals and indeed a lot of feminists had written off as, you know, completely just like, you know, faceless, oppressed, the veiled Muslim women, you know, the misogynist Muslim man. So that was a kind of stereotype which was always there, but suddenly it was visible. And it was those very, you know, veiled women, women with burqas who were out on the streets and, you know, who were resisting, you know, their exclusion in terms of citizenship rights. So I just want to quote, you know, this woman, Asma Khatun, and she was one of the very old women who were there. And, you know, she said that the Citizenship Act was to deny citizenship only to the Muslim community. And this statement of hers actually encapsulates really with absolute precision the real classic dilemma of Muslim women today, which is how to remain distinct and at the same time enter into the fullness of political experience as equal citizens. And I think that is really the challenge before all of us, not just as, you know, of course, Muslim women, but also for the larger women's movement to kind of, you know, open up these questions of identity, religion, and rights. So I want to end here and thank you very much.
Thank you, Seema ma'am. That was a very insightful talk on Muslim women in laws. So now the panel is open for discussion. I think Dr. Vinita Pandey ma'am has questions for all the three speakers. So Vinita ma'am, if you can turn on your audio, video, and you can directly talk to the panelists, we would be happy.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. I am extremely thankful to all the three very esteemed panelists, and one among them being my teacher. So I pay my regards to Veena ma'am also. With regard to Professor Aparna madam's presentation, ma'am, like I was very curious to know after listening to you that what implications, like you mentioned in your talk, that women are being seen as the backbone of the family. So what implications do you see if women become the backbone of the family? And you also were mentioning about gender stratification. So with regard to breaking the gender bias, where do you place third gender in the social stratification system of India? I'll be really thankful if you could satisfy my curiosity on this. And by paying my warm respects to Veena ma'am, I have a lot of appreciation for your wonderful work which you are doing, ma'am. So thank you so much on behalf of all your students. We are extremely proud of you. And I'm very keen to know, ma'am, that when it comes to women under trials or women convicts, like how is the judicial response here? Do we see gender equality, or do we see any kind of tilt towards women under trials or convicts? And Seema ma'am, very, very enlightening talk with regard to Muslim women. And being a student of sociology, and I have always done a lot of analysis with regard to the socio-economic status of women, especially when it comes to Muslim women. So when we talk about status of Muslim women in India, there is a lot of talk on Muslim personal laws. So I would really like to help me and help our friends to understand, ma'am, that with regard to Muslim personal laws, with specific reference to India, how do you see it in comparison with other Islamic countries of the world? So these are my curiosities, my queries, and I'm looking forward for a lot of much more good talk, which will leave me much more intelligent, hopefully. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinita ma'am. So I think Aparna ma'am, over to you for the answer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you, Vinita, for those questions. Well, I am just cautioning against that burdening women with the supermom, superwoman syndrome that went on at the end of the 80s. You know, they can do anything, they can balance work, they can balance family. It just becomes too much. You know, why should the burden be on women? Why should they feel the pressure? So I think that there should not be any backbone for any family. A family should be balanced by whoever is there, you know, generationally, gender-wise, and many, many other ways. So I think we need to, you know, that's all I'm saying. I'm cautioning against that. The next thing that you're talking about, third gender, of course, there is a stratification. And when we have a continuum and we have a third gender, but you know, one of the things that's good about the Indian context is historically, and I'm talking from a purely academic perspective here, we have had a lot of good research on the Hijra community. You know, in many, many ways, whether you take the patriarchy and exploitation angle, whether you take the class angle, whether you take the ritual angle. The ritual, the Hijra and the ritual, there's a whole lot of research in religious studies in that aspect as well. So that's the academic response. And socially, I think, at least among Muslims and Hindus and Sikhs, you will find interesting ways that they are incorporated. But, and we also have, you know, people keep saying that in our, some of our paperwork, you know, say, passport or something else, some forms, you have male, female, other, which very few other countries have. So that is the kind of recognition of a third gender by the state, if you want a legal recognition. So I think this is what we are doing, but of course there's a whole lot of discrimination and one cannot push it under the carpet. We also still ask every newborn gender, right? We say, is it male or female? You and I are also guilty of that. It is that whole review of socialization, and parents are not too happy and they try to fall in line if there is some physical, change over there. So I think it's still a transitional understanding of the way we look at the gender spectrum or the continuum.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Veena, ma'am. Yeah.
So, hi, Rita. Happy to see you.
I'm more happy to see you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, really? We don't know. We should put a scale now to check.
Yeah, surely. Surely,
So
ma'am.
your question regarding whether judiciary is little more, I won't say biased, but sympathetic towards women cases. Yes. Thankfully, till today, this is something which I can see them when you make an analysis of some of, and which is needed in our country, because most of them are would have been caught and implicated and so on and so forth. But what I see in women is that fire when they are dealing with their spouse or son, brother, whose cases, because they are stuck inside, they go to the lawyers, they accompany them to the court, and almost they're dealing with this, which means in a short span of time, these boys, this husband or a son or somebody would have given them such a thorough teaching in Amma, go here, ask this. After they ask this person, go to this area, get your petition or your notice ready like this. So there is so much of education. Poor lady who's confused initially, but then there is some patient hearing before the judge hears, this mother is hearing, preparing the whole thing and taking it forward. And it's, for me, it's amazing. Amazing the kind of talent they have, the willingness they have. There are women who talk about sections and who don't know much, who haven't studied much, but they're still talking about section 302, section this, 292. No, he's into that section, no. So that's the reason why it's getting a little difficult. So I say, if they don't have to come into the prison to understand all these things, why don't we educate? I was not given this education before. After I came to prison, and I realized how important all this information is to each and every student, woman, even a maid servant. They are the ones who also need to be given this input because they suffer a lot. They run around, they have a lot of fear, they have a lot of anxiety, and they take a lot of beatings. And there is a good support these days. Why don't you go to police station? You know, in our Telugu language, they say, Akka, come, let's go to police station. Let's put a FIR on this guy. Why are you taking this? But there is some such inhibition. We see the force coming, but we just undermine that strength because of stigma, because of so many. I was a university teacher for a long time. It's inside the university, but now I'm a field person, and every case in the prison, it's very precious to me. They're teaching something to me. And I worked with the very hardcore criminals under trials and murderers. full-time and convicted prisoners. So there's plenty to learn. There's plenty to do to women folk. But when I'm saying this man was talking about me, about his wife or somebody, I'm looking at the power of this woman. So, and in India, we need to save ourselves. First, if this lady is convinced, it's so easy to do something. And there's a lot of free services available. There are counters there in the court with big boards. So have I answered you?
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. More power to you, more energy to you. And because Srilata ma'am is also here, I think we can frame one small module on behalf of Center for Women's Studies with help of Beena ma'am as part of awareness program for our girl students. A small module of probably a week's time, or so that a basic awareness can be provided.
I'm so happy. This is action. This is field work. And we can call state legal service person, chairperson or somebody. We can have a very beautiful program. Let's put it across to as many students as possible. Give them some kind of a pamphlet which they will have it.
Yes.
Which is needed.
Surely, ma'am, we will get back to you.
Sure.
Under the leadership of Vijulata madam and Srilata madam, we will definitely get back to you to design a brief module for awareness of not only students but also teachers. We are also very, very unaware about these things. Thank you so much.
I'm game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Sima, can you please answer the last question?
Yes, sorry to interrupt, just a small word. Our technical session 1 speaker has already joined with us, and her time slot that she has given us is from 12 to 1. So if I may request the speakers to quickly end this panel session so that we can go ahead with the technical session. I know there are a lot of questions. I myself wanted to discuss so much and then ask many questions, but then due to paucity of time, we will finish this session after Seema ma'am's answer. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And very quickly, I think, Muslim personal law in India, as I mentioned, is not codified. And I think that that's a great pity because, if I have a problem and I go to a clergy, there'll be different interpretations because the law is not codified. And that's exactly what happened also to Shah Banu in a way. And of course, I don't mean to say that there are not problems, but if you are comparing with the other systems, your question was also how it kind of compares with other countries. I think India is perhaps one of the only countries with a very large Muslim population, but where you have the Muslim law is not codified. And you have to go back. The reason for that is that, unfortunately, the issues of identity have been played up by the political class, and the real issues of socioeconomic, opportunity and, social progress and economic progress. And that has not been kind of addressed. So, you keep Muslims on edge by talking about their identity. And that has, of course, been exploited to a great extent now. But other countries do have better systems. They have codified, and there is no polygamy, triple talaq, and verbal divorce. In North Africa, at least, because those are the countries I'm more familiar with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, on behalf of the entire fraternity of University College for Women, and in particular Women's Study Center and Women's Cell, I thank all the 3 panel members, Professor Aparna ma'am, Professor Beena ma'am, and Professor Seema ma'am, for your valuable time and valuable inputs. Thank you so much. And we will now begin with the first technical session. I request Dr. Nalini to please take over the technical session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for all the panelists, ma'am. Thank you for giving us sparing your valuable time. Thanks a lot.
Beena ma'am, you're mute. You want to say something? Beena ma'am, you're on mute. Yeah, you're saying something.
I wanted to say bye to Aparna and Seema ma'am.
Yeah.
Bye, all you kids. Bye-bye.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So we'll begin with over to you, Nalini.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all. I welcome Dr. Nupul Koili ma'am, the speaker of this session for the two-day international conference. I take it my privilege to introduce Dr. Nupul Koili ma'am, World Healthcare Advisor and leader from Netherlands. Ma'am is a global speaker. Ma'am is a member of European Health Parliament, supervisory board member of UNICEF, the Netherlands, and the advisory council member of the World Economic Forum, Global Shapers. Ma'am is also the member of International Advisory of Amsterdam Economic Board and a medical advisor in the healthcare insurance sector in the Netherlands. Madam is an executive MBA PhD candidate and is also MD from Harvard Business School, Netherlands. Her leadership roles at the World Economic Forum are related to the women and leadership in healthcare. With more than 150 innovative and impactful talks in Europe and Asia, she has earned a reputation of a prominent woman speaker to inspire, educate, motivate, and provide solutions to the problems. She is featured in the international outlets in all the formats, such as BBC, national TV channels in Europe, Financial Times Netherlands, and on Dutch radio on the theme of stress and productivity. In India, she appeared at Big FM radio and the news media like Indian Express, Times of India, etc. Her awards include the Most Inspiring Award of the Most Inspiring Woman of the Netherlands Award, Dutch Government Award for the fundamental contribution to improve the position of women and gender equality, EU India 40 Leadership Award at the European Parliament. Ma'am also received She the Change Nari Udyami Awards India from Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti with Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi Garu, as its chairman. Ma'am, the Dutch Financial Times named her in the list of 50 and top leaders of the Netherlands. Thank you, ma'am, for being with us. Now I request you, ma'am, to start the session.
Yes, thank you so much. Am I audible this morning?
Yes.
Or is it still morning?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I unfortunately only have to keep it at 30 minutes, so I will do my best to share with you as much as I can on a very light note, because tomorrow is a very special day. It's International Women's Day. So I hope with this light and happy talk in the coming 30 minutes, I will be able to lighten your hearts after the heavy topic that we just heard. So I will start sharing my screen, and today I will talk to you about women's leadership, and I hope it will inspire you not to only be role models yourself, but to make all the women around you that you meet also to make role models. If you can enable me to share my screen, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am. We can see.
So women's leadership is very important, and in every aspect of life, whether it's small or big, we can carry out women's leadership. And of course, we can do a lot of research and we can talk about so many things. But in the end, it's about the girls that are born today that we need to give the right tools so they can be a women leader themselves. And that is also how I like to live my life, to not only write and talk, but to give the girls, the young girls especially that I meet, to show them that, hey, there's so much possible in this world. And that's, in my opinion, also the goal of International Women's Day, no matter where its origins came from. And that's also what we will talk about today. So no woman becomes a leader just like that. An environment, a bubble matters. And I wanted to share a really short example with you why the bubble matters. What do I mean with a bubble? Think about yourself. What all kinds of people are in your bubble? Who are your family members? Who are your friends? And what kind of environment did you grow up? What kind of co-workers do you have around you? All those people that are in a circle close around you are your bubble. Do you ever meet any girls or men that are maybe in a totally different environment or from a totally different background? How many times a week does that happen? How many times a month does that happen for you? Why do I say that? Last week, I met one of the municipality political members in Amsterdam, and she was telling me I work with the mayor in Amsterdam, and one of her assistants she works with was telling me that she met a girl from one of the lesser neighborhoods in Amsterdam. And that girl said, when I look around me, I only see people who are asking the government for support. Everyone around me is poor. How do you expect me to see what I can become? And I think that is very important for us to realize, we privileged women being here, looking at Zoom. I'm calling you from Amsterdam early in the morning. I unfortunately have a meeting in half an hour. And then I realized there are girls just like that who may are never be able to imagine what is possible from them, just because they're not seeing that around them. They might never in their whole life see that there are women who can comfortably sit in front of a laptop talking about International Women's Day while they are might not even be able to survive. So I also want to give you that right now. We might know that at many places around the world, such places exist, but be aware of the bubble that you are in, and also do your best to step outside of your bubble this week, maybe this International Women's Day, to talk to men, to talk to women who are not part of your familiar circle. So how did International Women's Day come? I thought even today it's quite important to also talk about, where does this day actually come from and where did it originate? So International Women's Day, also known as IWD for short, grew out of the labor movement to become a recognized annual event by the United Nations. And the seeds of it were planted in 1908, when 15,000 women marched through New York demanding shorter working hours, better pay, and the right to vote. So it basically actually started with the right to vote, which is a very fundamental right. And I know that India was actually very good and great at doing that, both for men and women at once, but it was not for all women around the world. And then they demanded shorter working hours, better pay. And I, as a medical doctor, when I read that, was thinking, when did these women think of their health? Because women definitely also have a right to health and a lot more things when it comes to equality. And luckily, it grew into a much, much bigger movement. But then, what is women's leadership? And also, why do I find it so important? Women as leaders and decision makers at all levels are very critical to advancing gender justice and gender equality. And we will talk a little bit more later about what we think that women's leadership is, because although there are definitions, you also have to define for yourself what you think women's leadership is and how you want to especially extend that to your environment. And I really want to emphasize that again, that we can talk a lot, we can do a lot, but also the last speakers were speaking about the practical part. We want to uplift society as a whole. So only when women as leaders and decision makers are there at all levels, we are able to do that. And in this infographic that you see on the slide, it shows the proportion of gender equality at decision-making level. So law enforcement agencies have not been taken into account here. And also here you see that the proportion of men who are there at a decision-making level, this has been taken generally all over the world. So in some countries, it might be more or it might be more equal. But even then, 64.3% would be the men in the decision-making level, and only 35.7% it's women. So all in all, we do already realize that we have to change this. But again, when you see the numbers, we will become more aware. Then taking the lead and being involved in different parts of society and life are so important. And here I wanted to emphasize the participating in the labor force. So you see a lot of different countries about women and men who participate percentage-wise in the labor force. You will also see India here in the list, but I don't want you to focus only on India. I want you to see that overall, it's a very big part of women's leadership that women participate in the labor force, but then not only participate, as I was telling you on the previous slide, we will get to a decision-making level that women can reach, because only then we can influence the decisions in a company, a country in such a way that we are actually able to change things. Then what more? What is women's leadership? It's also very individual, as I told you. So think about it again. What is women's leadership to you? Now is especially a time to also redefine for yourselves, what is women's leadership to you? And we should discuss, oh my God, so my slides are not moving. Someone is just mentioning to me, my slides are not moving. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I did not see that. Let me stop sharing again and do it again for you. And I'll show you all the previous slides really fast. Thank you for mentioning that. I will show it to you. My apologies. So this was the slide about the bubble. You only see the picture, so that does not matter. This slide was, how did International Women's Day come? Is it moving? I hope someone can tell me it's moving.
It's
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So even the definition of International Women's Day, I have basically told you everything you need to know. You see it here on the slides. Let me make it move again. But it grew into a much bigger movement. And I do think that this infographic that you see on the slide is quite important. So you see here the proportion of women to men, that gender equality is much more men percentage-wise and also number-wise are in a decision-making level. So I believe this gives a good picture for now. And also when you look at this graph, you will see many different countries with the year in which they look at the labor force participation percentage-wise, both for men and women. You see everywhere that there are quite big differences in those percentages. And the main point we should take from this is that participating in the labor force is a big part of women's leadership. So it's very individual. And what is women's leadership to you? We should actually also discuss that from time to time and what it means to us personally. Because it might change over time. As the world changes, we might see that women should take a bigger part in peacemaking processes. I will also talk about peacemaking processes. Or we feel during COVID, there were times that we talked about women's leadership is more inside the home instead of outside the home. And also from time to time to keep discussing the role of men. I will quickly move forward so I can tell you as much as I wanted to say today. Now look at this figure here. This figure also talks about women leadership. And when I saw this figure, I hope you will be able to read it all, but I will also tell you a bit what you see here. I thought, hey, that's quite positive, what I'm seeing on this slide. First of all, it tells us 90% of the respondents, so the number does not matter, but I will just point out the percentages. 90% of respondents in this certain survey has worked in a team led by a female manager. Then they said 70% of respondents found that female managers are effective overall. Now, 38% of respondents would prefer to work for a female boss. Then 67% of the respondents said, we generally have a positive attitude towards women managing their team. And 38% of respondents thought that women were better at leadership positions. And 55% of respondents somewhat or strongly agree that women in managerial positions are often held to higher performance standards. So I saw this figure and another figure that I have not put here told something totally different. And I wondered, why are these differences there, that in one figure we see a positive result of women in leadership positions and some figures do not show it? And I believe that the 90% that we see on this figure is so important, because when people have experienced a woman in the lead or women in the lead before, they tend to be also more positive in other situations as well. So we should actually keep in mind when we look at this slide to not only give women, when they're at an older age, the opportunity to lead, but also when they are younger, to specifically spot that, hey, this woman has an interest in taking the lead. She wishes to do more. And proactively not only encourage, but take her by the hand to get her to that position. So I actually wanted to walk with you through the different aspects of women leadership, and we will do that very fast, unfortunately, today. So we can talk about the social aspects, the economical aspects, a health aspect, a political aspect, business aspect, a community aspect, but also at home. And then most important, the female self, their own bodies. How can we have leadership over our own bodies as women? So really short, socially, women need to be seen as leaders, be chosen as leaders, and society also has to approach them as leaders. And this is the social part might be actually the most difficult part when we look at women's leadership, because you do not change society as a whole. You have so many different types of people, so many different thoughts. People have been raised in so many different ways. But again, a very crucial part to also have more women leadership is the way that society approaches them. The economical aspect. I spoke about women participating in the labor workforce. Why is participating in the labor workforce also so important? When we talk about a financial independence, and maybe take it back to your own environment, and also what you see around the world. How many women around you that you know, if they would be on their own, and also when you look on the streets, would be able to be financially independent, live financially from what they are earning? And I tell you, even in countries like the Netherlands or the US, it is definitely not the case. Because why? There's a big pay gap between men and women in many countries. And in some countries it's less, in some countries it's more. And we can only do something about that if we increase the participation of women in the labor workforce, but especially, and then I talk about the decision-making positions again, if we let them participate in those decision-making levels. And then again, it's both the role of men and women to talk about that. Health. I believe that when we talk about women's leadership, and this is also because it's my passion and also my expertise, I believe health might be the most important when women want to exercise their leadership. I talk not only about exercising, which is very important, but also being fit mentally and physically, and also paying attention for health to become a strong leader, to promote female health in that sense. We can only be leaders within ourselves, within our homes, within our business environment, when we pay attention to being fit. And to give you an example here, I had a fracture of my ankle last year. I could not walk. And I immediately noticed within a month, 2 months, that it had an effect on how I exercise my leadership. Since 1 month, I picked up my exercise of jogging half an hour in the morning again, and in the afternoon also. Or whether you do it at home or you do it in the morning, if you want to exercise your leadership in whatever way, you should be mentally and physically very, very fit. And that's the only way that we can truly be able to be a role model for others as well. Then the political part, and this is quite sensitive in many countries, but we are only able to change things when we get those high positions in politics. And with that, we need a better cooperation among women as well. When we see that interest, when we see that women want to have a say, to support the women. We have a movement in the Netherlands which is called Vote for a Woman. And the Vote for a Woman movement has grown bigger and bigger and bigger, which is proactively pushing women forward to get those positions. Because why? Politics should be a reflection of our society. And in how many countries is whoever is in politics a good representation of what society looks like? Some countries, again, are better at it. Some countries are less good at it. But again, we need to keep this in mind, that without this part also, women in leadership is very hard to reach. The business part, executive level leadership, but also especially entrepreneurship. All over the world, women entrepreneurs get less venture capital when they are seeking for funding. And even in the affluent countries all over the world, it's exactly the same. No matter what country there is, I have not heard of a country where women are getting equal funding for their businesses. If we want women to thrive and also to be financially independent, we also need to, well, not encourage, we need to have active legislation, maybe even, to get female entrepreneurs that funding that they deserve to grow their businesses. Communities, being active in the neighborhood leads to change. But being active in the neighborhood, I also mean with that also the boys that are walking around in the neighborhood see the women being active, see the women as leaders. Often when you walk on the streets, even in big events or community events, women, of course, take the lead. But does the neighborhood also see them as leaders within their communities and also outside them? It might already happen a lot, but think about it. Does it happen? And then at home, maybe even more outside of our homes, we should equally at home have that leadership. And it sounds so obvious when I say, of course, there should be equal dividing of care tasks. But then again, what is happening on the talking level and what is happening at the practical level is still quite a difference. So if it's already happening at your home, how are you helping other women that there is an equal dividing of care tasks, or even with inside the home, they can exercise and practice their leadership in a good way, maybe even in an empathic way? Then the female self and their own bodies, taking care of body and mental well-being. And then here, I would like to emphasize the female health. So we are talking about issues regarding menstruation, issues regarding when young girls grow up, that they are not ashamed of their body changing, their thinking changing, that women and girls are able to understand that when their menstruation stops, when they're around 50 years old, that they think, hey, I'm the leader of my own body. And taking all these aspects all together, I believe it's important to remember again on a day such as International Women's Day to keep in mind. But why does the world need more women leadership? A report said that women are able to make bold and wise decisions as leaders. This helps make the team environment less authoritative and more cooperative, bringing a family-like feeling to the team. I want to point out a few words here. Less authoritative, more cooperative, a family-like feeling. Often we as women think that when we come into leadership positions, we need to act like men. I'm not saying this is like all women, but a lot of women think, hey, I need to observe men, be like the men. However, in women leadership, we should make more use of the strengths that we already have, which actually is we are good at making teams more cooperative. We may be less authoritative, which makes people more comfortable, more welcome, more creating a family-like feel to the team. And women were ranked for being more compassionate, outgoing, and creative. So we need to use our sense for compassion, that we can be more outgoing, that we can be more creative. Only when women use these aspects of their womanhood, we will be able to actually add that value. And then it's our task to show maybe the men in our team or other women in our team that those aspects, the compassionate part, the outgoing part, the creative part, are those parts that are needed in that team to make it complete and whole. And again, we need to teach girls that from a young age, and it should start at schools. So we need more equality in leadership and balancing those good qualities. And also to emphasize when we enter a new team, a new workplace, that we bring those fresh new outlooks and perspectives. And I will also tell you in a bit how we can do that. And this I already mentioned, play a role in closing the gender gap. I will not talk too much about this. And also the economic and financial empowerment is crucial. Then, why the world needs more women leadership. We talked about role models. We talked about the story about the bubble that we are in. And then I would like to give all people that are listening today that you don't know what is possible until you have seen it, experienced it, or are able to imagine it. And then for most girls and women, that last part might be the most important. Could you please unmute the one person that's also talking? Thank you. If the moderator could do that. Thank you. So the last part that you see here are able to imagine it. And it all starts with that. We should be able to imagine that world where these women can be the ideal leaders, to also make our experience richer, and also to tell maybe your students, or maybe if there are students listening today, fellow students, to tell them, hey, I'm imagining this and this is possible. I have seen this and this is possible. And that's so important to share, to as women, to think as big as possible as we can. Why do I say that? Often also when I conduct job interviews, so I have a candidate in front of me. Some candidates talk small about themselves and make themselves look a little bit less. But how can we in every aspect of our life keep thinking so big that we never even think small about ourselves? And that's maybe also the major thing that I would like to give you. How can we keep thinking big at a continuous level? So women in leadership, just to point out a few things of this figure that you see here. Peace agreements are 35% more likely to last last at least 15 years if women leaders are engaged in their creation and execution. And I'll pick out one more. It says that when women hold more executive leadership positions, their companies are more profitable. Companies in the top quartile for gender diversity on executive teams are 21% more likely to outperform the national average. Can you imagine how rich in several different ways countries could be if women do get that chance, and that leaders of countries also realize that? First, it's a realization, and then it's the practice. But third, especially also that women have that courage within themselves to say, hey, I can be that leader. I don't have to do whatever else it is that might make them less. I will really short point out this and then jump to what you can do. So what is actually a challenge these days? And I want to point out VUCA to you. VUCA is a term that is a lot used in the business world that shows us why it's sometimes difficult and a challenge to exercise leadership. First is volatile. And when we look at the COVID-19 environment, the environment demands you react quickly to ongoing challenges that are unpredictable and out of your control. This can be a challenge when you exercise leadership. Uncertain. The environment requires you to take action without certainty. Every leader experiences so many uncertain things in their environment. We need to be able to pick up how we react to that. Complex. The environment is dynamic with many interdependencies. So when we are a leader, we will be in very complex environments, have very complex issues that we need to act upon. Then ambiguous. The environment is unfamiliar, outside of your expertise. Every leader, women leader in her life, will come across very unfamiliar situations. So we need to be prepared for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environments, and know how we can deal with finding solutions, not knowing how we can act upon that, but to find solutions, how we can make it less uncomfortable to deal with these. I will quickly move forward. I will extend it a few more minutes to share with you what I had. Just a few examples. If you did not know any of these female CEOs, look them up. Read about their lives. Read how they got where they are. Even if you do not want to be that CEO, or even if you do not want to reach the level that they're at, I believe that women, especially Indian women who are just like us, if we look at their lives, study their lives, they can add so much value in encouraging us.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, please add.
Actually, it was stuck, ma'am. So I was trying to find out what happened. Yeah, please continue, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So my main message for this slide would be, please look these women up. The most recent one, the CEO of Chanel, Lena Nair, is definitely also one to look up and look at how she lived her life. But then also the international role models. And when you look at these, I specifically picked a few very known ones. So everyone might know Oprah, everyone might know Sheryl Sandberg from Facebook, everyone might know Amal Clooney, who's on the top right, who is the husband of George Clooney and is a famous human rights lawyer. But did you know that the CEOs of YouTube, IBM, and also Bumble is a female-friendly dating app, that those are also women? And do you know their names? We know the names of Jeff Bezos. We know the name of Bill Gates. Do we know the names of these three women that we see below? And on purpose, I will not say them now. I would say Google the CEO of IBM, Google the CEO of YouTube after this, Google the CEO of Bumble, read their names, read about who they are, know who they are. So the next time when someone asks you, name a CEO, you will name a female CEO and can tell about other people what these female CEOs have done. So what can you do? Women's leadership for you. I will quickly walk through this. Willpower. You should be wanting to be a female leader. The examples we can unfortunately not do now, but it starts with willpower. And also for students that are here, your students, teach them about willpower and finding the opportunities. Often women wait until the opportunity comes. And something that I really learned in my life is no matter if it's in my home or how small it even is, proactively have that radar sensors on top of your mind to find the opportunities where you can make a difference. And then practice that resilience when it's not easy. In every situation, think about what would a resilient woman do? How would she take stand and hold her feet both on the ground and be proactive in taking that leading role without a doubt, without uncertainty? Knowing your strengths, I will skip for now, but it's a very important one as well. But this one I want to point out, be willing to take some risk. As in, every time when you feel a bit insecure, go for it. Why do I point this one out? There might be many women here today who are very confident, very secure people. But unfortunately, girls are often raised in such a way that they might have quite some insecurities. And when they are insecure, I always point it out as be willing to take some risk. Then you do not talk about insecurity, but you talk about, hey, what kind of small risks would you like to take? And is it okay if it then does not go well? And when you talk about it this way with girls, I speak for many universities with female students, that's a much easier question to answer than asking them, so why do you feel insecure? Don't compare yourself to others. I'm pointing out very obvious things today, but throughout the day, when you think about it, we are comparing ourselves, not even knowing it all the time. When we look at the TV, when we look online. And when you notice that you're doing that, again, ask yourself, like, what is your strength? What is your strength? And what makes you that women leader that you want to be? Define that for yourself. And it also all has to do with self-confidence and courage. I have on a really big paper inside my room, and basically everywhere in my phone, or there are small notes lying around here, and it tells have courage. And that's one thing that we women also need in our lives, no matter what we go through or whatever we experience, to write down for ourselves that one short line that reminds us. For me, it's have courage. Whenever I speak for big audiences, whenever I speak to whatever CEOs around the world, when I tell myself have courage and I'll be able to do anything I want to do in my life, basically. And this one, we should definitely keep in mind, because we're nowhere without the competences and having the skills. When we want to be that women leader, the first thing that people will point out is that she is not competent. She does not have the skills. So my advice would be to know what skills do they expect, and either make sure you have those skills or counter that. Show them that the skills that either your pupils have or yourself have in store, that makes that different skills that are there are actually the ones that should give you that leadership position. I will end with the last two slides. No matter what age you are, and why do I say that? I'm working with very female senior leaders who have their own mentors. and who are also a mentor for each other. So of course, books, motivational videos, talks can also be mentors. But even when you're 70 or 80, we should not underestimate the value of a mentor. And only when we have mentors, we can reflect how we deal with certain things. So I will end with the example and maybe also a task for you for your 2-day conference. How are you being an example, not only for others, but especially to yourself? I believe the moment you can tell yourself that I have been a great example to myself, that I was not only strong, was not only knowledgeable, but I was able to show also my vulnerability as a woman, then you are being a great example to not only yourself, but also the world around you. So I went very, very quick through it. I hope I could inspire you a little bit in the time that I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, should we take one question from the participant? There's a one question from one. Yeah, ma'am. There's a one question. This is from Sai Sriya, ma'am. She is asking, ma'am, do you think woman leadership is accepted in a society where all customs, traditions, inequalities hanging our back for growth, independence, status, and respect, equality, ma'am?
I feel this is a very interesting question, and thank you so much for this. You were talking about acceptance. I would like you to give you the word proactiveness. Whether or not it is accepted, we might not be able to change that. But how can you change yourself to address the traditions, address the inequalities, address growth, independent status, respect, equality? It is not the answer that people want to hear. But in many societies we live where it might not be accepted yet. And I again believe that it all starts with, well, the 2-day conference that you also have now to build those coalitions. Maybe the best advice that I can give you here, if we're talking about men, find those men who would support change. That is actually where it starts with. We might know it from women, but find those men who will accept the change and get those men together. And you will be able to find them, because not all men are not accepting. There are men that are accepting, and that's one way that we can change customs and traditions. But yes, it's a very valid problem that you have pointed out.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for delivering such a wonderful lecture on women leadership from various aspects like social, economical, political, and health. And what are the challenges faced by the women, and what are the opportunities, and what are the strengths? We are very much inspired and motivated by your lecture, ma'am. Thank you once again, ma'am, for visiting, for coming here and delivering such a wonderful lecture, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nupur, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. And even though it's like out of your time, you had your pre-committed, I think deliverables, but still you are here with us. I'm so happy that you accepted our invitation yet another time, and you are here with us to share your views on the theme of the conference. I'm extremely thankful to you, ma'am. And hopefully we will see more of you in a more convenient timings. Okay, and let's plan that way, ma'am. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. Yeah, bye, ma'am. See you again. Right. Yeah, bye, ma'am. Yeah, as we come to the end of the morning session on the first day of the 2-day virtual conference on gender equality and women empowerment, breaking the bias. Now we will break up for half an hour, 30 minutes. That's the lunch break. And we will all of us join back for the technical session 1 at 1:30 p.m. We are actually preponing the schedule here, looking at the number of the presentations that we have. So let us all join back at 1:30 p.m. for the technical session 1. Shilata ma'am, would you like to add here?
Yeah, I just want, maybe we'll have a short break for lunch. I'd set 1:30 so that we could identify the speakers, because we have to co-host them and everything, so there won't be last minute issues. So by 1:45 we'll start. If we have an extra time, we can go for a question answer session even for the presenters, paper presenters. So we just look forward it because we are all of peer group, so we need more interactions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nalini, and thank you, Jyoti ma'am, for that wonderful morning session. So let's all of us join back at 1:30 p.m.
Yes.
Thank you, one and all.
Really good to see you here.
Hi, Jyoti. I was here right from morning.
Okay,
just on video now.
Yes,
and
I
it's
remember
always a
everything.
pleasure seeing you.
She's an alumnus of the college, ma'am, right now somewhere in Kerala, but she's keen on this.
Hi, ma'am.
Presenting. Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
Millie.
ma'am.
Nice to
Hi,
meet
ma'am.
you.
Yeah, same here, ma'am. Like I would definitely love to come in person and meet you all. And I'm happy that Jyoti and Rupashri always keeps in touch with me, and they always let me know all the activities. And these two are rocking there, so I'm always happy to see them. So hopefully,
We're
when
also
I come in
equally
person,
happy
we'll
to
see.
have you here, Millie.
Sure,
And
ma'am.
let's meet. Yeah, let's meet for the technical session.
Okay,
Sure.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you.
Bye.
See you.
Bye, Millie.
See you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, one and all.
Hey, Lakshmi ma'am, I'm pausing the recording. Remind me to restart it when it begins. Sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. Sure, madam. Right.
Yeah.
Srilata ma'am, are you there, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sonia, can you just read out the names of the presenters? Sonia? Yes. You just read out the first session presenters. Just the presenters, you can just raise a hand or on your videos. I think ma'am, Hari has to give them they can unmute and then I think they can speak.
Yes, ma'am. I think they can just
One is,
let us know whether they are present or not. Yeah.
Yeah, this is for the first session. People for the presenters for the first. This thing, please, can you raise or on your videos again? Okay. We have Rahul Kumar. Okay.
Ma'am, Millie here.
Pandey. Okay.
Millie here.
Just take it, Sonia.
Yes, ma'am.
How many more?
Sonia ma'am, Vinita Pandey present for the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just read out, Sonia.
Miss Millie.
Yeah, next, Amma. Next.
Preeti, Miss Preeti, and Shashikant Saurav.
Tomorrow.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Dr. Amrut Kumar.
Yes, Amrut Kumar. Preeti is there here. Preeti?
Sir, are you there, sir? Amrit Kumar? Next, Sonia ma'am.
Okay.
Next.
Dr. Gargi Gaur. Dr. Gargi.
I think she's maybe not here. Next, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Rahul Kapoor, he is here.
Yeah, he joined. Yeah.
Yes.
He's there.
Tanvishri, Miss Tanvishri.
She's also
there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm there. She's also.
Okay.
Okay.
Miss Saida Amina, Fatima Tamki.
Amina, are you there?
Ma'am, yeah, they will join now.
Okay.
I'll call her and inform.
Okay. We have given till 1:45. That could be the reason.
No,
Okay.
ma'am. I think Amina's student, she's a co-presenter, Steffi, she raised her hand.
Okay.
Okay.
She's
Okay,
presenting
ma'am.
on the paper.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. The next person?
S. Shravani. I think ma'am also said she wants to present.
Okay, Sharwani. Okay, fine.
Madam, I am Amina.
Amina is here. Amina Sharif.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Preeti, are you
Dr.
going?
Umami Ghazal.
How many more are there, Sonia?
One more, ma'am. Dr. Umami Ghazal. Okay, I think ma'am also is not here.
Okay.
Yes, that is it, ma'am. For this session, first session, that is it.
Not like that, Sonia. You have to tell how many speakers, presenters are present or
total.
First session.
Total 10 are there, ma'am. Total 10 are there.
Yeah.
Of them, three are not here, and the four are not here. So 6 are available on call.
Who are the 4 people, ma? Sharwani?
Dr. Yes, Dr.
Preeti, Dr.
Amrut.
Amrut, okay.
Dr. Gargi, Sharwani, and Umami Ghazal.
Umami
Dr.
Ghazal,
Umami
she
Ghazal.
said she'll join. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, shall we start or shall we wait 2 minutes? Yes, we'll wait for 2 minutes.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Ma'am, Vijayalakshmi ma'am, let's start with an introduction or anything of what you expect from the panel, paper presenters.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we will just give them some guidelines since three, 4 members, presenters are missing. I don't know, we can share the instructions now, ma'am. Shall we?
Yeah, sure. We'll give them a bit extra time, and if possible, we can have a small session of interaction. If any questions are interesting, you can put it in the chat and we could interact with that.
Yes, absolutely, ma'am. So we request all the presenters to be ready with your presentations, and 5 minutes are allotted to each speaker, and the question and answer session will be taken up with the participants, with the audience, and anyone who raises a question will interact with the presenter. So we will take 1 or 2 questions depending upon the time with the presenter.
Keep it in the chat box. Depending on the time, the presenter will answer orally or can respond in the chat.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So we'll pick up the questions from the chat box. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we once again welcome you all for the technical session 1 for this 2-day virtual international conference. Thank you all. Yeah, over to you, Sonia.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So the first session is on gender equality, issues, femicide, and violence. And for this, we have our first speaker, Dr. Vinita Pandey, and ma'am will be, her paper title is Social Construction of Gender, Uniform Civil Code, and Gender Equality. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Sonia. And I thank Women's Studies Center and Women's Cell for giving me this opportunity. And in today's presentation, I'm just sharing one idea that is it possible to attain gender equity and equality through uniform civil code? So is the possibility, is the country, is the nation as of today ready with such kind of acceptance of uniform civil code or not? Should the nation debate this point or not? So I'm just trying to share some of my ideas on this particular theme. And we all are very confident and sure on the basis of what we have heard in the morning that gender indeed is a social construction. And we all have come across the themes like gender diversity in terms of body, in terms of identification of an individual, social aspects. And you will be surprised to know that as of now, if you review the entire literature on gender, as of now, there's no concept of only LGBTQ, male, female. As of now, 58 gender options have been identified. And this entire concept of gender, it keeps changing on the basis of psychological aspects, cultural aspects, technological aspects. But the core idea remains that of femininity and masculinity. India's sex ratio as per 2011 census is 940, and the latest child sex ratio has seen some encouraging increase with regard to 2019-21 National Family Health Survey, which is something to celebrate with. Gender as a social construct, of course, exists in terms of a spectrum, and a very well-known feminist, Juliet Michel, says that if you are talking about women, you are talking about women and children. When you're talking about gender, you are also talking about men and women, as well as men and men and women and women. So the statement was way back in 1970s. Probably she was very particular about also mentioning the third gender. So when we talk about social construction of gender, we all are familiar with the idea of gender ideologies. Then gender stratification is a very, very important concept with regard to our discussion on gender. And in this, socialization process plays a very, very important role. In gender as a social construction, we also have issues and concerns like gender stereotyping. And gender performativity is one very interesting concept which was brought into public domain on the writings of a feminist philosopher, Judith Butler, in 1990 book. She says that the idea of gender is an act of performance. I'm performing as a female, probably the male participants in the group are probably performing as males. Now, I would like to come to the core idea which I wanted to discuss, that how and why Uniform Civil Code has to be discussed in perspective of gender equity and equality, because gender is a very, very important component with regard to development. And the slide very clearly is telling us the stark differences in development indicators, whether in terms of literacy, political participation, or technological usage. I'm left with 2 more minutes, so I would straight away go that how Article 44 of the Directive Principles of State Policy, it very strongly tried to put forth that to ensure gender equality, it is very important to have a uniform civil code. This idea was very much supported and presented by father of Indian Constitution, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, but somehow there was no consensus which was evolved at that particular time, and that is why a refined version was put under Article 37 of Indian Constitution. From the time India has attained independence, Goa is the only state, dear friends, which follows uniform civil code. India has a uniform criminal procedure, criminal code, but it doesn't have civil code, and several judicial judgments in post-independent India, including the very famous Shah Banu case, which actually forced the government of India to, uphold and keep aside the Honorable Supreme Court judgment as well. In all these judicial judgments, there was a mention about that how important it is to have uniform civil code with regard to gender equity, so that gender justice can be provided. And very recently, Honorable Chancellor of Maulana National Urdu University, Firoz Bakht Sahab, he has also approached Honorable Supreme Court to establish a judicial commission for uniform civil code. My very learned friends are very much aware about Article 14 and 15, where we are talking about equality, but are the religious personal laws of India favoring that equality or not is definitely a matter of debate. And in this context, I strongly propose this idea that we as a nation should definitely talk about uniform civil code. We have done a lot. See, all is not dark as of now. We have achieved a lot and tremendous achievement in last 75 years, but still we have miles yet to go. And in terms of economic participation, political empowerment of gender, a lot of positive things also has happened. With regard to third gender, we see that transgender persons protection of rights bill also has been put forth. And at the same time, when the entire world is talking about women empowerment, as a student of sociology, I cannot shut my eyes to violence against men. And there is one very interesting paper which has appeared in Indian Journal of Community Medicine with regard to gender-based violence against men in rural areas of Haryana. Interestingly, Haryana is one of those states with very less sex ratio. So we have to see the contradictions of realities in social arena, and I would like to rest my presentation by only putting forth a very important thing, that it is time has arrived and there is serious need for national debate on uniform civil code after consensus. And if you want to break the bias, which is the very theme of this international webinar, we need to evolve a draft with focus on uniform civil code as a means for gender equity and equality. And friends, gender equality is the goal which will definitely help us to abolish poverty, which will create more better and fairer societies. So with this thought, I rest my presentation, and I thank all the organizers in particular, Srilata Madam and Vijay Lakshmi Madam, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your presentation was indeed very insightful. We have our second presenter, Ms. Millie Palat, who's going to speak on gender and sexual diversity and individual perspective. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Hi, once again, this is Millie, and I'm an alumni of Kochi Women's College, and right now settled in Kochi. I'm an IT professional and also a businesswoman. So today I'll be presenting my paper. Let me share my apologies, just give me a moment. Are you able to see my screen?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, can you go on to the next speaker? I'm sorry about this. Some issue with my document. I'll just get back. Is that possible? Hello.
Is the third speaker ready for it? Sonia, just check it. Who's the next speaker?
Millie, you can send it to me. I'll share it.
Oh, thank you, Rupashri. So can you? Yeah. I have already sent it to you. Can you share it?
Yeah. Just a second.
Or your co-host.
Apologies for the confusion.
I don't have your presentation, Millie.
Just a minute.
Sonia, is there any other person? Next person?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Preeti.
Preeti, not Preeti. Next.
Rahul, Mr. Rahul Kapoor.
Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me? Rahul Kapoor this
Yeah,
side.
can you start, sir?
Ma'am, I can start, but what happens exactly at the time when every time I give a presentation, exactly at the time presentation is going to start, my laptop hangs, but I can still give a presentation. I'll try from my mobile, from where I've joined.
Okay, you want to show the slides?
Yes, I want to show the slides, but I can give it without slides also. I'll just open my presentation and see if I can
If you can or not, because this was, yeah.
So I'll try to share the screen, ma'am. If it happens, it's okay. Otherwise, I'll give without the thing only.
You can also on your video.
Yes, I will. Okay. Can you see me, ma'am?
Yeah, sure.
Ma'am, when I'm clicking share here, it is saying only the host can share in this meeting.
That could be the reason. Okay.
So should I
I'll
go
do
ahead?
one thing, Rahul sir. I'll make you the co-host so that you can share your presentation. Maybe I will try that way.
Just you said
your
something.
login name is Rahul, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I've logged in from 2 places, and I think from from my laptop I got logged out. So no problem. I'm logged in from my phone. Tell me.
What's the name, sir? The name?
Rahul Kapoor.
It's the same name, right? You have logged in.
Same name. Same name.
Okay. I'm trying, sir. I'm trying.
G ma'am.
Vijayalakshmi madam, you can take away my hosting rights because I think there must be limitation on co-host. So you can take away my co-hosting.
That's not an issue, ma'am. We can have any number of co-hosts.
Okay, then no problem.
I will just try, madam. I'm trying.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So
I don't know how to do this.
Rahul Kapoor, can you please introduce yourself in the meantime?
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I am a PhD scholar from Sarojini Naidu Center for Women Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia.
Okay,
I've also done my MPhil from Sarojini Naidu Center for Women Studies. And recently I've written my first book, my first academic book. It's titled Women in Work, The Sky is Full of Sexism. And it's based on the life of air hostesses, the problems which they face in terms of sexism, sexual harassment, sexual object violation. So it has been published by an ICSSR approved publisher publication. Okay, even if we ma'am, what I'm saying, I'll present like this only. If we cannot share the screen, I'll try to present like this only.
Okay.
I'll say all my points. Okay. So I'll begin now. I'll just open my presentation. So, good
So
afternoon.
1 second, sir.
everyone.
You are being made co-host. 1 second, sir. You
Okay,
are
okay.
already, you are co-host now. You can try now.
Yes. Now I can somehow see something. Screen, if I.
We
Ma'am,
can
tell
see
me.
first. Yeah. We can see your this thing.
Great. So this is how I'll go ahead. Okay, ma'am. So the title of my, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper is Menace of Online Harassment, highlighting experience of prominent women student activists in Delhi. Menace, as we already know, something which is harmful, dangerous. So because I've interviewed women student activists for this paper. So I'll first begin by giving a small introduction of what is student activism. So as you can see, student activism involves the participation of students in collective action to strive for the rights and interests of the student community. It also makes an attempt to assure progressive social change in the society at large. I have written some points and discussed some points of why student activism is important. Even if during India's freedom struggle, a lot of women student activists took part in it. During the Quit India movement, during the Salt Satyagraha also, a lot of women student activists helped Gandhiji and different freedom fighters during that movement. And across the globe also, to promote human rights, democracy in their countries, student activists have played a major role. Also, the participation of women students in activism is very important because they try to give a new ray of hope to fight issues of gender inequality, sexual harassment, sexual violence, gender stereotype prejudices, and advocates for a more gender just environment in these institutions and also in the society at large. I hope, ma'am, you all can listen me and you can see me.
Yes, sir. It's audible and visible.
Great. So, women student activists across the globe are working on pertinent issues like climate change, period poverty, access to clean drinking water, women empowerment, education for all others. Now, why I have chosen these topics? Because in contemporary times in India too, women students have taken up student activism in a huge capacity in very large numbers. So if we talk about a women collective known Pijda Tod, which was formed in the year 2015 and comprised students of Delhi University, Jamia Millia Islamia, JNU, Ambedkar University, and many other higher educationals in Delhi. And now this movement has spread across the country. So the aim of this movement was to channel the discriminatory and regressive hostel rules and curfew timings, and have also pressed the authorities of these institutions to make internal complaints committee to address the complaints of students who have faced sexual harassment in the campus. Also, if we talk about the CA-NRC movement, which happened in Jamia Millia Islamia, the anti-CA-NRC movement, or the Fee Must Fall movement, which happened in Jawaharlal Nehru University, we remember some of very iconic images which we have seen in the media. One of them is of women student activist Aisha Rana. The other, if we remember, when Aishi Ghosh, the current president of JNUSU, of Jawaharlal Nehru University Student Union, she was actually beaten up, and then those images resonated with people across the nation, and people actually joined them. People stood in solidarity with them and came forward to encourage their bravery, courage. So the increasing popularity of these women students has led to a sustained online hate and slander campaign against them by trolls and people of opposing ideologies. Obviously, as these women students have become leaders in their own rights, so there is also a sustained hate campaign against them, which is done online. And the scenario is so grim that they have been even put up for auctions on sexist hate applications like Sully Deals and Bully Buy. So many women student activists, one of them is Safura Zargar, the other is in Fatima. They were actually put up for auctions on hate sites like Sully Deals and Bully Buy. Also, the case of Safura Zargar, who was the student of Jamia Millia Islamia, she was jailed, and when she actually was in the prison, there was a slander campaign against her, targeting her personal life, and there were hate comments like people used to ask questions. And I personally interviewed Safura Zargar. She has told me that even today, when she opens her Facebook or Twitter messages, there are questions like, who is the father of your child, and things like that. So we'll go to the review of literature, a study conducted by Pew Research Center highlights that online harassment can be gauged in terms of different behaviors perpetrated by harassers. These include stalking, threats of physical sexual violence, sexual harassment, name calling. Also, the study further states that 50% of the people who faced online harassment pointed out that their political views was one of the primary reasons for their online targeting. This is a very important point because vocal women who are standing for their rights, student activists who are standing for their rights and rights of marginalized people in the society, rights of people who actually cannot voice their opinions. It includes people coming from different sections of the society, people coming from lower income strata of the society. When they voice out their opinion, they are targeted even more. Women are the main targets of online violence, especially women with voices like female journalists, activists, and politicians. Online harassment can also include online bullying, trolling, cyber stalking, defamation, hate speech, public shaming, and identity theft. Also, gender role theory associates certain personality traits like assertiveness and ambitious nature with men, and therefore women activists who exhibit such traits are seen as breaking the patriarchal norms of the society, and hence online harassment of women becomes a tool employed by anonymous member of the society to reinforce the patriarchal gender roles in the society. Also, misogynistic and non-liberal political forces and personalities also encourage and perpetrate online harassment against women activists. This is also happening at a very large scale in India. One of the political leaders was one of them who on his Twitter joined the slander campaign against Safoora Zargar and Afreen Fatim. A study by Plan International reveals that over 55% of women on social media have faced some form of online harassment, which also includes murder and rape threats, forcing many women to either leave or significantly limit their use of social media. I'll quickly move on to research objectives. To gain an insight into the into the participation of women in student activism in contemporary times, to gain a feminist understanding of the specific instances of online harassment faced by women student activists, and to understand the impact of online harassment on the lives of women student activists. So I've used feminist research methodology for this paper. Obviously, feminist research methodology keeps gender as the focal point of all social investigation which we do. The area of the study is, I've chosen 3 central universities in Delhi. They include Delhi University, Jamia, and JNU. So I've taken my research participant respondents from these universities. The total sample size is 60, and 20 women activists have been chosen from each university. Now, I have narratives of some prominent women student activists. So since I've already talked about Afreen and Safoora, so I'll now talk about, for example, so this is a student from Delhi University, Swati Khanna, and she has pursued her law degree from Delhi University. She's one of the most prominent voices on social media fighting patriarchy, communalism, casteism, and injustice. She has an active following of lakhs of people across various social media platforms. And this is what she says. She says, well, becoming too viral on social media also brings along a lot of threats and backlash. It's almost renders you unemployable. This is also very important. And that is why when the first time I got viral on social media, I deactivated all my social media accounts for some time.
Rahul Kapoor, can you please conclude?
Yes, ma'am, I've already reached the findings and discussion part. So the findings which I have is that use of communal and casteist slurs by online trolls is very common. And in communal slurs, for example, I have seen a lot of women student activists told me that no religion as per is spared. So if it is a Hindu, they're called as anti-nationals or urban Naxals or Hindu traitors. If they are from the SC/ST category, then also casteist slurs are used against them. If they are from Sikh religion, they are called Khalistanis. Muslims are called jihadists, terrorists, some things like that. Rape, murder, and acid attack threats are very, very common in this online harassment of women student activists. And what is very disturbing is that these rape and threats are described. This is what women student activists told me. In their inbox, they are described, the online harassers described how they will be raped. And a lot of comments like, you will learn your lesson only when we'll burn your face by acid, you think you're very smart, you'll understand to stay quiet. Things like justifying the attacks. So online harassers try to justify their attacks simply because these women are vocal, they have their own agency, they are breaking the patriarchal norms. So these are the kinds of comments which they receive. Also, sexual harassment is one of the most common forms of online harassment, sending nude pics. Increased use of fake and troll accounts. This point is important because it shows how this whole thing is organized. So many of these student activists, their number was shared on WhatsApp groups, on different Facebook groups. So to target these women student activists particularly. Also, death threats to family members and parents. This also disturbs women student activists a lot. Misogynistic, sexist, and abusive comments. It also has a negative impact on mental health of women student activists. Many women student activists even told me that they have seen very vocal students actually reaching a stage of their burnout and leaving activism altogether. Also, online attacks serve as a foundation for physical, violent, and sexual attacks. This is very true because we have seen many student activists whom I have interviewed, they have also been subjected to violent physical attacks, and it all started from online. So
I think we can conclude.
I'll conclude. So the only point which I would like to make is that online harassment is used as a potent tool to intimidate and silence the voices of young women activists who challenge the status quo of patriarchy and other forms of inequalities and injustice in the society. That's it, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think next would be the Millie presentation. If you can do it, Millie. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I have requested to give the co-host the stick to Shyam because I'm logged in through my laptop to share the presentation.
But is it given?
Yes. So it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So
Someone said that this thing is ready. Is it Rupashri?
Yes, ma'am. I can share.
Yes, ma'am.
I can share, ma'am.
Share it, Rupashri.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
But mine is also host disabled, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. That's the issue.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am,
we'll
that's the issue.
sort out these issues, Srilata ma'am. Meanwhile, should we move on to the next speaker?
1 second.
Whilst we are...
Because this can't continue, right?
Okay, ma'am, sure.
Please make me the co-host, ma'am. I'll share it.
Okay. One second, I'm just trying to give me a second. Who is the next person? Anyone is ready next? But how did
Tanvishri?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
We are not able to share the screen, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go with Tanushree, ma, then I'll just see Millie. Yes, Tanushree, continue, ma.
Sure, ma'am. Hope my screen is visible, everyone.
Yes, yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. And I'm Tanvishri, and today I'm presenting on masculinity, engaging men and boys for gender equality. I would like to start this with a quote. We have begun to raise our daughters more likely like sons, but few have the courage to raise our sons more like our daughters. So I think it's high time that we all see gender as a spectrum instead of two sets of opposite ideals. See, in today's world, there is a need of exploring the dominating power and equally shared responsibility. Gender divisions in working life are changing. Masculinities have been concerned with reworking of men's gender identities into engaging and understanding the two-way efforts for men and women for purposeful life. Let's create a question in young minds about those harmful and traditional norms regarding masculinity. So the younger generation who are part of the society now, they think that gender roles designed to keep men in power and control. They feel that dominating behavior towards girls and women is part of being man. So from the classroom to the streets to local leaders and every day, male champions are addressing violence and and redefining masculine identities through various communities. Here I have given the few of the things which we can make people engage for a better gender equality. Here I have the first term, that is paternity leave. We all know maternity leave is assigned to every employee in the organization, but paternity leave is heard very rarely. Maternity leave for mothers of newborns is never disagreeable. Once it involves paternity leave, people have the controversial topic of the workforce. See, men should take paternity leave from their job so that they can aid to the mother and they can have the opportunity to bond with the newborn kid. So to fill this gap in gender equality, I feel the paternity leave should be compulsory to every man. And we have seen, for example, when Virat Kohli took paternity leave, people were blaming him that for representing next comfort in many households in kitchen. And I think for this reason,
off your video, ma. Your net is not.
Oh, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, now you get.
So I think food is a basic need, and it is wrong if cooking happens irrespective of gender. So during challenges situations like teaching child basic cooking is a life skill. And in stigma, gender roles and expectations. Why can't men cry? Why can't boys love the smell of or wear pink shirt? So there are things like toys. We make difference by making that girls should play only with things. Let's make kids is playing. And themselves if there is an equal division of labor in their homes. So gender norms will contribute through significant harms and practiced by everyone. Let's make mental state problems for men to violence against women and girls. So until we tend to break this concept, girls out like that and boys like this, irritate women gain power. A collective effort to eliminate gender-based discrimination and elevate girl and women around the world by giving political position women empowerment. Let's make concern and decision making. We must recognize that power and concern are intertwined. And too many times women are afraid of saying no because they are terrified each other and have equal decisional powers. From younger age, the notion of gender inequality and masculinity must be challenged at younger age. So when they're being constructed, let's stop it and let's make it a practical part of this solution. The rigid, they feel that the society might not accept them. In work and community, encouraging employers to do more to tackle the gender pay gap and to help male employees taking care of responsibilities. Let's get involved in community teams and activities, make efforts to reach people in the community and support organizations working with women and girls. Planning a campaign or discussion group to raise awareness about gender norms in the community, organization and workplace. So I would like to conclude my topic by reflecting upon such sensitive topics and getting the root of the problem, analyze or discuss the things around masculinity and relationships and sexuality is the need of the hour. So educating the men helps them change and a fair deal for future generations to tackle specific problems of gender differences and harmful gender stereotypes. So let's educate them and help them to change to deal for future generations. I would like to end up with this. The next generation of young men will mature in exceeding society where mutual respect, support, and a shared sense of responsibility between the partners is seen. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Tanvishri. Now we'll have our next presentation by Ms. Millie.
Thank you so much once again, and apologies for all the confusion. Thank you, Rupashri, for sharing that. So I'll directly go to my paper, that is Gender and Sexual Diversity and Individual Perspective. So can we move to the first slide? Thank you. So as introduction goes on internet, it says gender and sexual diversity is the diversities of sex characteristics, sexual orientation, and gender identities without the need to specify each of the identities, behaviors, or characteristics that form this plurality. Now, our society have always seen this gender binary system, which only recognizes two dominant sexes, which are male and female. A gender and sexuality binary system reinforces stereotypes that has promoted patriarchal society right from the beginning. Our society had always presence of the third gender or the other genders apart from these two dominant sexes, and through the years we have been ignoring them or have forgotten about them. So gender and sexual diversity needs to be understood more on a wider spectrum rather than just studying or discussing about only two dominant sexes. Can we move to the next one, Rupert? Thank you. So let's talk about the third gender. Now, the third gender, as it's called, the gender-bred person explains the spectrum of human experience linked to the concepts of gender identity, gender expression, and biological sexual orientation. Gender identity is what we identify ourselves as. I identify myself as a woman. So, and gender expression is the external appearance of one's gender identity. Just because I identify myself as a woman, I dress up like women or talk or behave like women. That is my gender expression. Sexual orientation is an inherent or absolute long-term emotional, romantic, and sexual attraction, which varies from person to person. It's all personal. And a transgender person may identify themselves as straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, etc. It's up to them. So as from past, as they were called as hijras, now also, towards north, we call them hijras. Now they are known as the LGBT community. That includes lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. As Dr. Vinita ma'am had rightly said, there are 58 genders now. So that's a wider spectrum that we need to study about. Can we move on to the next? Thank you. So discussing very quickly about the past and present. Now, hijras have the recorded history from past 4,000 years. We have seen them being mentioned in ancient texts. We have seen them also in the temple architecture. Now, ancient times, they were recognized in society and respected in the society, but they were criminalized under Section 377 of Indian Penal Code in 1860, when British colonial authorities labeled them as criminal tribe in 1871. They lived as outcasts in poverty, utter poverty, doing meager jobs like dancing, singing, into prostitution. They were forced into prostitution. And in 1981, they started organizing an All India Hijra conference in Agra happened, which was attended by 50,000 transgenders. In 2009, India's Election Commission took the first step by allowing transgender to select their gender as other in the ballot forms. That was a great step ahead. Now, India's Supreme Court recognized transgender as a third gender in 2014. Next slide, please. So I would like to discuss about the Kerala model. I stay in Kerala and I've been associated with activists who work exclusively for the third gender. And Kerala being the first state in India to establish a welfare policy for transgender community in 2016. It also pioneered in making laws and schemes providing them basic rights and basic human rights. It also introduced pre-sex reassignment surgery through government hospitals. We have organizations like Kerala and Curadam. Kerala does campaign for them for their awareness, and Curadam always organizes the annual Pride marches in Kerala and runs a 24/7 helpline for community members in distress. In 2021, Madhubhumi Youth Manifesto carried out a survey in which they came to know that majority, that 74.3% people supported legislation for same-sex marriage. Next slide, please. So as we know that being in third gender, like we have been fighting for women's right and empowerment from ages now, and still we have areas where women don't get the basic privilege at all. So here we are talking about these third gender who are facing problems like marginalization, harassment, poor economic conditions, discrimination in workplace, problem of homelessness, problem of transphobia, and psychological distress. Yes, we have done a lot for them, but it's still not enough. And LGBTQ people are entitled to enjoy the protection provided by the human rights law to life, rights to life, and security of these people and their privacy and their rights and right to be free from discrimination and the right to freedom of expression, association, peaceful assembly is important. So as an individual and being involved in the work associated with him, what I have noticed is that social conditioning is very important in these cases. Giving them opportunity, making laws for them, schemes for them, it's not enough. It's important. We as a society should be ready to welcome them as equals. We are slowly and steadily making this progress. We are getting there. We are almost there. So hopefully we can see that ourselves very soon as an advanced society with progressive mindset and peaceful coexistence. Last slide, please. Thank you so much. And well in advance, happy Women's Day. And let's be happy for all the genders. I would say that for all the women out there, I would say, why just one day? Make all days your own day. So thank you so much. Good afternoon again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Shrujana. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am there.
Yeah. Please go on with your presentation, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am.
Sujana, you have to unmute ma.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. This is Ms. P. Srujna, working as an assistant professor in RBVRR Women's College, Narayanguda, Hyderabad. At the outset, I wish Happy Women's Day to one and all, everyone present here, and a very good afternoon also. Today I am going to present on femicide, a social evil. So the word women is not just a gender, but it's a synonym for courage, confidence, dedication, adaptability, care, affection, and sacrifice. So the word means women should be equally treated as men. Women to reach the current stage in the society has passed through a long episodes of social injustice and gender discrimination. Though currently women is excelling in various fields such as education, sports, politics, finance, marketing, and corporate world, to name a few, but at the same time, women are still facing gender disparity in the society. Mostly that is the femicides. So femicide is a heinous crime, and it is a social evil which is prevalent since many years in our country, which means it's a Latin term femini, which means a female, and side is to kill her. So it's the deliberate killing of women or a girl just because they are females. The reasons for this femicides is due to the patriarchal views that are prevalent in the society, means killing them just because they are females or women. So the reason, this may be intimate or it might be non-intimate also. So intimate kind of the femicide is like the women are killed by their own family members, especially the partners. And non-intimate kind of the femicide is killing of the women by the people in the society, that is the strangers. So it is quite wondering that more number of intimate femicides were more in the society than that of non-intimate. So the different forms of femicides that women are facing are like female feticide. So women were being, means the girl child or the fetus were being killed even they were not entering into this world. So then the next infanticides, that is the killing of the girl child or the female fetus or the girl child not just before 1 year, then child marriages, then domestic violence, dowry harassments, then death, dowry deaths also. We are being seeing that every day might be 1 or 2 cases of dowry deaths will be definitely reported in the newspapers. Then even the religious killings, honor killings, then women trafficking, forced prostitutions, sexual harassments, and then even killing. All these were different forms of femicides, means they may directly or indirectly will be responsible for the death of the women in the society. So the main reasons for this femicides may be just due to the asymmetrical status of both the genders in the society. So that might be due to gender discriminations, inferior opinions towards females, culture and few religious beliefs, poverty, sexual desires, indemnity, etc. Then not only means just killing the women means like physically, but also women are being killed emotionally also, that is through psychologically also, means either blackmailing, like few women are still dependent on their family members on financial matters. So that might be also, means they were bound to those family bonds, and they were not against this kind of the social evils that are prevalent in the society. Coming to the prevention of this, the first thing that changed the society, that should change in the society, is the the stereotypical or patriarchal views that are present. So the boys or the male gender should be brought up in the families in such a way that they should respect the women, understand their feelings, and treat them equally. So that kind of mindset should be implemented. Then even women herself, she has to make her strong. We should stand for ourselves, that we should be emotionally as well as financially as physically should be fit, especially to face this sexual assaults as well as harassments even at workplace or even in the society. So coming to the conclusions of my part is this gender based atrocities against the women should be emancipated completely. The women should be equally treated in the society. Then all the social evils, all the kinds of the femicides should be totally abolished. Then legislations which were framed for the safety of women should be strictly implemented, and even men and women are equal in the society. Women should also have liberty in all the matters. The society should recognize and acknowledge the multidimensional roles played by women in the society, and women should cut their boundaries, overcome hurdles, build confidence and strength, and become both physically and mentally too strong to combat against this femicide, a social evil. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this chance to present today, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Umaima Ghazal. Ma'am, are you available?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
Am I
Yes,
audible?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Ma'am, I'm not going to present anything, but I'll share my views there. Is it okay?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Mama Ghazal from RBVRR Women's College, Hyderabad. First, I would like to tell you about my qualification. Why? Because it is necessary and it is very much relevant to my topic, which is there, like actual status of women in Islam. That means the social and economic aspects which are there, because when we are talking about Islam, so people are very much worried about what is the actual position there, because women are very much oppressed, women are very much feeling so much tension and everything is there. But means like the person like me who is a true believer of Islam and who is a true follower of Islam, I was thinking to be it's a better opportunity for me to reveal some of the major facts which are there in Islam, and it will be very much useful for the society as well, that how the Islam treating the women in that. Because I have completed my PhD in physical chemistry and from a central university, then postdoc and everything I have done. My parents never did any inequality between our all siblings which are there, because people are saying that women are suffering from those things, but those actual status of women has been given to by the Islam only. And our Prophet, peace be upon him, because he declared that the pursuit of knowledge is the duty of every Muslim, men and women. And the one famous quote which has been already written in Islam, that is, paradise lies under the feet of women. So if this is a kind of a status of women, then how people are questioning that what is the actual societal impact and what is the actual societal position of a women in Islam. And by covering that, because when we are talking about the spiritual and socio-economic aspects, so we can say like, means we men and women are biologically different. So when they are biologically different, so their positions and their works are also biologically different according to the Quran, which Quran says that everybody who is the follower of Quran and who is means the person who is a follower of Quran, that the parents should treat their daughters and sons equally. There will be no inequality in any aspect of life. And even women in Islam is having the liberty to continue their paternal name after their marriage also. So this is one actual aspect, because the people who actually know about the Quran and they read about the translation of Quran, they came to know about these aspects. Whatever it is written, that is in Arabic language. And if people are just summarizing in that way, so it will be in negative impacts on the society. Another aspect is that after marriage in Islam, girls are having this particular importance, that they can avail this the part of a property from their paternal side without having any hesitation. They are having the liberty to say yes and no for a marriage, that if they don't want to do marriage to a guy, because Islam is giving all rights and there is no kind of a dowry and anything for which the women should be means killed, or any of the negative impact which is there in the society. Because every day I'm seeing like people are saying all these things, but the true followers and the true actual position of women in Islam is very much, because Islam is a religion of peace, liberty, sovereignty, so many things, freedom, so that which I am availing. So I can say with that, and the main reason of writing which the article which I wrote, to provide unbiased evaluation of what Islam actually subsidized towards the refurbishment of women's pride and moralities. And it will be more subjective if a person like me, who is a follower of Islam, can better reveal those things. And this is like when we are talking about this one, so women, the Islam also giving the equality in education, because the Prophet, peace be upon him, who declared the pursuit of knowledge is the duty of every Muslim and women. So education also is very important, and one of the that is said to be the major feature where you are taking the imperative identity resilient resilient to display in a society, that is called education. So in my opinion, if I'm saying all these things and I'm feeling and having all the liberty, so I can say with full freedom, with full independence, with full right, that Islam is a very beautiful religion, and it is giving all equality to women just like a men. But only because of the biological aspects we are different, so Our duties are different, our caring, our protective things are different, but not in any other thing. So this is my conclusion, and thank you so much for giving and listening me, and happy Women's Day to everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Amrit Kumar. Sir, are you available?
Yeah, I'm available.
Yes, sir. You can carry on with your presentation.
Okay. Yes. My topic is women rights and portrayal in English literature, a modern perspective. This is Amrit Kumar, PhD English Literature from English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Women enjoyed equal status along with men in the beginnings of civilization. However, in the course of time, women were treated as subservient to man. Accordingly, the patriarchal society was established and originated inequalities in all spheres of life. At present, the present research explores the portrayal of women and her experiences and realities. The modern women were represented with equal rights and special privileges in society. Even though the Western world liberated women problems, yet women not treated equally with men in English literature. The modern women represented by women writers to empower them in all fields. They fight for their rights and resist the laws against women. Women were also represented as a powerful being. The gender discrimination was prohibited in feminist writing. Now let's imagine women's social highly in their literature. The literary writers portrayed the powerful women characters in 21st century. The women were treated equally with men, but in practice, it is in foresight. The research explores the rights of women in modern world. In human civilization, human birth became possible by women only. Indeed, the man was weak physically, but strong in mind. In the span of human history, matriarchal and patriarchal family systems were in existence. In the course of time, kingdoms were established. Both men and women became queens and kings. Around the world, these conditions were existed. However, when times were advanced in society, the women was made a weaker person and made subservient to women. Accordingly, women were neglected in all areas of socio-economic, cultural, political, sociological, philosophical, and traditional, and the religious and linguistic perspectives. Even the literature portrayed women as conditions of the time. In the world literature, women were portrayed as per the context of the religion, and women have been fighting for their freedom, injustice, dignity, and feminine rights. In the demand for their rights, in fact, the Western women raised the problems she faces. Women protested against men for rendering rights in all grounds. Accordingly, women were portrayed subservient to the men. The society suppressed women and repressed as well. On this account, the literature portrayed the same. In English literature, more women wrote about themselves in relation to all their problems. In this connection, the vindication of the rights of women by Wollstonecraft, the subjection of women by John Stuart Mill, American Margaret Fuller's Virginia Woolf, Room of One's Own. In the postmodern women writing, a key focus is on the women freedom, liberty, and equality, and the rights and treatment wrong with men. The modern women concentrates on the individuality and standing on her own foot and education. Women is no more housewife, but representing herself in every field. In the world literature, the great epics portrayed man as a hero, but women were not portrayed in the works. In the modern days, women look at the urban male for the better life. At present, women participates in all the areas. Women in the modern days find many challenges in spite of provision of women rights. They are violated by society. Still today, women are portrayed in conventional way. However, the modern women aspires novel roles in society, sometimes better than men. Special rights are granted to the women in national constitutions and international laws. In fact, the gyno criticism attempts to work on female writings and excluded male because the feminist writing has the impact of man. To conclude, the women writing in English in modern era, the women began writing in English to express their views and the rights and rejected the feminist views and wrote for their rights in the name of gynocriticism. Women was granted no proper priority in depiction of the world ethics.
Amrit, can you conclude?
Yeah, in this history of English literature, she was portrayed only for sex, but for the other professions effectively. In the modern English literature, the thoughts have been changed that was moving swiftly in all the areas of life in which men are capable. The presentation is ended. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Ms. Fatima presenting on role of gender sensitization in preventing female feticide.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for organizing such an impactful campaign. So, this is Fatima from Department of Genetics and Biotechnology, presenting you the role of gender sensitization in female feticide. So, gender sensitization had played an important role and had a huge impact in female feticide, as the female feticide involves elimination of female fetus after determining the sex. It is an ongoing practice in India. It is mostly influenced by religious beliefs and social causes. The presence of low-cost technologies such as ultrasound and amniocentesis have filled this practice both in urban and rural India. The Indian Census 2011 has revealed there were 7.1 million fewer girls than boys compared to previously reported gap of 4.2 million fewer girls recorded in the 1991 census in spite of improved healthcare and conditions for women. The sex-selective abortion is long run will result in large cohorts of surplus males that on reaching adulthood leads to marginalization in society with consequences of antisocial behavior and violence, thereby threatening societal stability and security. Moreover, it is found that the women who undergo sex-selective abortion are forced to experience it in an unhygienic condition, risking mother's life. The present work as a review is focused on identifying the measure on Eastern countries such as China and South Korea that were able to attain a decline in sex ratio along with partial shift in gender preference toward female sex. These are the result of data analysis we have done and its interpretation. Here we could see the neonatal mortality rate, infant mortality rate, and under 5-age mortality rate per 1,000 live birth of 2016 and 2021. The red line indicate as there was a increase in mortality rate, but After the influence of gender sensitization and awareness programs, we could find here that there is a decrease in mortality rate, which is indicated in the blue line. So in the next graph, figure 4, we can see the Indian census based on sex ratio, as we have collected a data from our sources, which reveals that in different urban as well as rural areas of Indian state, that there is an increase in female sex ratio after the awareness program that have been done. It is not an absolute data, as we have already said. In 2011 it was an absolute data, but 2021 it's an ongoing data, and the data is available in the government websites. In the figure 5, we could see the sex ratio of Indian state census 2020, 2021 versus 2015 and 2016. Here the red line indicate as the sex ratio of 2015 and 2016, and the blue line of 2020 and 2021, where we can understand that after the implementation of SDG goals by United Nations in 2021, many different countries, near about 193 countries, have accepted the SDGs goals and trying to implement the gender equality and reduce inequality laws, because of which we could see there is a slight increase in sex ratio in 2020 and 2021. Here it is a case study of China, India, and South Korea, where we could see that this case study was observed based on meta-analysis of data to understand the impact of gender sensitization over the 3 countries, that is India, China, and South Korea, over the year 1950 to 2017. It was observed that more 1950 till 1980s, there was a decline in female sex ratio, and the government had to implement a law such as one-child policy in China and anti-nationalistic policy in South Korea to prevent declining sex ratio. After the implication of policy, we can observe in the graph that China shows exponential growth in female sex ratio, which proves that gender sensitization has given a great impact. On the other hand, South Korea graph is distorted due to lack of implementation, while in India there was no such policies, and it remained to be decreasing and increasing according to various factors. So as of now, there are laws prohibiting
Ma'am,
sex
can you
selection.
please conclude?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thus, from the above discussion, it can be concluded that both the genders are equally essential for the sustainable development of the society. So a continual effort should be put in this direction of creating a more sensitive, strong, rational, and progressive society, and awareness, as given in the slide below, from various programs such as Sukanya Samriddhi Scheme, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign, as we individual need to promote them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me opportunity to present.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, we have Miss Preeti and Shashikant Saurabh. Are the presenters available?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can go on.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, everyone. Very warm good afternoon to all of you. And I'm Preeti, and along with my co-author, I'm here to give a presentation on asymmetrical gender roles within the family, analyzing the impact of unpaid care work on matrimonial property division post-divorce in India. So today I'm going to talk on a topic that is seldom talked about, and we as a society have failed to constantly not recognize or undervalue the unpaid care work rendered by women. And as a result of which, there have been several discriminations that are faced by women in the society. So I'll try to touch upon few of them due to the constraint of time. So even though women constitute half of the population and they perform more than 3 times the unpaid care work than men, they receive 15% less salary than men, but they own less than 20% of the whole world's property. So these are the data that is given by the World Bank and even the ILO. So these are all certified data. Whenever we talk about marriage, even though marriage is seen as there are several connotations to marriage. So we look it into from a religious perspective, from the perspective of a sanctity, of a sacramental union, but it is hardly ever seen as an economic partnership. And when we give a comparison, when we do a comparison between paid and unpaid care work, always the paid work is given more and more importance. So of course, there is gross inequality or economic inequality in terms of unpaid care work that is there. We are all aware of it at an individual level. We see it in our families. We see it that our mothers and our sisters or we ourselves doing a major share of work irrespective of the fact whether we are working or not. But the unpaid care work burden majorly always falls on the woman. And sadly, the state policy agendas, they fail to take cognizance of such issues. Why I'm talking to you about this today is because of the fact that, India does not recognize the community property model. So that in India, we have something that is known as separate property model. So separate property model simply means that the property will go to the person in whose name it is registered. Okay. In other countries, in some of the Western countries, they have the system of community property. And even in our country, we have the states of Goa and the Union Territory of Pondicherry that do recognize the community property model, which simply states that any property that is acquired during the subsistence of marriage will be divided equally or equitably between the spouses in case of divorce. So it doesn't matter in whose name the property is registered, but both the spouses will get the property in an equitable manner. Now, talking about, what exactly is matrimonial property. So any property that is acquired by the spouses after marriage, there are certain models that also recognize the property that is acquired by the spouses before marriage. And it is we have to differentiate between inheritance and successions, that is there prevailing under the personal laws, from matrimonial property. Because upon divorce, all that a woman gets is alimony and maintenance, and we all know that most of the cases this maintenance amount is usually not adequate for sustenance, because in our country majority of the women are housewives and we are financially dependent on our husband for our sustenance. Therefore, there is a need to recognize this matrimonial property and have a regime that should make it mandatory for all the matrimonial property to be divided between the spouses whenever there is a need. Because as suggested earlier also that, under the personal law, the right only accrues after a woman becomes a widow. But, during their lifetime, that is never taken into consideration. So we do have certain mechanisms in place. So we have Section 27 of the Hindu Marriage Act, which deals with property gifted at or about the time of marriage. So any property acquired after the marriage is outside the scope of 27. So I'm talking about the property that is eventually, collected by or acquired by the husband and wife during the subsistence of marriage. It may not be that, that property is gifted at the time of marriage. These are different issues that are involved with the separate property model. It fails to take into account the acquisitions made by the other spouse. It gives a husband dominant role in the administration of property and restrains the wife from exercising her full civil capacity. Coming to the important element here, that is of unpaid care work and its implications. So there's this very interesting study done by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and that is known as the Time Use Survey. We can see that this study was done pan-India, and we can see the amount of time that is spent by males and females on the unpaid care work. So unpaid care work is nothing but, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the child, so everything. Basically, so females are spending more than 3 hours, more than 3 times what the men are spending in both urban as well as rural areas. So these are the facts, and which are right in front of you. I would just like to, end it by saying that it is not that times are not changing. Definitely, times are changing. We did have a very, the first was that the private member bill was in Rajya Sabha. It was presented by Ms. Veena Verma in 1992 with regard to this. We also had the Maharashtra Matrimonial Property Bill in the year 2012, which provided for equitable distribution of the property upon divorce between husband and wife, apart from the maintenance. As said earlier, we also have similar models in Goa as well as Pondicherry in place under the Portuguese Civil Code, which provides for equal property rights to the spouses. Apart from that, we also have the Law Commission consultation paper on reform and family law in the year 2018, which prescribed that it is high time that the society, that the state recognizes the unpaid work done by the women and gives its due importance. There are certain landmark judgments as well, one of them being very recent, that is Kirti versus Oriental Insurance Company in 2021, where the Supreme Court had increased the compensation amount of a woman who was not working, and they recognized, stating that household work is as important and as any kind of paid work, because if the woman is not doing all those work, the men will not be able to work outside. So they act as a catalyst for the development of the family unit, which in turns lead to the development of society and
Preeti, you need to conclude, ma.
Yeah, that's all, ma'am. So
already crossing the time limit. Yeah.
With this, I would like to conclude by stating that it is high time we recognize unpaid care work as value-oriented work and give women what is their right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we have already exceeded our time, we'll just have, we have 2 questions in the chat box to our presenters. We'll address those 2 and conclude the session. The first
one second. There's one more person in the first session. Gargi Gaur, are you still there?
Hello. Yes, yes.
Yeah, you haven't so okay. We'll have your session and then we'll conclude it. Okay, that will be the end of the first session.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, sure. Please conclude. Just take 5 minutes and please conclude your presentation.
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Gargi Gaur. I'm starting my paper on femicide, crime against women in India. Femicide is a hate crime. It is generally defined as intentional murder for women or girls because they are female. Though definition vary depending on its cultural context. Explanation of femicide indicates intentional murder of women because they are women, but broader definition include any killings of women or girls. There are so many reasons behind killing of women and girls because of their gender. Femicide committed by current or former husband or boyfriend is known as intimate femicide or intimate partner homicide. On another way, honor-related murder involved in a girl or woman being killed by a male or female family member for an actual or assumed sexual or behavioral transcending, including adultery, sexual intercourse, or pregnancy or outside marriage, or even for being raped. Now I'll define about murder of women to save the family honor among the most tragic consequences and explicit illustration of embedded culturally accepted discrimination against women and girls. Now I'll define. There are several type of femicide is defined in my paper. There are some social causes which increase problem of femicide. Femicide committed by a current or former former husband or boyfriend is known as intimate femicide or intimate partner homicide. Another way, next is Protection of Women Against Domestic Violence Act 2005 is of the Indian Parliament and as to protect women from domestic violence, and it's called the in prohibit of a wide range of physical, sexual, emotional, and educational, emotional and economical abuse against women, and all these are broadly defined under the Act. It provides security to women in a family from men in a family. The extent of the Act cover not only the protection of women who are married to men, but also women who are in live-in relationship, just as family members, including grandmothers, mothers. Women has right to be liberated from any type of violence under this Act. Next.
Ma'am, you need to conclude.
Okay,
Yes.
Just wait. At the end, I want to focus on that we need to conclude on that we need to examine the effect of structural context on prevalence of domestic violence in a more nuanced manner. While this study make important contribution to understanding of femicide as crime against women, it is not without limitations. The present study indicates the high magnitude of violence against women, national and international wide. Domestic violence is a significant public health problem. The result of this study could throw useful light on determining.
Okay, Gargi, can we conclude, ma'am? It's time is up. We have to have a question answer session, and we have to go for a second session, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Effective interventions aimed at increased knowledge regarding femicide. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
To conclude. Thank you.
Sonia, you can just have the 2 questions and we can conclude this session. Yeah.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. I thank all the presenters. There are 2 questions that we have in the chat box. One is addressed to Mr. Rahul Kapoor. So the question is, sir, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there, but I cannot read the question, so kindly read it for me.
Yeah, sure, sir, sure. So the question is, the challenges which you mentioned for women activists, do you think it is same for the male activist also?
No, ma'am, absolutely not. I've interviewed male activists too, not specifically for this paper, but for a larger research which I am doing. The challenges are not the same. I'll tell you why. First of all, the kind of comments, there is a huge difference between the kind of comments which come. So there is no connotation of specific references of sexual harassment which they get. They do get physical violence threats, but nothing related to, for example, even I would say nothing related to acid attack threats, because that is an attack on the agency of a woman, because that is the way patriarchy has seen them in the form of their bodies for decades. So that is what they want to destroy. Secondly, this is a very interesting point. When a women activist is trolled online and when a men activist is trolled online, the number of people who will stand up for the men activist in those very comments only, and who will try to fight the trolls, or who will question the trolls, is much larger in case of men activists than in women activists. So I can say that men activists have much more fans who are always there to defend them, but in case of women activists, this is not the case, because women activists are not only they are not only addressing one particular issue about which they are talking about. So for example, if they're talking about anti-CA and RC, that is not the only thing which they're talking about. Their agency of being a woman, it actually makes them question the entire structure of the society, which is heavily dominated by patriarchy. So that is why a lot of people feel uncomfortable to take sides with them, because they feel uncomfortable with a woman who is vocal.
Yes,
I
sir.
also, just one last line I'll add. I also have one example which I'll add. One of the women activists told me that she was at a protest, and there was some young girl in that protest. She asked her a questions. She asked her a question. She got up and she said that, ma'am, I idolize you, but the way you conduct yourself, our family does not allow to conduct ourselves. So while this woman activist was answering, one of the organizers, who was also a woman, she came and she said, sorry, ma'am, you cannot talk about this here. So that woman activist told me that, okay, so people are comfortable when we talk about political freedom, but they're not comfortable when we talk about societal freedom. So that's it.
Indeed, sir. Indeed. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for addressing the question. We have one more question for Dr. Amrut Kumar. Sir, are you available on call? Yes, sir. There is a question for you. Should I read it out? What is the connotation of men have strong minds? Isn't it repetition of patriarchal trope of men being rational and women being emotional? Please clarify. This is the question that we got in the chat box. Sir, are you available?
Please unmute yourself, Amrut. You are muted.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Okay, I think.
Yeah, we will go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I think there is some technical issue to it, but anyways, once again, I would like to thank all the presenters here, and I'm sure the second session also would be very thought-provoking. So we'll have the. Okay, sir. So can you please address the question? It's there in the chat box. Should I read out the question again for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So the question goes that, sir, what is the connotation of men have strong minds? Isn't it repetition of patriarchal trope of men being rational and women being emotional? Please clarify.
Yeah. Indeed, men are rational, the women are somewhat emotional. So that's what I expressed in the paper.
Okay, sir. Okay, so thank you so much. So we'll, thank you all, thank you everyone. We'll start with the second session.
You can give it to Divya, and I thank all the presenters. I'm happy there were no dropouts in the presentation and the sessions, and all the participants have participated. So that is really great, and I congratulate all of you for maintaining the time limit and maintaining the professionalism. Thank you. Okay,
Thank
Divya.
you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Divya, just identify the names and the persons who are in this next session. Just Divya will read out the name on your videos, or give us the hand raise mark, so that we'll know who are the persons present. Okay, fine. Divya, read out the names now.
Yes, ma'am. For session 2, first participant is Mrs. V. Shanti and Dr. P. Rajalakshmi.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm ready with my presentation.
1 second. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You read out all the participants' name.
Ma'am, almost everybody is here. I have seen in the list. Still,
Everybody, please just read out.
Yeah. First is Mrs. V. Shanti. Second, Dr. Nazia Sultana. And third, Rekha Bhatt. Then Pallavi Pawar. And then Afreen Begum. Then Sunita Esampalli. Hina Fatima. Sucharita. Sakshi Prasad. Dr. V. Srilata. Then Jyoti ma'am. Devendra ma'am. Mrunalini. And finally, Sumati Devi. Hope all of you are ready, ma'am. Let's go for the first presentation by Dr.
Will you please make me co-host, ma'am? Sri Nikhila. The laptop name is Sri Nikhila. Will you please make it co-host?
One second. Presentation.
Ma'am.
Shanti, you have a presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. Can you go for the second round before, by the time you are made this host, ma?
If not, I'll be continuing, madam, because say in second session, I have some other NGO work, ma'am.
Okay. Divya, is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Co-host Aina, can you have spoken to Hari?
Hari ki name Japan, madam. Hari said he has made everybody as co-host.
No, the laptop name is Sri Nikhila, madam. I have been posting a message in the chat.
Can you please?
Okay, I'll talk to him again then. Yeah.
Can you please continue then?
In between, let me introduce myself, ma'am. I'm V. Shanti, and my paper presentation is a women entrepreneurship, a pivotal role in Telangana Academy. I'm from Andhra College of Commerce and Arts. This is a collaborated paper with Dr. P. Rajalakshmi, ma'am. And my article throughout goes that the idea of social entrepreneurship has got increasing attention of scholars as social problems in our complex modern society have gone tremendously. So why this is going means social entrepreneurship seeks to exploit the practical dynamism of successful business women and to enrich, to help the society, because women plays a very important role even in the family burdens also in developing countries which are overwhelmed with the problems, especially
1 minute, ma'am. You are already made the co-host. Okay, please come.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am, at the outset, let me share my kudos to Koti Women's College, because it has become the first women's university. Kudos to all the madams who are instrumental there, ma'am. Let me appreciate you from the core of my heart. You deserve.
Thank you very much.
Now, yeah, ma'am. Coming to my presentation, social entrepreneurship speaks to employ the dynamism successful of business women to enrich, to help the society, especially in developing countries like our country, because these countries are overwhelmed with problems of dire poverty and lack of opportunities. Even though opportunities are there, we have our reservations. As our business entrepreneurs to the economy, so are the social entrepreneurs to the society. Now, if we speak from broader area of research, several business entrepreneurs had become the most successful social entrepreneurs by combining effectively the civic, governmental, and business entrepreneurs worlds during 19th and 20th centuries. Means because these are the centuries where promoted mainstreams of public welfare in schools, in healthcare, in other welfares, etc. If we see the previous autonomy picture, it is a few of them mentioned, means Vinoba Bhave, we will be mentioning, because she will be the woman behind, means taking the India's land gift movement. And if we come to another example, Nightingale, founder of the first nursing school and developer of modern nursing practices. And not only this, ma'am, Robert Owen, founder of cooperative movement also. Now, if we speak from today's point of view, from non-profit and non-governmental NGOs or point of view, we have foundations, governments, and other individuals also play a significant role to promote fun and to have advise social entrepreneurs around the planet. And one more thing here we need to quote George Rees, popularly known as the father of social entrepreneurship education, and Johnny Anderson categorize the popularity of social enterprise definitions into two names, because here we'll have social enterprise and social innovation. Now, if we see from the significant changes that occur in the field of social enterprise, if we speak elaborately, major developments in the flow of funding, growing but often untapped philanthropic resources, such as shift in the role of the government. We can say that all these changes occur against a large background of demographic and economic challenges, as boundaries blur among the traditional non-profit or for-profit also, and even we have to speak the public sector sellers. Currently, the sector remains on verge of social possible features, including consolidation, entrepreneurial growth, and expressive experimentation. But we see the scenario of this unfolds over next 2 years depend upon social entrepreneurs to make the help a leap forward in thought and action to capitalize the abundant potential for social change. Now, if we speak from Telangana point of view, ma'am, SMART CEO Nilima Rao expressed her view in 92.3 Big FM for her interview. Those women who, when decided and dedicated towards an achievement for their goal, they'll definitely achieve and show the society that a power of attainment is not at all impossible for a woman. And even the role of a woman in the field of literature, I think a majority of us know the famous Telugu writer Olga ma'am expressed in her TV interview that a woman writer brings a lot more changes in the society with her pen also. A women writer can inspire even the society, which is even inevitable in a day. And if we see from Telangana government point of view, an enterprise registered through Ujjam registration with the Ministry of MSME, Government of India undertaking, which has to satisfy two criteria: either at the time of registration, the startup should be owned and controlled by a woman or a group of women having a minimum financial interest of 51% capital in the startup. Subsequently, even funding means raised to 33% of the startup by own women. This should be kept in mind when we are applying for Ujjam registration, which is by NIMSME or Government of Telangana. To quote few women entrepreneurs from Telangana, I can say Deepthi Raula, we have Deepthi joined the Government of Telangana in the 2016 as Joint Director for Electronics, and she has her achievements. We have is also making efforts to attract the women entrepreneurs from the rural areas also, because we have to see the balanced regional development of our country and state in particular also. It has collaborated with the German Development Agency to run 7 months incubation and acceleration with the Tier 2, Tier 3 women-led cities of Telangana. We have Maitreyi Kondapi, who have Startloon Labs, founded by Maitreyi Kondapi, is currently working on FEES, the world's first smart philanthropy toolkit. This device, which is wearable, documents and recovery patient undergoing physiotherapy. Speaking about her startup, Maitreyi said there is nothing to qualify physiotherapy recovery, but with the help of a FEES, which is connected to the mobile app, the patient get immediate biofeedback. Next, we can say from Telangana's Rujna Raghupatruni, who is at Cellurite Systems. Cellurite Systems and power electronic technologies, our major innovation lies in developing long-lasting charging solutions for electronic vehicles. To quote, we have India possesses a long conducive and favorable environment for the development of a social enterprise sector based on the 5 influenced factors derived from historical analysis of the development of social enterprise. Among these 5, I can quote a few because of the time restrictions. The social, cultural, institution, and within India have greatest distinguishing other factors also, and it is the role of NGOs to take on the government role for rural development. I would like to conclude my paper by saying that social entrepreneurship is not an arena of few industrialists or social service organizations. In fact, in order to eradicate completely the socioeconomic problems like illiteracy, poverty, unemployment, untouchability, etc. For a developing state like Telangana in particular, the rapid development is not only the industry, but also in the women empowerment is necessary as it boosts the financial stability of the state in particular. In order to develop this field as a full-fledged discipline, academic industry, government and non-government organizations have to synthesize and bring parity among their efforts. Thank you once again. I appreciate the efforts of Koti Women's College for making this huge effort, and I'll wish you all the very best in future achievements also, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And the next participant is Dr. Nazia Sultana and Mrs. Sri Nikhila.
I think, ma'am, you have to remove your share screen.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is Dr. Nazia Sultana here?
No, ma'am. I'm her scholar, Sri Nikhila.
Nikhila, ma'am, can you please unshare? Achha, it's the same thing, huh? Same.
Yes, ma'am. Same laptop.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, shall I start my presentation?
Yeah.
Yes, present, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sri Nikhila. I'm research scholar, Usmania University. My topic is an analysis of entrepreneurial intentions of university women graduates towards agripreneurship. Coming to my
1 second, Nikhila, your presentations we are not able to see. The last speaker has to unshare.
Okay. 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yeah, we can see, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm K. Sri Nikhila, research scholar, Usmania University. My topic is an analysis of entrepreneurial intentions of university women graduates towards agripreneurship. Coming to my discussion outline, introduction, review of literature, research gap, objectives, findings, conclusion, references. India is a country with a population of 138 crores, out of which 58% population is dependent on primary source of livelihood. An enterprise that is owned and controlled by the women, which is having a minimum financial interest of 51% of the capital and giving at least 51% of the employment generated in the enterprise to women. Women own around 13.5 to 15.7 million businesses in India, accounting for 20% of all the businesses. Women make up 13.76% of the entrepreneurs in India. Despite of many problems, women has a distinguished future of women entrepreneurship and willingness to work hard. Women will always follow the principle, hard work is the key to success. She works for challenge, accomplishment, and service to others. Some of the major reviews of my study are Novanda in his study pointed out that more expectations of family members on the youth career is to be taken into consideration. High poverty level shows hunger on undergraduate students, and young people attitude towards marriage is very less before owning their established life, and entrepreneurial motivation came from the family, friends, and supervisors. According to Mukembo, females had more entrepreneurial qualities than male. More training is needed to increase their intention in doing such work. And according to Basir and Musa, the socially responsible entrepreneur shapes the economy and community that brings close to the divinity. Research gap. Some of the previous studies highlighted that so many government schemes are supporting women entrepreneurs. Many studies have examined the student intention to become the entrepreneurs, but my study concentrates to bridge the gap between the by examining the intentions of women students in the city of Telangana. Major objectives of my study are to examine the intention of women graduates towards agri-entrepreneurship, to identify the factors of entrepreneurial education that have impact on agripreneurship, to identify the factors of entrepreneurial orientation that have impact on agripreneurship.
my survey, a sample of 120 respondents is taken into consideration. 75% of the sample are of the age 16 to 20 years. My survey highlighted that most of the respondents are interested to invest their money in agribusiness and agriculture related activities, and more entrepreneurial education activities to be done to increase the skills of the women entrepreneurs. Respondents feel that university offers the curriculum for the entrepreneur education. These are my references. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Nikhila.
Okay. And the next participant is Rekha Bhatt. Ma'am, are you there?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Rekha Bhatt. I am a lecturer at Sindhu Degree College for Women, and I'm also founder of Dhyana Yoga classes. My topic is tech revolution in women's safety, and I hope you're all able to view the PPT that I'm sharing. Tech revolution in women's safety is what I have chosen, wherein we'll try to understand how can tech become a savior when the safety of a woman is highly compromised. India is paving its way in becoming, or not willing to become, one of the safest countries that India can see. Learning self-defense mechanisms by women, or preventive measures by the government, awareness and education to sensitize this topic has not made any significant difference in lowering crime rates as such. So this paper would see how utilization of technology for supporting women's safety can be a role to play. Seeing the numbers, if we see the numbers, 1 in 5 women are raped during their lifetime. It is estimated that about 35% of the women have experienced physical or sexual violence at some point in their lives. In 2018, it is also shown that India is the most dangerous country for women regarding their safety due to several mishaps and harassment cases that are there. So there are 4 mechanisms in general that we need to emphasize upon to ensure women's safety. One is to deter the danger. It is to avoid the danger all in all. Second is the ability to defend if the danger is in front of us. Third is to reach for help if the danger is already there and you are not able to do much. Fourth is to identify the predators if anything happens by chance. These mechanisms here are fulfilled by 3 ways which are backed by the technology. And all these have come into play and have become further important, especially after the 2012 Nirbhaya case and so many cases which have gained importance because of the severity of the issue. So applications that have come into play because of the help of the technology and the role of government and the people involved are some of the applications which, like With You, Raksha, Be Safe, Safety Pin, and many more, which we will understand in the slides to come. And second is smart wearables. Smart wearables are concealed devices which will help women to send alarms or alerts to the people that they think are right to, or people who need to have the first-hand information. Next is protective wearables like pepper spray, flashlights, self-defensive spikes, which also again we'll see in the slides to come. So the purpose of this paper is first to understand how the technology plays a role as a facilitator for women's safety, and also to study the latest inventions and innovations that are there to deter, to control, and to identify situations of danger. The methodology that has been followed to collect all this data has been secondary. Various newspaper articles, websites, and research articles, video clips, and much more content has been reviewed to bring about the collection of all the, or I can say as much as technology-backed devices or applications that are available. So in the key findings, the main set of applications which are working out there, which are in operation right now, are apps like With You, Raksha, Be Safe, Safety Pin, iWatch. All the other names that you can see on the screen are available on App Store or Play Store, which help you in sharing the location immediately it helps you in SOS activation. It helps you to mark some places safe. You can also, if I talk about one app in specific, if you use app like a safety pin, it acts like a map of Google, which is available out there, where you can pin how safe you think the place that you're walking or that you're going to go or which you have felt is safe, or how many people roam about there, how is the crowd. You can mark all of that, and just like Google Maps show you red, orange in the plane, this app is also this app also functions in a similar way. Next up, bracelets and things. When we talk about wearables, because when we talk about applications, we need to switch the phone on, open the application, click, and then the message do. It takes a lot of time, and to overcome such a barrier, there are wearables that are there in the market, like bracelets, which are again a concealed, disguised safety device. And a popular brand in it is SafeLet. Then there are rings here, which can be worn as a pendant or a finger ring. You just need to turn it 60 degrees, and it will produce a high decibel sound, which can alert people from 100 meters or within the 100 meters of range for you. And then there are other jewelry options that are there, like your bracelets, necklaces, there are bells. There are so many other jewelry pieces that are disguised as safety devices. And then there are smartwatches, just like we have smartwatches for heart rate and BP. This also is automatic. This reads your body motion and sends an alarm to the concerned person. And then there is a popular brand called ePower. And then there are keychains. There are other wearables and carryables that are available in the market, like the smart bells. There are innerwears which are supported by technology, which will prevent from the mishaps to happen. There are flashlights. There are flashlights that can send shock to the person who's in front of you if you just switch it on. And there are devices which can create sounds. There are devices that can send messages to the concerned people. The benefits of technology in women's safety could be one, that is enable location sharing. It sends the information, it transfers video and audio, it sends scream alerts, it sends shout, and it recognizes shout and cry, and then can click real-time photos and help the culprit to get caught. It can also help women to mark safe and unsafe zones, and also some of them operate without internet also. And the best part is that some of them are actually available on Amazon and Snapdeal if you are one of whom who feels the need to carry one along. I think all of us do. And implications of this research would be that this has a...
You have to conclude, Ma.
This will help you in ensuring maximum of your safety, although self-defense mechanisms are one of the things that cannot be substituted. The limitations of this research is that the list is not exhaustive. There can be many more that can be added, and there's further scope to the research that I have done in the rate of efficiency and in studying the rate of efficiency and accuracy and study of the use of it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rekha Bhatt, ma'am. The next paper presenter is V. Pallavi Pawar.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Pallavi Pawar. My topic is about presentation. It's livelihood of coastal women in India. But I'm not able, sorry to say this, I'm not able to share my PPT. So can you please cooperate, madam?
You're not able to share it, or you don't have it?
Please give. Yes. Yes, in Indian subcontinent, the most of the area of three boundaries surrounded by seashore. The adjacent villages depends on the sea-related professions for livelihood. The current research focus on the women livelihood around Indian seashore. Indeed, the villagers of seashores are poor and far away to the government policies and their execution since decades. At the place, man and woman relied on fishing, farm cultivation, flower gardens, sea fish, mending nets, seafood, and small business centers. Beside these activities, the women also involved in salt extraction. Although Indian government makes various policies, but the sea-nearing women livelihood was not encouraged for the welfare. The women were also overlooked in promoting education and self-employment schemes and women empowerment. In Indian context, the women who lived by coastal areas could not maintain themselves for health and sanitary activities. In West Bengal, in Sagar Black, livelihood developments are encouraged in modern world, but they must be introduce the new technology and scientific methods in their daily livelihood professions. The women can be trained for sea tourism and cultural development. In modern India, the government understood the essence of the women empowerment in coastal area. The new products and professions of seashore can be developed and exported so that the Indian government can obtain the foreign currency. Hypothesis: the research focus on women livelihood along the seashore and the special reference to Indian coastal area, women livelihood and their problems. Objectives: the overall survey of professions of people across the world, the women professions and their problems, India subcontinent, the seashore women problems, the seashore women empowerment in economic progress, political and social perspectives, women development in education and especially science and technology education, women role in national and international activities that resides along the seashores of Indian subcontinent. And in beginning of the civilization, human beings traveled extensively and choose resides either the banks of the rivers. As the life goes on, the Gregorian life was experienced and relied on food gathering state. However, after while they learned to fish in rivers and seashores becoming profession, further it was supported and collaborated by women. In fact, in this activates in the women role was limited around the world. Women participation in fishing profession by mending nets, gathering seafoods, decorated items, supporting tourists by guiding and preparing sea recipes. Here, in Indian subcontinent, various tribes traveled from allied countries and settled along the river banks of the Indus. And here, according to natural, they were as a result of it, man, woman, and above legal age children involved in sea-related professions. In eastern part of Indian resides live along the seashores by Bengal in southern, Greater Hindu River and it west Arabian Sea. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pallavi. The next participant is Afreen Begum.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, Afreen, we can hear you.
Yes, continue, Afreen. You have a presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. My topic is investment behavior of working women. All people have to work to earn money to meet their needs. Several persons do several jobs to fulfill their needs. They get money for their efforts. They invest their money to get extra returns. Every person wants to invest for a better future out of their earnings. There are a large number of investment avenues today. The people have to choose proper avenues among those available depending upon their specific needs, risk preference, and return that are expected. In the past, women were investing mostly in gold, jewelry, and extra. Presently, the attitude of women towards investment has been changed. They are more educated and aware about investment avenues. They are now investing in post office savings scheme, fixed deposits, real estate, mutual funds, apart from gold and silver. The income and education level of women has been increased many folds. They are now at par or even above them. They are taking investment decisions independently. Objectives: to study the impact of demographic factors on investment behavior, to know the preference of investment of working women. Analysis: demographic factor, age. According to the above table, the majority of investors, 38%, are between the age of 31 31 to 40, while 30% are between the age of 41 and 50. 26% are investors the age of 20 to 30, and 6% are investors between the age of 61 to 70. Next, investment avenue. Investment avenues. From the above table, we can see that fixed deposit still is the most preferable avenue. It is due to low risk and high certainty in return for future. Around 22% prefer this investment option. 14% of the investors invest their money in public provident funds. 8% of the investors invest in their money in securities. 6% of the investors invest their money in post office savings schemes. 4% of the respondents invest their money in mutual fund, and 10% of the investors invest their money in insurance. Most of the investors invest their money in gold, bank, and real estate because they want only safety to their investment. Conclusion. It can be concluded from this study that women investors constantly invest a precaution to the future. The primary motives of their investments are safety, regular income, and future benefits. Most of the women investors prefer to invest in bank deposit and gold because bank deposit is the regular source of income of the investors, and the value of gold mostly appreciates, which will increase the monetary value of women investors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Afrin Begum. And the next paper presenter is Sunita Isumpalli and Harshita.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am,
Hello.
you can start. Sunita, ma'am, you can start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you please make co-host for Harshita?
Ma'am, who's going to present the paper?
We only, ma'am. We both are. So she will just present the paper. Share the screen. She will share the screen. So please make her co-host, Harshita.
Okay, just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute, ma'am. He's making.
Okay.
Sunita, ma'am, I guess you can start till then.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Due to small technical issues, I couldn't turn on my video. Good afternoon, one and all present in the international conference. Today we are here to present a paper on reservation road to representation or reparation of oppression. It is written by Harshita and myself, Sunita Isumpalli, from St. Anne's College for Women, Hyderabad. Actually, our main focus is that how the reservation is going down day by day. Though we talk so many about women thinkers, women importance, empowerment, etc. But the women reservation in politics, though so many people are participating, participating in politics directly, indirectly, but the authoritatively the percentation which has to come, that is not coming into the amendment as a right. So on that we are focusing our paper mainly. So here, as we know that throughout our country, India is having the largest population of women, and most of the policy makers are also making main focus on giving more women empowerment and giving importance on reservation to achieve proper representation of women in politics, etc. They are talking, but though so many efforts are being made, but the law is not still enforced in the amendments. And when to as a remedy, as the women are participating very low. Women electors, participation of women electors in Indian politics. In 1994, India has established the quotas in constitutional amendments 73rd and 74th to give reserve of seats of 33% in the local governments for women. And the Women's Reservation Bill has been also introduced in the National Parliament to reserve 33% in the Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha seats for women. The bill has yet to pass. Here we can understand that how it is having an impact to bring that reservation bill in the parliament, or not, how much effectively they are working, that we can understand with not implementing or not signed by any authority. So we can see through this graphical representation, we are just tried to show or focus how women participants are increasing, though there is no proper recognition officially, we can say. So in 2004, women participants are more than the male in elections. And in 2009 also, the participants from female only very high than the male. And in 2014 also, we can see highest participations in a local as well as Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha, etc. And here in a women in Lok Sabha, when we see, it is also, since we can observe that since 1952 to 2019, means before the pandemic, we can see the participants from women are more than the men, we can see. And women in Rajya Sabha, which is also known as a upper house, also having an upper hand of women, we can see. And here the gender gap, when we see the gender gap or gender representation among the World Economic Forum, when they have calculated that, in that also gender gap, earlier we were falling in the 122nd rank in the World Economic Forum, but in 2021 the gender gap report is giving that we are ranking at the 140th among 156 nations. So with this we can see that how much gender gap is having in our country, how it is increasing, means though our views and our thinking, our implementations are only sticking to the paperwork only. While coming to the implementation, we are lagging behind. This mind gap, we can see the gender gap, or we are taking initiation of taking gender sensitization, giving equal rights to men and women in the society. So many policymakers, thinkers, everyone, they are talking on this, giving so many lectures. But while coming to the implementation, this rank itself is showing that how much we are lagging behind in the implementation of giving importance or empowerment to the women. Though the startups are there, hubs are there, so many are being established. But until unless it has been given a proper authoritative mark in the legislation or in the amendments, in my opinion, the proper gender gap reduction is not possible according to me. This policies making on paperwork is not enough. So for what all are making lagging behind this? What are the challenges we are facing in this lagging behind in politics or leadership or anything? What are the main challenges we are facing in empowerment, in the leadership, or giving chances women in politics, women in parliament, women in legislative assemblies, etc. What are the basic challenges or major challenges? What all are that my co-author Harshita is going to continue. Harshita, please carry on.
Yes, so the challenge is that women face in Indian
We are given only 5 minutes now. What's your time limit?
It is just 2 minutes completed, ma'am. 3 more minutes.
Okay, sure. Yes, ma'am. Harshita.
Harshita,
yes,
continue.
thank you.
Yes, thank you for giving extra time. Yes. So snide remarks are being passed against women, like very misogynistic remarks, like forcing women to, they're relegating women to the periphery of their own house, and they're not letting them to come out and express themselves. Offensive remarks, abusive remarks are being passed against them. Illiteracy and lack of awareness is another challenge that women face. Gender stereotypes that women are not good leaders, they're emotional, they're not rational, only men are rational, is again a stereotype that has always been there in the minds of Indians, that women should always be at home and they should not step out. And then women are also forced to function as puppet leaders of their male counterparts, even in the seats reserved for them. Apprehensions are also there against the efficiency of women. Often women leaders are questioned upon their efficiency by the so-called intelligentsia. And then gender discrimination is often accompanied in India by the caste discrimination and other prejudices and forms of discrimination. Often Black women are relegated to the boundary or the periphery of the society. Often Dalit women are not allowed to represent themselves. And then we see, despite all these challenges that women face, there are still women in the Indian politics that we can acknowledge, such as Menaka Gandhi, Sushma Swaraj, J. Jayalalitha, Smriti Irani, Pratibha Devi Singh Patil, the first president of India, Indira Gandhi, the first Prime Minister of India, Sonia Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee, Vasundhara Raje Scindia. There are so many, and the list goes endless. And we must find ourselves fortunate to have produced two major leaders of this country as women. For example, even countries like USA did not have a female vice president until the recent election, whereas India, even in 1969, it has got its first prime minister in the form of a woman, that is Indira Gandhi. And I would like to conclude by saying that so far reservations have only been treated as reparations to perennial oppression that women have been facing. It is neither seen as a tool of empowerment nor as of representation. Women empowerment is not showing her a path and asking her to walk on the same. Rather, empowerment is enabling her to find her own way. Political representation is only a way for women to get their voices heard. Women must be armed, and the use of armed word is only metaphorical here. She must be armed with power, protection from evils of society, ownership over assets, willpower, education, and wisdom, rights and respect she deserves. The time is ripe for us to break the clutches of the society and fly high. We must understand that women is not a commodity. Rather, she is a gift to the humankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunita and Harshita ma'am. The next participant is Hina Fatima.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can you make me the co-host?
Hina Fatima, you're already a co-host.
Okay. No. Actually, I'm signing in with the Sri Nikhila laptop.
Why don't you use that, Ma? Again, we have to co-host. It takes time. You can just co-host in that when you have it.
Okay, I'll see.
Just see who is the next participant.
The next participant is R. Sucharita.
Yes, Sucharita.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Start your presentation.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Today, my topic for the seminar, I am Hina Fatima from AMS College for Women. Today's my topic is for the seminar, Progress of Women.
1 second, Hina Fatima.
Hina Fatima, ma'am.
Okay, 1 second. You wanted to present, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You are presenting?
Yes, ma'am. But I can't share my slides, so I'll just tell because of technical issues.
Because one more person is presenting, Ma. Can you wait?
No, ma'am. Actually, it was my turn now.
Yes, your turn, but you are not ready, right?
No, I was ready.
Yes.
I signed it.
1 second. Let the person complete, then you can start. Okay, let her complete. Okay. Yes, Sucharita.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for accepting my paper. I'm Sucharita, pursuing PhD in Department of Political Science under the supervision of Dr. V. Sridhar. My paper title is Empowerment of Women Through Political Participation in India. A democratic system is defined of political participation, the extent to which all citizens are given equitable and effective involvement determine the effectiveness of democracy. Women account for over of India's population, which necessitates attention and participation in political process. I'm not going to explain about theoretical background of Panchayati Raj institution and in constitution safety. Object of my paper to study the role of women in political arena and their political consciousness, to examine the actors responsible for low-level participation of women in Indian politics, to explore the constant faced by women in performing their role in external politics, to find out position of women national parliament. Research methodology. The information of this paper has been primarily collected from secondary source, books, journals, government reports, internet source, and unpublished works. Women in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The 16th Lok Sabha in India, 2014, compared 62 women members, only 11.41% of the total Lok Sabha membership. It has increased from 10.86% in 2009. It is almost all the world average of 22.2%. The Rajya Sabha does not much better representation with just 29 women members comparing 11.9% of total membership in 2014. Again, this is an improvement of the 2009 figure of 8.97. It is 4 below the world average of 19.6. It comes as no surprise then Indians ranked 141 in the world ranking of women in national parliament, complete by the Interparliament Union. Indians rank is one of the lowest is the weekend and falls below here neighbors. Nepal ranked of 40, Afghanistan at 45, China at 71, Pakistan 86. Recommendations and conclusion. It most of conclusion mandate to reserve 33% seats of women being rights. We would have felt to be heading towards times of gender equality. Otherwise, it would be two steps forward and one step backward, making only 50% progress. Today, the word 18.4% female members of parliamentary around the world. Recently, Rwanda went ahead Sweden to number 1 in the world in women's parliamentary representation with the figure of 56.3 present against Sweden 47.3%. Rwanda is an example of the new trend to use electoral gender but the past gender balance in political. The Women's Reservation Bill 108 amended has also been introduced in national parliament to reserve 33% of the Lok Sabha seats for women, but the bill is yet to be passed. It is believed that increasing the number of women in national government may not granted to direct influence of governance and government, but a particularly mass of women in power can bring about transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sucharita.
Acha, Hina, Fatima, you're already a co-host. Just check
Yes,
it, present yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Today, my topic is progress of women entrepreneurs post-COVID period 19 in India. So the outbreak of COVID has changed many customs and norms permanently. The pandemic had its negative effect, like the highest growth rate is seen in the startups from the companies by using gadgets and digital economy, and this has led many entrepreneurs pivoting to stay operational. Talking about the gender equality and empowering women, pandemic has pushed many female entrepreneurs to start their career in a situations where many developed industries collapse. So from processing of nursery sanitary napkins to productions of surgical masks, sanitizers, and contactless thermometers to selling pickles and going or creating cloud kitchens, partnering with the friends or relatives, women entrepreneur has paved their ways towards the success. So I'll share my screen. So women throughout the world are discriminated and exploited, and the exploitation. Women throughout the world are discriminated and exploited. Intensity of the exploitation varies from society to society. Even in the countries like US, UK, women are discriminated. So for now, we can't say that women's discrimination is completely eliminated from any of the either of the societies. And women have the opportunities in the areas like fabric painting, yoga instructions, art crafts, hand embroidery, fashions, etc. Everywhere, the woman is having the opportunity to excel themselves. And the pandemic has shown its negative effect, but the world has also seen the highest growth in startup companies and in digital economy. The objectives of my paper is to examine the schemes which are introduced by the government to support women entrepreneurs and to identify the women entrepreneurs in India and examine their growth. So as it is rightly said by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, that you can tell the situations of nation by looking at the status of its women. So there's a chart showing here the representation of women in the workplace by the percentage of employees. So in the A, it's an entry level, B manager, C senior manager, D vice president, E senior vice president, and F C-suite. So the women is increasingly in numbers of percentage in different areas. So we can say that women is not only since the year 2015 to 2020, women has excelled themselves in different areas by seeing this numbers. And there are certain schemes which are introduced by the government to support women entrepreneurs who are in different areas, like Annapurna schemes. This is a loan which is which is sanctioned to women in catering industries, and the loan which is granted to them is rupees 50,000. And Bharatiya Mahila Bank business loan. In this, there's a scheme which supports the women entrepreneurs on large scale. Mudra Yojana scheme, the government has introduced or initiated this scheme to improve the status of the women in the country by granting them rupees 10 lakh loans. Then next is Orient Mahila Vikas Yojana scheme, in which the woman who is holding 51% of the share capital separately or collectively is granted loan up to rupees 25 lakh. Pradhan Mantri Yojana, Rozgar Yojana, the scheme is focusing on creating skill-based employees, self-employments through women entrepreneurs, and the limit of the loan is rupees 2 lakh to 5 lakh. Then Mahila Udyam Nidhi scheme. In this scheme, the aim is to meet the gap in equity, and it is also promoting the MSMEs and small scale sectors in different industries, and the loan limit provided to them is up to 10 lakh to 20 lakh. And some of the successful women entrepreneurs entrepreneurs in India in the year 2020 to 2020 is Shivratri Bajaj, co-founder of Box Exchange, in which she has shifted the complete focus of women.
Ina Fatima, I guess you have to conclude. Your time is up.
Okay, ma'am. So successful women entrepreneurs are Shivratri Bajaj, Vaishali Chinaya, and Shalini Raj. And I'll conclude my topic by women entrepreneurs are confident. It is seen that women entrepreneurs are confident, innovative, and creative, and they are ready to accept the changes, and they are and the sustainability of the sustainability of the business can be achieved if they are sustained in the business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ina Fatima. And the next paper presenter is Sakshi Prasad.
Ma'am, can you make me the wish? Co-host.
Okay.
Sakshi, you are already a co-host, ma.
Okay, ma'am. Just
There's a lot of disturbances from your side.
ma'am, can you see the screen?
Sakshi Prasad, there is a lot of disturbance from your side. Please check it.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, rightly said by Cindy Pace, leadership is an action, not a position. Good afternoon, respected faculty, guests, and all other participants. My name is Sakshi Prasad. I'm 19 years old from West Bengal, pursuing BA in Economics, Public Administration, and Political Science from St. Anne's College for Women, Hyderabad. My topic is Women in Leadership, Justice for Women. So, according to surveys and data, women in business are more honest and ethical, provide fair benefits, and are mentoring employees in a much better way. Now, there was a survey when asked that what does being a woman impacts the growth of your business, then about 52% of the women surveyed either strongly agreed or agreed to the statement. This makes us ponder upon the general imbalance that still prevails in our country. The data also shows that there has been an increase by 114% of the female entrepreneurs in the last 20 years. The reason behind such an increased number, the quality mainly to focus on, is confidence. The valiant attitude to step up and make a fearless eye contact with the majority of the people who see you as a frail and an incapable section of the society is the confidence that an unstoppable woman holds. To be able to believe in yourself, trust your own decisions and voices makes you confident enough to be able to face the world. To be clear and passionate about your dreams and career. To be authentic, that is being in your own, that is believing in your own true self. As said by Sheryl Sandberg, leaders should strive for authenticity over perfection. Also, education plays a major role in the upliftment of women in the society. The more we educate, the more the number of emerging leaders as women increases. When women ask for equality or equal opportunities, they do not wish to be any superior than the male member, rather than to be treated equally on the basis of their own credentials and capabilities or as par to them. We just ask to shift the focus from gender to skills and performances as the main criteria, while still maintaining open and inclusionary ideals. In a nutshell, women can play an important role in initiating and inspiring progress on human rights, justice, and economic revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sakshi Prasad. Paper presenter is Dr. B. Jyoti. The Telugu session starts from here. Ma'am, are you there, Jyoti ma'am?
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, Andy. Yes, please start your presentation, ma'am.
Okay, madam. మహిళా అంతర్జాతీయ దినోత్సవ
మ్యామ్ మీరు ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసుకోండి, ఒక్కసారి మిమ్మల్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసుకోండి.
నా పేరు బి జ్యోతి, ఏవి కాలేజ్, పీజీ తెలుగు డిపార్ట్మెంట్.
ఓకే మ్యామ్.
అంతర్జాతీయ మహిళా దినోత్సవ శుభాకాంక్షలు అందరికీ. నేను ఈరోజు ప్రజెంట్ చేయబోయే పేపరు ఓల్గా గారు రచించిన విముక్త కథలలోని స్త్రీ పాత్రల మనోవిశ్లేషణ గురించి చేస్తున్నాను. మనకి మొదటి నుంచి కూడా రామాయణ మహాభారతాలని, అందులో భారతం కంటే రామాయణంలో ఉన్నటువంటి పాత్రలన్నిటిని కూడా దైవిక పాత్రలుగా, ఆదర్శవంతమైనటువంటి పాత్రలుగా తీర్చిదిద్దుతూ ఉన్నటువంటి సమాజంలో మొదటి నుంచి ఇప్పటి వరకు కూడా ఉన్నాము. ఆ పురాణ కథలకు నూతన దిశా నిర్దేశం చేసి ఆలోచించే విధంగా, ఆలోచింపజేసే విధంగా, మనల్ని పరిశీలింపజేసుకునే విధంగా ఓల్గా గారి విముక్త కథలను రచించారు. పురాణ పురుషులు ధర్మపక్షం నిలబడ్డ వాళ్ళైతే, స్త్రీలు అన్యాయాన్ని పౌరాణిక యుగాల నుండి నేటి వరకు కూడా ఎదిరించిన వాళ్ళలాగా కనిపిస్తారు. సంక్షోభం, సంఘర్షణ, చైతన్యం ఇవన్నీ కూడా మన ఓల్గా గారి విముక్త కథల్లో కనిపిస్తాయి. వర్తమాన పురాణ గాథల్లో స్త్రీవాద పార్శ్వాలను స్పృశించే ప్రయోగాలు ఓల్గా చేస్తున్నటువంటివి. ఇందులో ఈవిడ ఒక 5 కథలను రాశారు. దాంట్లో సమాగమము, విముక్త, మృన్మయ నాదము, బంధితుడు, ఇట్లా ఒక 5 కథలను ఈవిడ రాశారు. ఈ 5 కథల్లో కూడా సీత లింక్ గా మనకు కనిపిస్తూ ఈ కథల్లో ఉంటుంది. మొట్టమొదటి కథానిక సమాగంలో కథలో ప్రారంభంలో సీత తన 2 కుమారుల కోసం వేచి చూస్తూ అరణ్యవాసంలో ఉంటూ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఆ 2 కుమారులు అవకుశులు వచ్చి మంచి మంచి పువ్వులను తెచ్చి, రకరకాల పువ్వులను తీసుకొచ్చి ఆమె ముందు వేస్తారు. ఈ పూలన్నీ మీకు ఎక్కడివి అని అడిగితే, అరణ్యంలో మేము వెళుతూ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక చక్కటి ఉద్యానవనం మనకు కనిపించింది. ఆ ఉద్యానవనం చాలా బాగుంది, కానీ దాని యజమాని మాత్రం చాలా కురూపిగా ఉన్నది, ముక్కు చెవులు ఎవరో కోసేసినట్టుగా కనిపిస్తుందమ్మా అని చెప్తారు. చెప్తే అప్పుడు ఈమెకు వెంటనే శూర్పణఖ గుర్తొచ్చి వీళ్ళ వనవాసం చేస్తూ ఉన్నప్పుడు శూర్పణఖ చాలా అందంగా ఉన్నటువంటి స్త్రీ, చక్కటి పూలని మెడలో అంటే మామూలుగా ఆభరణాల స్థానంలో పూలదండను వేసుకొని, చెవులకి తలలో మల్లెపూలు పెట్టుకొని, మొత్తం పూలతో అలంకరించుకొని వచ్చినటువంటి ఈవిడ సీతను చూసి ఈవిడేమిటి ఇటువంటి బరువైనటువంటి ఆభరణాలను ధరించింది అని చెప్పి అక్కడ భావిస్తుంది. ఈ చాలా అందమైనటువంటి ఆవిడ రాముని అందాన్ని చూసి ఆమె ప్రేమతో దగ్గరికి వస్తే ముక్కు చెవులు కోసం ఆమెను పరాభవించారని చెప్పి ఆలోచించి మళ్ళీ మరుసటి దినము కుమారులిద్దరిని కూడా ఆ ఉద్యానవనానికి తీసుకువెళ్ళమని కోరుతుంది. అక్కడ శూర్పణఖ చూసి శూర్పణఖ సీతను చూసి ఆశ్చర్యపోతుంది. ఇదేమిటి చాలా నారచీరలు ధరించినటువంటి స్త్రీగా ఉన్నది అని చెప్పి, నువ్వు సీత వెన్న రామచంద్రుడి పత్నివి కదా అంటే, రామచంద్రుడి పత్నిని కాదు, నేను జనకుని కుమార్తెను అని చెప్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే జీవితంలో ఆమె ఎదుర్కొన్నటువంటి సంఘర్షణ వలన తనకు కలిగినటువంటి మానసిక క్షోభ కానీ ఆత్మన్యూనత కాదు, అక్కడ ఆత్మాభిమానం అని కూడా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చును. ఆ విధంగా ఆమె శూర్పణఖతో మాట్లాడుతూ తను రామచంద్రుడి భార్యను అని తన ఉనికిని చాటి చెప్పుకోవడానికి ఆవిడ ఇష్టపడదు. జనకుని కుమార్తెను భూపుత్రికను అని చెప్తుంది. తర్వాత వాళ్ళిద్దరి సంభాషణల్లో ఇక్కడ శూర్పణఖ వనవాసము చేసినటువంటి దాంట్లో ప్రియను ఈమె సీత కోరుకుంటే, శూర్పణఖ అక్కడ తన అందాన్ని ప్రేమిస్తూ అంటే ముక్కు చెవులు కోసి తన పరాభవించినప్పటికీ ప్రకృతిలో ఉన్నటువంటి అందాన్ని తన అందంగా భావించుకొని తాను పరిమళవంతమైనటువంటి ఈ ఉద్యానవనాన్ని పెంచాను అని చెప్తుంది. ఇక్కడ ఇంకొకటి గమనించదగిన విషయం ఏమిటంటే, తను అంటే అందమైన పురుషులను కోరుకున్నా కూడా వాళ్ళు తన ముక్కు చెవులు కోసి కురూపి అయినటువంటి దాన్ని నన్ను బాగా ద్వేషిస్తే ఆ కోపంతో ద్వేషంతో రగిలిపోయి ప్రకృతిని ప్రేమించడం నేర్చుకున్నాను. నాకు ఇక్కడ సుధర్మ అనేటటువంటి అతను ఉండి నా ప్రకృతిని అతన్ని తీసుకొని తనకు అర్పించడానికి ఒప్పుకున్నాడు అని చెప్తుంది. అంటే అక్కడ అంటే స్త్రీ పురుషుల ఇది ఎందుకు చెప్తున్నానంటే, మామూలుగా స్త్రీ పురుషులు ఎవరైనా మాట్లాడినా కొంత సన్నిహితంగా ఉన్నా కూడా వాళ్ళకి అక్రమ సంబంధాలు అంటకట్టేయటం అనేది కనిపిస్తుంది. సీతని పిలిస్తే ఈవిడ సీత అని చెప్తే ఒక పెద్ద నమస్కారం పెట్టేసి వెళ్ళిపోతే సీత అనుకుంటుంది అన్నమాట, ఏదో తెలియని బాంధవ్యం మీద వీళ్ళిద్దరి మధ్యలో ఉంది అని చెప్పి ఆవిడ చాలా ఆనందపడుతుంది. తర్వాత తన జీవనం ఎట్లా కొనసాగుతుంది ఏమిటి అంటే తనకు జరిగినటువంటిది అంత విధానం కూడా సీత అక్కడ చెప్పడము. తర్వాత నీ జీవితం యొక్క
టైం అయిపోతుంది మేడం.
ఓకే, జీవితం యొక్క సాఫల్యం ఏమిటి అని అంటే,
ఓకే మ్యామ్,
జీవితం యొక్క సాఫల్యం ఏమిటి అని అడిగితే లవకుశులను తాను రాముడి యొక్క వారసులుగా పంపిస్తాను అని చెప్తుంది. అయితే ఇక్కడ మరి తర్వాత నీవేం చేస్తావు, నువ్వు మళ్ళీ అయోధ్యకు వెళ్తావా రాముని పట్టమనిషిగా అంటే, అక్కడ ఒప్పుకోను, నేను భూపుత్రికను కాబట్టి నేను అక్కడికి వెళ్ళటానికి తాను ఒప్పుకోను అని చెప్పి సీత చెప్పడం, అక్కడ సీతలో కలిగినటువంటి చైతన్యం మనకు ఆ కథలో కనిపిస్తుంది. తర్వాత మనకి అక్కడ మృన్మయ నాథం అని చెప్పి రేణుక కథంలో సీత కలుస్తుంది అనమాట. ఆవిడని కలిసినప్పుడు ఆవిడ మంచి ఇసుకతో చేసిన కుండలు శిల్పాలు అవన్నీ ఉంటాయి. సీత వెళితే సీతకు కూడా ఒకటి ఇసుకతో చేసినటువంటి కుండ ఈవిడ బహుకరిస్తుంది. అక్కడ సీత ఈమెని ప్రశ్నిస్తే, నేను పరశురాముడు గొడవలతో నరికివేశాడు కదా అంటే, పురుషస్వామిక ప్రపంచంలో ఎంతసేపు కూడా వాళ్ళ అంటే పురుషులు పుత్రులు కూడా ఒకటే రకంగా ఉంటూ ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళ అంటే పురుషులేమో ఈ రాజ్యము, ఈ ధనము ఇటువంటి వాటి పట్లనే ఉంటూ ఉంటే, స్త్రీలేమో ఇల్లు, పిల్లల పెంపకము ఈ రకమైనటువంటి ఆలోచన ధోరణిలో ఉండి తమ జీవితము దాంట్లోనే కోల్పోతారు. ఆ విధంగా నేను కూడా కోల్పోయాను. ఏదో తన మీద ఆ అనుమానంతో కదా పరశురాముడి జమదగ్ని ఈవిడని పాతివ్రత్యం గురించి ఇసుకతో కుండం చేస్తే నేను తన పాతివ్రత్యం అనుకున్నారు. అక్కడ పాతివ్రత్యం కాదు, నాకు ఏకాగ్రత. ఆ ఏకాగ్రత ఎట్లా వచ్చిందని చెప్తుందంటే, ఈవిడ పిల్లలని పెంచుతూ ఉన్నప్పుడు మాతృమూర్తి వాళ్ళకి ఏ కష్టం కలగకుండా వాళ్ళ శరీరం కందిపోతుందో అనుక్షణం గమనిస్తూ పెంచుతూ ఉంటుంది. అక్కడే వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఏకాగ్రత మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. ఆ ఏకాగ్రతను అంటే పిల్లల పట్ల తనకి ఎంత ఏకాగ్రతతో పెంచిందో ఆ ఏకాగ్రతతో తను ఇసుకతో కుండను చేశానని చెప్తుంది. అక్కడ ఏకాగ్రత మనం కాపాడుతుంది. అందుకని అసలు మనని మనం తెలుసుకోవాలంటే మనం ఒక పత్నిగా కాదు, ఒక తల్లిగా కాదు, మనని మనం గుర్తించుకోవాలి అని చెప్పి ఆ మృన్మయనాథం పాత్రలో ఆ కథలో ఆ రేణుక చెప్తుంది. ఇక్కడ శూర్పణఖ అదే చెప్తుంది. ఊర్మిళ లక్ష్మణుడి యొక్క భార్య. ఊర్మిళాదేవి కూడా నిన్ను నీవు తెలుసుకోవటానికి నీకు మంచి అవకాశం కల్పించాడు. ఎందుకంటే ప్రతిసారి కూడా వనవాసానికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కానీ, లంకకు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కానీ, అగ్ని పరీక్ష అప్పుడు కానీ మళ్ళీ ఈవిడ
కూడా ఒక 1 minute లో కంక్లూడ్ చేయండి.
ఓకే మేడం. గర్భవతిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు కానీ పంపించేసినప్పుడు నీవు నీ యొక్క అధికారాలని తెలుసుకునే విధంగా నీకు అవకాశం కల్పించింది. కాబట్టి నువ్వు వీటి నుంచి స్వేచ్ఛగా నువ్వు బయటపడు అని ఊర్మిళ కూడా చెప్తుంది. అహల్య పరిస్థితి కూడా, అహల్యని రాముడు వీళ్ళిద్దరు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు చాలా సౌందర్యవతి చాలా అని అనిపించింది, 2 చేతులెత్తి దండం పెట్టాలనిపించింది. కానీ ఆవిడ సౌశీల్యం లేనటువంటిది అని రాముడు చెప్తాడు. ఇక్కడ కౌసల్య ఏమో చాలా సౌశీల్యం కలిగినటువంటిది సీత అని చెప్పి అహల్య అని చెప్పి సీతకు చెప్తే సీత ఆశ్చర్యపోతుందన్నమాట. అహల్యని కలిసినప్పుడు అహల్య కూడా ఇదే మాట, అంటే తనని తాను ఎట్లా చైతన్యవంతం చేసుకోవాలో, సంఘర్షణ చేసుకోవాలో అనేటటువంటిది మనకి ఈ ఓల్గా గారు ఈ పాత్రల ద్వారా చెప్పారు. అయితే ఈ పాత్రలను చెప్పినటువంటి విధానము అంటే శూర్పణఖ, ఊర్మిళ, అహల్య, రేణుక వీరందరి అనుభవాల నుంచి సీత మొదట తనకు నిరసన, కోపము, తర్వాత అందరి జీవితాల వ్యధలను తెలుసుకొని, అందరి జీవితాలు, స్త్రీ జీవితాలు అన్ని కూడా సమానమే, కాకపోతే సంఘర్షణ వేరుగా ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఈ సంఘర్షణ అందరిది సమానంగానే ఉంటుంది. అయితే ఆ సంఘర్షణ నుంచి బయటపడి తమని తాము, తమ స్వేచ్ఛ కోసము తాము ఏ విధంగా జీవించాలి, ఎటువంటి చైతన్యం కలిగి ఉండాలి అనేది సీత పాత్రల ద్వారా మనకు అర్థమవుతుంది. అది ఇక్కడ ఒక 1 minute 1 second మేడం. ఇక్కడ ఓల్గా గారు మనకు తెలిసినటువంటి కథల నుంచే మన చేయిని పట్టుకుని తీసుకుని వెళుతూ ఒక మస్క వెలుతురు అంటే చీకట్ల నుంచి తీసుకుని వెళుతూ మస్క వెలుతురులోకి రాగానే మనల్ని వదిలేస్తుంది అనమాట. అంటే మీ చైతన్యాన్ని, మీ ఆలోచనని, మీ సంఘర్షణ ఎటువంటిదో దాంట్లో మీరు ఎట్లా బయటపడాలో మీకు మిమ్మల్నే మీరు గుర్తించండి, తెలుసుకోండి అని ఈ ఓల్గా గారు చెప్పినట్టుగా నాకు అనిపించింది. ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళందరికీ నేను ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్తున్నాను. స్పెషల్ ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ మేడం, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. నెక్స్ట్ పార్టిసిపెంట్ దేవేంద్ర మ్యామ్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. వినిపిస్తుందా మేడం? నా వాయిస్ వినబడుతుంది కదా?
క్లియర్ గా వినిపిస్తుంది మేడం.
నా పేరు డాక్టర్ ఎం దేవేంద్ర, తెలుగు శాఖ, కోటి మహిళా కళాశాల. మనం మహిళా సాధికారతను గుర్తు చేసుకుంటూనే లింగ సమానత్వం కోసం స్త్రీ పురుషుల మధ్య ఉన్నటువంటి పక్షపాతాన్ని విచ్ఛిన్నం చేయాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ 2 రోజుల అంతర్జాతీయ సదస్సును జరుపుకుంటున్నాం. దాని గురించే ఉదయం నుంచి మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం కూడా. అయితే నా పత్ర సమర్పణ శీర్షిక వచ్చి సమకాలీన రచయిత్రుల నవలల్లో మహిళా సాధికారత ఎట్లా ఉంది అనే అంశం గురించి నేను మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. అంటే గత 4 దశాబ్దాలుగా మహిళల చుట్టూ ఉన్నటువంటి అనేక సమస్యల్ని మనం చర్చించుకుంటూనే ఉన్నాం. ఓటు హక్కును సాధించుకున్నాం, ప్రభుత్వ ఉద్యోగాల్లో రిజర్వేషన్ ని పొందగలుగుతున్నాం, అన్ని రంగాలలో మహిళల భాగస్వామ్యం పెరుగుతూనే వస్తుంది. మరి మహిళల అక్షరాస్యత శాతం కూడా పెరుగుతూ వస్తుంది. అయినప్పటికీ మనం లింగ సమానత్వం గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నామంటే ఇంకా లింగ సమానత్వం పూర్తిగా రాలేదనే అర్థం. మహిళా సాధికారత దిశగా సమాజం, కుటుంబం, వ్యవస్థ ఇంకా ముందడుగు వేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉందని అర్థం. అయితే ఈ పరిణామం అంతా కూడా సాహిత్యంలోనూ కనిపిస్తుంది. ముఖ్యంగా నవలా సాహిత్యంలో రచయిత్రులు రాసినటువంటి నవలల్లో గనుక చూసినట్టయితే ఈ లింగ వివక్షను, మహిళా సాధికారతను చిత్రించినటువంటి నవలలు చాలా తక్కువనే చెప్పాలి. అంటే మొదటి తరంలో చూసుకున్నట్టయితే రంగనాయకమ్మను మొదలుకొని ఓల్గా, కుప్పిలి పద్మ, గీతాంజలి మొదలైనటువంటి వారు కనిపిస్తారు. ఆ తర్వాత కాలంలో అంటే 2000 సంవత్సరం నుండి 2020 వరకు ఇప్పటి వరకు కనుక చూస్తే సమకాలీన రచయిత్రులు చాలా స్పష్టంగా మహిళా సాధికారతను చిత్రించేటటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేశారు. ముఖ్యంగా విభిన్న నేపథ్యాల నుండి ఎదిగి వచ్చినటువంటి మహిళా రచయిత్రులు వారి మూలాలను, వారు నడిచి వచ్చినటువంటి మార్గాలను తెలియజేసే ప్రయత్నం చేశారు. అయితే ముందు తరంలో వచ్చినటువంటి నవలల్ని గనక చూసుకుంటే జానకి విముక్తిలో జానకి పాత్ర, స్వేచ్ఛ నవలలో అరుణ పాత్ర, సహజ నవలలో శారద, సహజ, ఉషా, రమ పాత్రలు, మానవి నవలలో వసంత పాత్ర, కన్నీటి కెరటాల వెన్నెలో రేణు పాత్ర, ఆమె అడవిని జయించిందిలో సంధ్య పాత్ర. ఈ పాత్రలన్నీ కూడా మతంలో, వ్యవస్థలో, సమాజంలో, కుటుంబంలో ఉన్నటువంటి అనేక సమస్యల్ని ఎదుర్కొని జీవితంలో నిలబడగలిగినటువంటి స్థాయికి చేరినటువంటి విధానం మనకు ఈ నవలా పాత్రల ద్వారా కనిపిస్తుంది. అయితే ఆ తర్వాత వచ్చినటువంటి నవలలోని పాత్రలు ఇంకొంత ముందుకు వెళ్ళి ఒక స్పష్టమైనటువంటి అవగాహనతో ఒక ఆర్థిక స్వావలంబనను సాధించి మరిన్ని కొత్త సమస్యల్ని ఎట్లా ఎదుర్కొన్నారో తర్వాత వచ్చినటువంటి నవలల్లో మనకు కనిపిస్తుంది. ఆ తర్వాత వచ్చినటువంటి నవలల్ని గనక చూస్తుంటే జలంధర గారి పున్నాగ పూలు నవలలో రాధ పాత్ర, కెఎన్ మల్లేశ్వరి గారు రాసినటువంటి నీల నవలలో నీల పాత్ర, పరిమళ సోమేశ్వర్ గారు రాసినటువంటి లేడీ స్పెషల్ నవలలో ముఖ్యంగా 31 మహిళా పాత్రలు వచ్చాయి దీంట్లో. స్వాతి శ్రీపాద రాసినటువంటి పునరాగమనం నవలలో వసంత లక్ష్మి, డాక్టర్ షాజహానా రాసినటువంటి మేరా జహా నవలలో సలీమా పాత్ర, అనురాధ సుజలగంటి గారు రాసినటువంటి ఆడదంటే సబల, జాజుల గౌరి వైనం నవలలో నీలమ్మ పాత్ర, తాళ్లపల్లి యాకమ్మ రాసినటువంటి కెరటం నవలలో మల్లమ్మ పాత్ర, డాక్టర్ కె గీత వెనుతిరగని వెన్నెలలో తన్మయి పాత్ర. ఈ పాత్రలన్నీ కూడా మహిళా సాధికారతను సమర్థవంతంగా ఎదుర్కొన్నటువంటి తీరు మనకు ఈ నవలల్లో కనిపిస్తుంది. ముఖ్యంగా మనం పున్నాగ పూలు నవలను గనుక తీసుకుంటే ఇది ఒక బెస్ట్ సేలర్ నవలగా ఈ మధ్య కాలంలో నిలిచినటువంటి నవల, 5-6 ముద్రణలు పొందినటువంటి నవల. ఈ నవల చదివినప్పుడు అందులోని మహిళల పాత్రలు చూస్తున్నప్పుడు మనకు ఒక చక్కటి చైతన్య వాతావరణం కనబడుతుంది. అంటే నవల అంటే చాలా పెద్దగా ఉంటుంది, చదవడానికి చాలా ఇబ్బంది అనుకుంటారు చాలా మంది. కానీ ఈ నవల చదివినప్పుడు ఒక చైతన్య వాతావరణంలోకి ఒక మహిళ మానసిక స్థితి వెళుతుంది అంటే ఆ మహిళ యొక్క ఆ నవల యొక్క శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలను మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఈ నవలలో ముఖ్యంగా రాధ పాత్ర, ఈ రాధ పాత్ర చాలా ధనవంతుల ఇళ్లలో పుట్టి పెరిగినటువంటి అమ్మాయి. ఆమె బాల్యంలో ఆర్థిక పరమైనటువంటి సమస్యలు ఏమీ లేవు, కానీ అందరు అమ్మాయిలాగా పెరిగింది. అంటే తను నచ్చిన చదువు చదువుకోలేదు, అమ్మ వాళ్ళు ఏది చదివిస్తే ఆ చదువు చదివింది. తను నచ్చిన వారిని పెళ్లి చేసుకోలేకపోయింది, అమ్మా నాన్నలు ఏ పెళ్లి చేస్తే అదే పెళ్లి చేసుకుంది. ఎంతసేపు తన చిన్నప్పటి ఆ మహిళలకు ఉండేటటువంటి ఒక మైండ్ సెట్ వల్ల మంచి అమ్మాయి అనిపించుకోవాలనే తపన ఆమెలో ఉంటుందన్నమాట. కానీ పెళ్లికి ముందు మంచి అమ్మాయి అనిపించుకోగలుగుతుంది, కానీ పెళ్లి తర్వాత ఎంత పని చేసినా అత్త ఎత్తి పొడుపులు తప్పవు, భర్త పురుషాధిక్యాన్ని ప్రదర్శించక తప్పడు. మరి ఉన్నింటి కోడలుగా ఆమె జీవితం కొనసాగుతుంది, కానీ ఆమెలా జీవించలేకపోతుంది అన్నమాట. అయితే ఈ నవలలో ఒక గొప్ప మలుపు ఒక మలుపులో ఆమెను తెలుసుకోగలుగుతుంది. ఆమె 10 మందికి ఆదర్శంగా నిలవగలుగుతుంది, చదువుకుంటుంది, తన కాళ్ళ మీద తను నిలబడగలుగుతుంది. ఈ నవలలో ఉన్నటువంటి అనేక పాత్రలు ఆయా విభిన్న కోణాలలో ఉన్నటువంటి నేపథ్యాలలో ఉన్నటువంటి పాత్రలు కూడా మనకు ఎంతో స్ఫూర్తినిస్తాయి ఈ నవలను చదివినప్పుడు. అలాగే మరొక నవల లేడీ స్పెషల్, పరిమళ సోమేశ్వర్ గారు రాశారు. ఈ నవల ఏంటంటే లేడీ స్పెషల్, పేరులోనే తెలుస్తుంది లేడీ స్పెషల్ అంటే ఇందులో అన్ని మహిళల పాత్రలే. 33 మహిళల పాత్రలు ఉంటాయి. ఈ 33 మహిళల పాత్రలు కూడా అందరూ ఉద్యోగాలు చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. అంటే పండ్లు అమ్ముకునేటటువంటి ఒక కూరగాయలు అమ్ముకునేటటువంటి అమ్మాయి దగ్గర నుంచి తర్వాత లెక్చరర్, లాయర్, డాక్టర్ ఇట్లా వివిధ రంగాల్లో ఉద్యోగాలు చేస్తున్నటువంటి మహిళల కొత్తగా ఎదుర్కొంటున్నటువంటి సమస్యలు ఏంటి అనేది ఈ నవలలో మనకు కనిపిస్తుంది. అంటే లేడీ స్పెషల్ అంటే ఏంటంటే వీళ్ళు హైదరాబాద్ నుండి మహబూబ్ నగర్ దాకా ఒక ట్రైన్ లో ఉదయం వెళ్ళి సాయంత్రం తిరిగి వస్తూ ఉంటారనమాట. వీళ్ళు ఫైట్ చేసి ఒక లేడీస్ బోగిని వేయించుకుంటారు. ఆ లేడీస్ బోగిలో మహిళలు మాత్రమే ఉండి వాళ్ళ అంటే ప్రయాణం చేస్తూ వాళ్ళ నేపథ్యాలను చెప్పుకుంటూ వాళ్లకు అంటే ఆర్థిక అంటే నవలలో ఒక మాట అంటుంది రచయిత్రి. ఏమంటుందంటే ముందు మాటలో స్త్రీలు సంపాదించినంత మాత్రాన ఆర్థిక స్వాతంత్రం వచ్చినట్లు కాదు, తను సంపాదించే డబ్బు మీద పూర్తి అధికారం, దాన్ని ఖర్చు పెట్టే నిర్ణయాధికారం ఉన్నప్పుడే నిజమైన ఆర్థిక స్వాతంత్రం సాధించినట్టు లెక్క. అంటే ఇక్కడ 33 మంది పాత్రలు నిజంగా ఉద్యోగాల్లో ఉన్నారు, కానీ వాళ్ళు నిజంగానే వాళ్ళ డబ్బు మీద, వాళ్ళ జీవితం మీద వాళ్ళకి నిర్ణయాధికారం ఉందా అంటే ఇందులో అనేక సమస్యలు మన ముందు ప్రదర్శింప చేశారు రచయిత్రి సోమేశ్వర్ గారు, పరిమళ సోమేశ్వర్ గారు. ఆ తర్వాత ఓకే మ్యామ్. అట్లా నీల నవలలో నీలమ్మ కూడా అంటే ఒక దిగువ మధ్య తరగతికి చెందినటువంటి నీల అనేక కష్టాలను ఆటుపోట్లను ఎదుర్కొని జీవితంలో ధైర్యంగా ఆత్మస్థైర్యంతో నిలబడగలుగుతుంది. ఈ విధంగా చూసినప్పుడు ఈ సమకాలీన రచయిత్రులు రాసినటువంటి నవలల్లో ముఖ్యంగా రచయిత్రుల గనుక చూసినట్టయితే ఒక బహుజన దళిత దిగువ మధ్య తరగతి నేపథ్యాల నుండి వాళ్ళు చదువుకొని వచ్చి వారి మూలాలను వారి నేపథ్యాలను మైనారిటీ జీవితాన్ని షాజహాన్ గారు చిత్రిస్తే దళిత జీవితాన్ని జాజుల గౌరీ గారు యాకమ్మ గారు వారి నవలల్లో చిత్రించే ప్రయత్నం చేశారు. ఈ విధంగా సమకాలీన రచయిత్రుల నవలల్లో ఒక స్పష్టమైనటువంటి మహిళా సాధికారత కనిపిస్తుంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ, నాకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు మేడం. ముగిస్తున్నాను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ దేవేంద్ర మేడం. నెక్స్ట్ పార్టిసిపెంట్ వచ్చేసి డాక్టర్ కె మృణాలిని.
నమస్తే మేడం. మ్యామ్ am I audible మ్యామ్? వినిపిస్తుందా?
వినిపిస్తుంది మ్యామ్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. నా పేరు మృణాలిని. నేను కోటి మహిళా కళాశాలలో తెలుగు శాఖలో పనిచేస్తున్నాను. ఈరోజు నేను ఎంచుకున్న అంశం కోమలి గాంధారం మహిళా సాధికారత. కోమలి గాంధారం అనేది ఒక 150 పేజీల పుస్తకం, చాలా చిన్న పుస్తకము. కానీ 150 సంవత్సరాలుగా మార్పు కోసం పోరాడుతూ వచ్చిన స్త్రీ ఆలోచనలకు, మారిన ఆధునిక స్త్రీ భావజాలానికి ఈ పుస్తకం చక్కగా అద్దం పడుతుంది. ఈ పుస్తక రచయిత్రి డాక్టర్ సి మృణాలిని గారు. ఈవిడ 1999లో అంటే దాదాపుగా 22 సంవత్సరాలకు ముందు కోమలి పాత్రకు ప్రాణం పోశారు. కోమలి చాలా తెలివైన అమ్మాయి, చక్కని సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ హ్యూమర్ ఉన్న ఆధునిక భావజాలం ఉన్నటువంటి మహిళ. ఈ పాత్ర ఇప్పటి వరకు వచ్చిన స్త్రీ పాత్రలన్నిటిలోకి, స్త్రీవాద కథా సాహిత్యం అన్నిటిలోకి కూడా ఒక విలక్షణమైన ప్రయోగం. ఈ పుస్తకంలో చిన్న చిన్న కథలు ఉంటాయి, 1 పేజ్ 1.5 పేజ్ ఉంటాయి. అన్ని దేనికవే సపరేట్ గా ఉంటాయి. కానీ ఆ ఉన్న కథలన్నీ కూడా వాటికి ప్రత్యేకమైన శీర్షికలు కూడా ఉంటాయి. ప్రతి కథకి చాలా టైటిల్స్ కూడా దానికి అదే ఉంటాయి. కానీ ఆ కథలన్నీ కూడా కోమలి పాత్ర చుట్టూనే తిరుగుతుంటాయి. మీరందరూ వినే ఉంటారు పాండురంగ మహాత్మ్యం, తెనాలి రామకృష్ణ రచించింది. అందులో ఒక పాత్ర ఉంటుంది. సహజంగా మనం ఏదైనా పాత్రని చెప్పాలంటే ఆ పాత్రకు పేరు పెడతాం గుర్తుండడం కోసం. కానీ తెనాలి రామకృష్ణ కవి పాండురంగ మహాత్మ్యంలో ఒక పాత్రకు పేరు పెట్టలేదు. ఆ పాత్ర గురించి ఎక్కడ చెప్పాల్సి వచ్చినా నిగమ శర్మ అక్క అనే ప్రస్తావించేవాళ్ళు. అట్లాగే ఈ కథల పుస్తకంలో కూడా ఈ కోమలి పేరు తప్ప, కోమలికి సంబంధించిన ఎవరున్నా సరే వాళ్ళకి పేర్లు ఉండవు. కోమలి భర్త, కోమలి అత్త, కోమలి మామగారు అనే ఉంటుంది. అది కొంచెం అట్రాక్టివ్ గా అనిపించేటువంటి అంశం. నాకు ఈ అంశం ఎంచుకోవటానికి కారణం ఏంటంటే, సాహిత్యం సమాజానికి ప్రతిబింబం కాబట్టి సమాజంలో జరిగే మహిళా సాధికారత, స్త్రీవాద దృక్పథాలన్నీ సాహిత్యంలో ప్రతిబింబిస్తాయి. కాబట్టి సాహిత్యాన్ని మనము గుర్తు చేసుకోకుండా ఏ అంశాన్ని కూడా ముగించలేం. అందులోనూ ఈ పాత్ర లెక్చరర్ గా పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. అంటే కోమలి లెక్చరర్ గా వర్క్ చేస్తుంది. సో ఒక వర్కింగ్ ఉమెన్ ఇంట్లో భర్త, అత్తమామలు, బంధువులతో పాటు ఆఫీస్ లో, ఆ వర్క్ ప్లేస్ లో కొలీగ్స్ దగ్గర ఎట్లాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ఫేస్ చేస్తుందో ఆ అన్ని సిచ్యువేషన్స్, ప్రతి సిచ్యువేషన్ కూడా మనకి కథల పుస్తకంలో మనకి కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటాయి. కానీ అన్నిటికంటే ముఖ్యమైన అంశం, ఏ సిచ్యువేషన్స్ కి కూడా కోమలి ఎమోషనల్ అవ్వదు, తిరగబడదు, మనసుకు తీసుకుని బాధపడుతూ ఏడుస్తూ కూర్చోదు. అన్నిటికంటే ముఖ్యంగా భయపడదు. ఏ సిచ్యువేషన్స్ వచ్చినా కూడా తను రియాక్ట్ అవ్వకుండా రెస్పాండ్ అవుతుంది. అది బాగా మనందరం గమనించాల్సిన అంశం. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే, ఆ వచ్చినటువంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ని ఎలా ఫేస్ చేయాలి, వాటికి తగ్గట్టు తనకు కావలసినట్టు జరగడానికి ఏం చేయాలి అన్న పని గురించి మాత్రమే ఆలోచిస్తుంది. దానికి ఎవరన్నా అడ్డు తగిలారు అనుకోండి, తెలివిగా వాళ్ళకి చురకలేస్తుందే తప్ప ఆమె పోరాటం చేయాలి అని మాత్రం అని అనుకోదు. వాళ్ళు ఏమేమి మిస్టేక్స్ చేశారో అవన్నీ వ్యంగ్యంగా వక్రోక్తితో సన్నాయి నొక్కులు నొక్కుతూ ఉంటుంది. అంటే ఒక రకంగా చెప్పాలంటే కోమలి రెవల్యూషనరీ ఫెమినిస్ట్ థాట్స్ ఉన్న అమ్మాయి తప్ప తనేమి రివోల్ట్ అవ్వదు. సో అంటే నేను ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తాను. ఒకసారి అమెరికా నుంచి కోమలి వాళ్ళ బావగారు వస్తారు. వచ్చి నేను ఇక్కడ మంచి ఉమెన్ ఓరియంటెడ్ మూవీ తీద్దామని అనుకుంటున్నాను అంటాడు. ఎలా ఉండాలంటే ఆ మూవీ ఆడవాళ్ళని కంటతడి పెట్టించగలిగే సినిమా తీయాలి అంటాడు. వెంటనే కోమలి, మన దేశంలో ఆడవాళ్ళు ఏడవడానికి సినిమాలు అవసరమా అంటుంది. అట్లా ఎవరైనా సరే, ఒకసారి కోమలి భర్త అదే రోజు సినిమా కథ చెప్తూ భార్యకు పిల్లలు పుట్టలేదు అంటాడు. మరి భర్తకు పుడతారా? అని అడుగుతుంది, చుర్రుని అంటించేస్తుంది అనమాట. సో ఇలా మంచి సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ హ్యూమర్ తో ఎవరైతే స్త్రీని చులకనగా చేసి మాట్లాడతారో వాళ్ళ లోపాలను ఎత్తి చూపుతూ తన వాక్చాతుర్యంతో వాళ్ళ లోపాలను సంస్కరిస్తూ తానేమనుకుంటుందో, వ్యక్తిగా తానేమనుకుంటుందో, ఒక స్త్రీగా తానేం కావాలనుకుంటుందో అవి సాధించుకోగలిగేటువంటి అసామాన్యురాలు కోమలి. ఇంకొక దగ్గర మనం ఇప్పుడు మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నాం మహిళా సాధికారత గురించి. సో రాజకీయాల్లో మహిళా సాధికారత ఎట్లా ఉంటుందని 23 ఏళ్ల క్రితం ఆవిడ వ్యంగ్యంగా చెప్పారు. ఎలా? ఎన్నికల్లో అబల అని ఒక 1.5 పేజ్ కథ ఉందన్నమాట. సో అక్కడ కాలేజ్ లో ఎలక్షన్స్ అవుతుంటాయి. ఎలక్షన్స్ లో ఉమెన్ ఉండాలి, ఖచ్చితంగా ఉమెన్ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసి ఉండాలి. ఎందుకు ఉండాలి అంటే అక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఏం చెప్తారు, 33% రిజర్వేషన్ ఉంది కదా, సో డెఫినెట్ గా మీరు ఉండాలి. సరే ఉంటుంది, మరి ఏ పదవి ఇస్తారు అంటే ప్యానెల్లో ఒక మెంబర్ గా ఉంటారు అంటారు. ఎందుకు అంటే ఆవిడ వచ్చినా రాకపోయినా మాకేం పెద్దగా డిఫరెన్స్ ఉండదు కదా, మా పని మేము చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిపోతాం. సో 33% రిజర్వేషన్ మేము పూరించామని చూపించటానికి ఒక ఉమెన్ ఈ ఎన్నికల్లో పార్టిసిపేట్ చెయ్యాలి. ఆవిడకి ఇచ్చే పదవి మాత్రం ప్యానెల్లో మెంబరే, సో దట్ ఆవిడ ఆబ్సెన్స్ లో కూడా మేము చేయాలనుకున్న పనులు చేసేసుకోవచ్చు అని చెప్పి చెప్తారనమాట. దానికి కూడా ఆవిడ చురకలేస్తూ చక్కగా సమాధానం చెప్తారు. సో ఇలా ప్రతి చోట కూడా స్త్రీ ఎదుర్కొనేటువంటి సమస్యలకి ఆవిడ రివోల్ట్ అవ్వకుండా రెవల్యూషనరీ థాట్స్ తో, వక్రోక్తితో, వ్యంగ్యంగా, సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ హ్యూమర్ తోటి వాళ్ళందరినీ ఖండిస్తూ చురకలు వేస్తూ ఉంటుంది. నేను ఈ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత, ఈ కథా సాహిత్యం, ఈ కోమలి గాంధారం చదివిన తర్వాత నాకు అవగాహనలోకి వచ్చిన అంశం ఏంటంటే, స్త్రీవాదం గురించి మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు కూడా ఏమని చెప్తారంటే ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ గురించి కానీ ఫెమినిజం గురించి కానీ కోమలి భర్తకు అసలు ఏమీ అవగాహన లేదు. అయినా సరే స్త్రీలు 3 రకాలు. ఎవరైతే మహిళా సాధికారత కోసం పోరాటం చేస్తున్నారో ఆ స్త్రీలు 3 రకాలు ఏంటంట, ఒకళ్ళేమో విప్లవ స్త్రీలట, వాళ్ళు మొగుడిని తిట్టి కొట్టి పిల్లల్ని నిర్లక్ష్యం చేస్తూ తిరగబడుతుంటారట. ఇంకోళ్ళు పీడిత స్త్రీలు, అంటే ఇంతకు ముందు చెప్పిన అంశాలన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదా, అవి భర్త వల్ల వీళ్ళు పడుతుంటారట. ఇక 3వ వాళ్ళు ద్వేషపు స్త్రీలు, జీవితాంతం పెళ్లి చేసుకోకుండా పురుష ద్వేషిగా బతికేస్తూ ఉంటారట. ఇలా ఉంటారు అని చెప్తారనమాట. ఇది కేవలం కోమలి భర్త ఆలోచనేనా, లేకపోతే మహిళా సాధికారత లేదా స్త్రీవాదం అంటే ఎటువంటి అవగాహన లేని అందరి ఆలోచన విధానమేనా? సో ఇది చదివిన తర్వాత నాకు అనిపించింది, నిజంగా పరిపూర్ణ అవగాహన లేని ఎవరైనా మహిళా సాధికారత అంటే ముందు మగవాడిని తిట్టడమో లేదా మగవాడిని పాయింట్అవుట్ చేయడానికి ప్రయత్నించడమో చేస్తారన్న ఆలోచనలోనే ఉన్నారు. ఎందుకు అలా ఉన్నారు అంటే పరిపూర్ణమైనటువంటి అవగాహన లేదు. మరి అవగాహన ఎలా వస్తుంది? చైతన్య పరిస్తే వస్తుంది. చైతన్యం ఎలా వస్తుంది? ఆర్థిక స్వాతంత్ర్యంతో వస్తుంది. మనందరికీ తెలిసిందే, మానవ సంబంధాలన్నీ ఆర్థిక సంబంధాలని కార్ల్ మార్క్స్ అన్న విషయం కూడా మనం చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి చదువుకున్నాం. సో ఈ ఆర్థిక స్థితి ముఖ్యంగా వ్యక్తి చైతన్యంలో ప్రధాన భూమిక పోషిస్తుంది. కాబట్టి స్త్రీకి ఆర్థిక చైతన్యం రావాలంటే, తన గురించి తను ఆలోచించాలంటే తను ముందు ఎడ్యుకేట్ అవ్వాలి. ఎడ్యుకేట్ అవటంతో పాటు ఈ స్త్రీవాదము అంటే ముఖ్యంగా పురుషుల్ని తిట్టడమో, ప్రశ్నించే తత్వమో, లేకపోతే ఎదురు తిరగడమో అన్న భావన నుంచి మనం బయటికి రావాలి. ఒకప్పుడు ఇవి ఉన్నాయి, ప్రధానంగా ఇవే ఉండేవి, కానీ ఇప్పుడు అవి ప్రధానంగా లేవు, పార్షియల్ గా ఒక భాగంగా మాత్రమే ఉన్నాయి. సో ఇలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ లో మనము ఏం చేయాలి అంటే ఈ జెండర్ బయాస్ ని బ్రేక్ చేయాలి. బ్రేక్ చేయాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి? ముందు స్త్రీని జెండర్ బయాస్ మీద కాకుండా మనిషిగా గుర్తించాలి. మనిషిగా స్త్రీని ఎప్పుడైతే గుర్తిస్తామో, మానవీయ దృక్పథంతో ఎప్పుడైతే పరిగణించగలుగుతామో, అప్పుడే ఆమె శ్రమకు తగ్గ వేతనము, గుర్తింపు లభిస్తాయి, ఆటోమేటిక్ గా వస్తాయని నేను అర్థం చేసుకున్నాను కోమలి గాంధారం చదివిన తర్వాత. అండ్ నేను మరొక విషయం చెప్పి కన్క్లూడ్ చేస్తాను. మీరు అందరూ కూడా వీలుంటే చిన్న చిన్న కథలు 1.5 పేజే ఉంటాయి, దట్టు వర్కింగ్ ఉమెన్, అందులోనూ లెక్చరర్ గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి, ఇదే రంగంలో ఉన్నటువంటి కోమలి పాత్ర ద్వారా చెప్పారు కాబట్టి మనందరికీ ఇవి చాలా రిలేటెడ్ గా ఉంటాయి. సిచ్యువేషన్స్ కి రెస్పాండ్ అవడం ఎలాగో నేర్పిస్తాయి, రాదర్ దాన్ రియాక్ట్ అవ్వడం కన్నా కూడా. మీరందరూ కూడా ఈ పుస్తకం చదివండి. ఖచ్చితంగా కోమలి లాగా ఒక్క క్షణం అన్నా ఉంటే చాలు అని ఏదో ఒక ఇన్సిడెంట్ లో మనకు ఆ భావన కలుగుతుంది. అండ్ ఇంకొక విషయము, సో ఇప్పుడు స్త్రీవాదం, మహిళా సాధికారత అంటే ముందుగా స్త్రీ తన అస్తిత్వాన్ని తెలుసుకుని మనిషిగా తనకి గుర్తింపు రావడం కోసం, నేను మనిషినే, స్త్రీగా కన్నా మనిషిగా గుర్తించండి అని చూడటమే నేను ఇప్పుడు ప్రస్తావించాలనుకున్న కొత్త అంశము. ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే, ఈ మధ్య ప్రపంచ ఆర్థిక వేదిక 2021లో జరిపిన సర్వే ప్రకారం ఈ స్త్రీ పురుషుల్లో అసమానత తొలగిపోవటానికి సంబంధించిన పరిస్థితుల గురించి ఒక రీసెర్చ్ చేసింది. ఆ రీసెర్చ్ లో మనకి తెలిసినటువంటి విషయం ఏంటంటే, మిగతా అన్ని రంగాల్లో 60-70 ఏళ్ళు లేదా 50 సంవత్సరాలు మినిమం పడుతుందట ఆ అసమానత పూడుకుపోవాలంటే. కానీ విద్యారంగంలో మాత్రం ఇంకొక 10-15 ఏళ్లలో ఈ అంతరం పూడుకుపోయే అవకాశం ఉంది అని నిన్ననే మహిళా దినోత్సవం సందర్భంగా స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అది నేను చదివాను. సో మనం కూడా అదే రంగంలో ఉన్నందుకు మనం అందరం కూడా ఈ విషయాన్ని హర్షించాలి. అండ్ ఇందాకే శ్రీలత మేడం గారు కూడా వాట్సాప్ లో ఒక సంతోషకరమైన విషయము షేర్ చేశారు. ఇది కూడా మహిళా సాధికారత మరో ముందడుగు వేస్తుంది అనటానికి నేను నిదర్శనంగా అనుకుంటున్నాను. సో మహిళా సాధికారత లేదా ఫెమినిజం అంటే ముందు ఈ తిట్టడం, ఎదురు తిరగడం, రివోల్ట్ అవ్వడం అన్న ఆలోచనల్లో నుంచి వ్యక్తిగా స్త్రీని గుర్తించాలి, మానవతా దృక్పథంతో చూడాలి అన్న భావన నేను ఈరోజు వ్యక్తపరుస్తూ ఈ అవకాశం కల్పించినందుకు కోఠి మహిళా కళాశాల వారికి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలుపుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మ్యామ్. నెక్స్ట్ పేపర్ ప్రెజెంటర్ వచ్చేసి ఆర్ సుమతి దేవి.
నమస్తే దివ్య మ్యామ్.
నమస్తే మ్యామ్.
నా పేరు సుమతి, ఆర్ సుమతి దేవి. నేను సంగారెడ్డిలో ఉన్న తారా ప్రభుత్వ కళాశాలలో తెలుగు అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ గా చేస్తున్నాను. ఈ రోజుటి విమెన్స్ కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు నిర్వహిస్తున్న ఈ అంతర్జాతీయ సెమినార్ లో నాకు పత్ర సమర్పణ చేసే అవకాశం దొరకడం నిజంగా నాకు చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. జెండర్ సమానత్వము అంటే లింగ సమానత్వము, తర్వాత మహిళా సాధికారత అనే అంశం మీద జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఈ సమావేశంలో నేను రంగనాయకమ్మ నవలలు, స్త్రీ సాధికారత, మహిళా సాధికారత అనే అంశం మీద పత్ర సమర్పణ చేస్తున్నాను మేడం. దాదాపు 150 సంవత్సరాల చరిత్ర ఉన్న తెలుగు నవల సాహిత్యంలో ఆడవాళ్లు ఎక్కువగా ప్రవేశించడం 1955 నుండే మొదలైంది. తొలితరం తెలుగు నవల కథా రచయిత్రులలో రంగనాయకమ్మ గారి లాగా ప్రాచుర్యం పొందిన వారు, వివాదాస్పదం అయిన వారు మరొకరు లేరు. ముఖ్యంగా 60-70 దశకాలలో తెలుగు పాఠకులపైన, వారి ఆలోచన సరళిపైన ఆమె చూపిన ప్రభావం సాటిలేనిది. ఆమె రాసిన పుస్తకాల పునర్ముద్రణల సంఖ్యను చూస్తే ఈ విషయం బాగా స్పష్టమవుతుంది. రంగనాయకమ్మ గారి కలం నుంచి కథలు, నవలలు, వ్యాసాలు, సిద్ధాంత గ్రంథాలు, అనువాదాలు, సాహిత్య విమర్శ మొదలైనవన్నీ కలిపి ఇప్పటి వరకు దాదాపు 75 పైగా పుస్తకాలు వచ్చాయి. ఆమె రాసిన కథలు, నవలలకి విస్తృతంగా పాఠకుల ఆదరణతో పాటు విమర్శకుల నుండి, విజ్ఞుల నుండి మన్ననలు కూడా లభించాయి. దాదాపు 64 సంవత్సరాలుగా విరామం లేకుండా రంగనాయకమ్మ గారు రచనలు చేస్తున్నారు. 82 సంవత్సరాల వయసులో ఈనాటికి కూడా నవలికలను, కథలను రాస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. ఇంకా సమకాలీన ఈ ప్రపంచంలో ఇప్పటి ఈ మన చుట్టూ జరుగుతున్నటువంటి అనేక ఆర్థిక, రాజకీయ, సామాజిక, సాహిత్య అంశాలపైన కూడా తన అభిప్రాయాలను ఈ వ్యాసాలుగా రాస్తున్నారు. నెలకు కనీసం 2 వ్యాసాలైనా ఆమె రాసినవి మనం తెలుగు పత్రికల్లో చదువుతూనే ఉంటాం. కాబట్టి ఇన్ని రకాలుగా చూసినప్పుడు రంగనాయకమ్మ గారిని గొప్ప చైతన్యశీలి, నిత్య చైతన్యశీలి అని మనం అభివర్ణించవచ్చు. ఇక మహిళా సాధికారత అనే విషయానికి వస్తే, మహిళా సాధికారత అనే దాన్ని స్థూలంగా చూసినట్లయితే సామాజిక రంగంలో, ఆర్థిక రంగంలో, రాజకీయ రంగంలో, మేధస్సులో అయినా, విద్యలో అయినా, కుటుంబంలో అయినా స్త్రీలు మరింత బలాన్ని పొంది, మరింత శక్తివంతమైంది, స్వయం సమృద్ధం అవడమే సాధికారత అని చెప్పుకుంటాం. స్వయంగా నిర్ణయాలు తీసుకునే శక్తి పొందడం, తర్వాత దానికి తగినటువంటి నిర్ణయాలు తగిన సమయంలో తీసుకోవడం, దానికి సంబంధించినటువంటి అన్ని వనరుల్ని సమకూర్చుకోవడం, ఖచ్చితంగా తన అభిప్రాయాల్ని వ్యక్తీకరించడం, ఇవన్నీ కూడా సాధికారత కిందికి వస్తాయి. ఈ విషయాలు నిజానికి 1975 తర్వాత 1975లో అంతర్జాతీయ స్త్రీల సంవత్సరంగా, మహిళా సంవత్సరంగా ప్రకటించిన తర్వాత ఒక్కొక్కటి మన ముందుకు ఐక్యరాజ్య సమితి తీసుకొస్తూ ఉంది. ప్రతి సంవత్సరం ఏదో ఒక ప్లానింగ్ అన్ని దేశాలకు ఇవ్వడం, ఇలాంటివన్నీ జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ ఇలాంటి విషయాలన్నిటినీ కూడా ఈ పేర్లు పెట్టకపోయినా 1960 నుంచి తాను రాస్తున్నటువంటి నవలల్లో గాని, కథల్లో గాని రంగనాయకమ్మ పరోక్షంగానో ప్రత్యక్షంగానో ప్రస్తావిస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. ఆమె పేక మేడలు అనేటువంటి నవలని 1962లో రాశారు. ఈ నవలలో ప్రధాన పాత్ర భానుమతి అనేటువంటి స్త్రీ పాత్ర. ఈ అమ్మాయి చాలా జ్ఞానతృష్ణ, చాలా చదువుకోవాలని, ఉద్యోగం చేయాలనేటువంటి ధ్యాస అప్పట్లో స్త్రీలకు చాలా తక్కువగా ఉండేది. కాబట్టి ముందు బాగా చదువుకోవాలి, జ్ఞానాన్ని సంపాదించాలి, మగవాళ్లతో తన అన్న అయినటువంటి కేశవతోటి సమానంగా ఆ చర్చల్లో పాల్గొనాలి, తాను తెలివైన దాన్ని నిరూపించుకోవాలనేటువంటి ఒక తృష్ణ ఆ అమ్మాయిలో ఉంటుంది. కానీ చదువుకునే స్తోమత లేకపోవడం, తర్వాత పెళ్ళయ్యాక భర్త నుంచి ప్రోత్సాహం కాదు కదా, అవమానాలు, హింస ఇవన్నీ ఎదుర్కొంటూ చివరికి ఆ అమ్మాయి ఆ పరిస్థితులను తట్టుకోలేక ఆత్మహత్యకు నిర్ణయం తీసుకునే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. కాబట్టి కుటుంబాల్లో చిన్న చిన్న విషయాలుగా అందరం మనం అనుకునేటువంటి కారణాలన్నీ కూడా చాలా చిన్న విషయమనే అనిపిస్తాయి, కానీ అవన్నీ స్త్రీల ఎదుగుదలకి చాలా అవరోధంగా ఉన్నాయనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని నవలలో ఆమె చిత్రిస్తారు. ఇక రంగనాయకమ్మ 1965లో బలిపీఠం అనే నవలను రాశారు. ఇది చాలా పేరు వచ్చినటువంటి నవల, చాలా ప్రసిద్ధి పొందిన నవల. ఇది సినిమాగా కూడా వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక విషయం సమాజంలో ఉంది. అప్పుడు చాలా తక్కువగా ఉండేది కులాంతర మతాంతర వివాహాలు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రాంతాలు దాటి కూడా వివాహాలు, దేశాలు దాటి కూడా వివాహాలు జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ ఇలాంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఇలాంటి వివాహాలు చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఎలాంటి అవగాహన ఉండాలి? యువతి యువకులకు మానవ సంబంధాలను ఎలా నిరపాలి? డబ్బు సంపాదించడం మాత్రమే కాదు, మానవ సంబంధాలను ఎలా నిరపుకోవాలి? ఎలాంటి సామాజికమైనటువంటి విషయాల పట్ల ఎంత అవగాహన ఉండాలి? తర్వాత విశాల భావాలను ఎలా పెంపొందించుకోవాలనేటువంటి విషయాలను ఈ నవల చెప్తుంది. చివరికి మనిషిని మనిషిగా నిలిపేది మానవత్వమే అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని కూడా ఈ నవల వివరిస్తుంది. ఇక 1970లో చాలా ప్రచారం పొందినటువంటి నవల స్వీట్ హోమ్ నవలను ఆమె రాశారు. ఇది 3 భాగాలుగా వచ్చింది. ఇందులో అసలు కుటుంబంలో సమానత్వం ఉండాలి, స్త్రీ పురుషులు భార్యాభర్తలు అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు సమానులే. ఈ సమానత్వం ఎలా ఉండాలి, ఎట్లా, ఏ రకంగా వాటిని ఆడవాళ్ళు ఎవరో ఇస్తే ఇచ్చేవి కావు, సమానత్వం గాని హక్కు గాని లేకపోతే ఏదైనా తనకు కావాల్సింది తనకు తానే సంపాదించుకోవాలనేటువంటి విషయం మనకు విమల అనే పాత్ర ద్వారా మనకు తెలియజేస్తారు. తన అభిప్రాయాలని మొహమాటం లేకుండా చెప్పగలగడం అనేది ఈ పాత్ర ద్వారా మనం చాలా బాగా అర్థం చేసుకోవచ్చు. పిల్లల పెంపకంలో, కుటుంబ నిర్వహణలో, పెద్దలని చూసుకోవడంలో, ముసలి వాళ్ళనేటువంటి వాళ్ళని, వృద్ధులైనటువంటి వాళ్లను చూసుకోవటంలో, ఇంటి పనిలో బయటి పనిలో భార్యాభర్తలు సమానంగా భాగస్వామ్యాన్ని తీసుకోవాలనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని చాలా బలంగా చెప్తారు. ఇక చదువుకున్న కమల అనే నవలలో కూడా అంతే. మన దేశంలో ఏ కులంలో అయినా, ఏ మతంలో అయినా, ఏ ప్రాంతంలో అయినా, ముఖ్యంగా మన దేశంలో, ప్రపంచమంతా ఉన్నప్పటికీ మన దేశంలో చాలా ఎక్కువగా ఒక విషయాన్ని మనం చూస్తూ ఉంటాం. ఇంటికి వచ్చే కోడలు ఎంత చదువుకున్న ఆవిడైనా, ఎంత తెలివిమంతురాలైనా కూడా ఆ అమ్మాయికి ఏమాత్రం విలువ ఇవ్వకపోవడం, ఆ అమ్మాయి అభిప్రాయాలకి ఒక చిన్న పైసా విలువ కూడా ఇవ్వకపోవడం అనేటువంటిది స్త్రీలందరూ నిత్యం ఎదుర్కొనేటువంటి ఒక విషయమే. కాలం చెల్లిన అలవాట్లు, సంప్రదాయాలు ఈనాటికి కూడా కుటుంబాల్లో స్త్రీలు భరిస్తూనే ఉన్నారు. భరించక తప్పని పరిస్థితి. ఎంత చదువుకున్నాం, ఎంత సంపాదిస్తున్నాం అనుకున్నా కొన్నిటిని పంటి బిగువున భరించాల్సినటువంటి పరిస్థితి ఉంది. కానీ తను కన్న పిల్లల పెంపకానికి వచ్చేసరికి వాటిని భరించడం మాత్రం స్త్రీకి చాలా అసాధ్యమైనటువంటి విషయం. నైతిక విలువలు, మూఢత్వాన్ని పెంచేటువంటి కుటుంబ అలవాట్లని చదువుకున్న కమల పాత్ర చాలా ధైర్యంగా ఎదుర్కొని తన ధిక్కారాన్ని తెలియజేస్తుంది. పిల్లల్ని తీసుకొని బయటికి వెళ్ళడానికి కూడా, కుటుంబాన్ని వదిలి బయటికి వెళ్ళడానికి కూడా సాహసిస్తుంది అన్నమాట. అంటే పిల్లల విషయంలో స్త్రీ దేన్నైనా కూడా భరించలేదనేటువంటి అంశం మనం ఈ నవలలో చూడొచ్చు. ఇక సమాజంలో చాలా మంది చర్చించడానికి, కనీసం ప్రస్తావించడానికి ఇష్టపడనటువంటి ఒక పెద్ద సమస్య వేశ్యావృత్తి. ప్రపంచంలో ఇది చాలా ప్రాచీనమైనటువంటి వృత్తిగా పేరొందింది. దీన్ని గురించి, ఈ వేశ్యావృత్తిని గురించి 1969లోనే రంగనాయకమ్మ గారు అంధకారంలో అనే ఒక నవలలో చాలా విస్తృతంగా చర్చిస్తారు. అమాయకురాళ్ళైనటువంటి అమ్మాయిలు ప్రేమ పేరుతోనో పెళ్లి పేరుతోనో ఈ వృత్తిలోకి ఎట్లా నెట్టబడతారో, సమాజం వాళ్ళని ఎంత నీచంగా చూస్తుందో, వారిని ప్రధాన జీవన స్రవంతిలోకి కనీసం రానివ్వకపోవడం, ఇలాంటి వాటన్నిటిని కూడా చర్చిస్తారు. మహిళల సాధికారతను సాధించడానికి ఇలాంటివి ఎన్నో సమస్యలు మనకు అవరోధంగా కనబడుతూనే ఉన్నాయి. దీని ఈ వేశ్యావృత్తి వెనకున్నటువంటి సమాజంలో ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఏ దేశంలో ఏ మూలకపోయినా ఇది మనకు కనబడుతూనే ఉంటుంది. దీని వెనక ఉన్నటువంటి ఆర్థిక, సామాజిక, చారిత్రక అంశాలను కూడా రంగనాయకమ్మ ఇందులో చర్చిస్తారు. ఇక ఇంకొక విషయం ఏం చెప్పాలి అంటే, రంగనాయకమ్మ స్త్రీల పట్ల ప్రతి చోట జరిగేటువంటి, ప్రతి సమయంలో, ప్రతి టైంలో జరిగేటువంటి వివక్షను ప్రతి చోట కూడా చూపిస్తారు. ముఖ్యంగా మనం హింస గాని లేకపోతే సాధికారత గాని, ఆడవాళ్ల మాటకు విలువ ఇవ్వకపోవడం పెళ్ళైన తర్వాతే అనుకుంటాం. కానీ పెళ్లి కాకముందు కూడా తల్లిదండ్రులు గాని, తోబుట్టువులు గాని ఏదో రకంగా పెత్తనం చేయాలని అనుకుంటారు. ఇలాంటి విషయాలను కూడా ఆమె తన నవలల్లో, కొన్ని కథల్లో కూడా చర్చిస్తారు. ఇక గొప్ప నవలగా రంగనాయకమ్మ నవలల్లో తలమానికం లాంటి నవల జానకి విముక్తి. ఈ నవలలో ఒక ప్రత్యేకత కనబడుతుంది. అంతకు ముందు రాసిన నవలల్లో సమస్యను చూపించడము, దాన్ని ఎదిరించడానికి తల్లిగారింటి వాళ్ళో లేకపోతే మరొకరు అన్ననో తమ్ముడో ఎవరో ఒకరు సహాయం చేయడము, కొంత ధైర్యాన్ని తెచ్చుకోవాలి, నేను ఇంకా దీన్ని ఎదిరించాలనేటువంటి నిర్ణయానికి స్త్రీ రావడం మాత్రమే కనబడుతుంది. కానీ ఈ నవలలో స్త్రీ పాత్ర జానకి చాలా చాలా కష్టం మీదనే ముందడుగు వేస్తుంది. కానీ దానికి ఎన్నో అవరోధాలు ఉంటాయి. పరిస్థితులు కానీ, వ్యక్తులు కానీ నిరోధిస్తూ ఉంటారు, అడ్డంకులు వేస్తూ ఉంటారు. వీటి నుంచి బయటపడడానికి లేకపోతే ఎదుర్కోవడానికి ఆ స్త్రీ ఎంత మానసిక సంఘర్షణని, ఎంత మథనాన్ని పడుతుందో అనేటువంటిది మనం ఈ నవలలో కళ్ళకు గట్టినట్టుగా, ప్రతి సీన్ బై సీన్ అన్నమాట, ఒక సినిమాలో చూసినట్లుగా, ఒక నాటకంలో చూసినట్లుగా మనం చూడొచ్చు. తన జీవితానికి సంబంధించి, తన చదువుకు సంబంధించి, తన బతుకు తెరువుకు సంబంధించి అన్ని విషయాల్లో కూడా జానకి సొంత నిర్ణయాలు తీసుకోవడాన్ని మనం ఈ నవలలో చూడొచ్చు. ఈ అంశాలన్నీ కూడా మనకు తర్వాత వచ్చిన స్త్రీలు రాసిన నవలలైనా, స్త్రీవాదులు రాసిన నవలలైనా, కథల్లో అయినా కూడా మనం వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా అనుసరించారనే చెప్పొచ్చు. ఇక ఆ తర్వాత ఆమె తన మార్గాన్ని మార్క్సిజం వైపు మళ్లించుకున్నారు. అయితే 2010లో మేడం రెండు నిమిషాలు అయిపోతుంది, ఒక నిమిషంలోనే అయిపోతుంది. 2010లో 2014లో కూడా ఆమె ఆధునిక స్త్రీలకు సంబంధించిన విషయాలను కూడా, అమ్మాయిల విషయాలు కూడా చాలా రాశారు. కళ్ళు తెరిచిన సీత, కళ్యాణి కథ అనే నవలలో మారిన సామాజిక కుటుంబ నేపథ్యాల్లో అందరు కుటుంబాల్లో కానీ, అమ్మాయిల్లో కానీ వచ్చినటువంటి మార్పుల్ని, ఆలోచనలో వచ్చిన మార్పుల్ని చెప్తారు. అమ్మాయిలు చదువుకుంటున్నారు, సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఉద్యోగాలు చేస్తున్నారు, విదేశాలకు వెళ్తున్నారు, లక్షలకు సంపాదించి ఉద్యోగాలు చేస్తున్నారు. కానీ జీవితం పట్ల తమకేం కావాలి, తమల్ని తాము ఒక వ్యక్తులుగా నిరూపించుతాము, ముందు వ్యక్తి ఆ తర్వాతే కుటుంబంలో వ్యక్తులు అనేటువంటి విషయాన్ని ఎలా వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకోవాలి, దాన్ని మాత్రం విస్మరిస్తున్నారు అందరూ, కుటుంబంలో వాళ్ళు కానీ, తల్లిదండ్రులు కానీ, ఎవరైనా సరే వాళ్ళు స్వయంగా కూడా. కాబట్టి వీటి పట్ల అవగాహన అందరికీ కలిగించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఇది అమ్మాయిలకే కాదు, సమాజంలో సగం ఆడవాళ్లే, కానీ మిగతా సగం మగవాళ్ళు. వాళ్ళు కూడా తమ ఆలోచన సరళిలో అయినా, తమ భావాల్లో అయినా పాతబడినటువంటి భావాలకు దాసులుగా కాకుండా ఉండాలి అని చెప్తారు. ఈ నవలలో ఒక విషయాన్ని బాగా ప్రొజెక్ట్ చేస్తారు రంగనాయకమ్మ గారు. ఏంటి అంటే, స్త్రీలు ఎంత సంపాదిస్తున్నా, స్త్రీలు సాధికారత అంటే ముందు ఆర్థిక అంశంలో సాధికారత అనే మనం అనుకుంటాం. కానీ ఆర్థికాంశంలో సాధికారత పొందినప్పటికీ కూడా ఏటీఎం కార్డులు ఎవరి దగ్గర ఉంటున్నాయి, చాలా మటుకు స్త్రీలవి భర్తల దగ్గరే ఉంటున్నాయి అనేటువంటి ఒక నిత్య సత్యాన్ని, ఒక కఠోర సత్యాన్ని కూడా రంగనాయకమ్మ వేరే రచయిత్రుల కంటే ఎక్కువ బలంగా చెప్పారని చెప్పొచ్చు. 1985 తర్వాత తెలుగు సాహిత్యంలో స్త్రీవాదం ప్రవేశించింది. తర్వాత అది ఒక ఉద్యమంగా 90వ దశకంలో, 2000 దశకంలో వచ్చినప్పటికీ ఎన్నో కథలు, నవలలు, కవిత్వం ఎంతో వచ్చింది. కానీ వాళ్ళందరికీ, ఆ స్త్రీవాద రచయిత్రులందరికీ కూడా చలం తర్వాత రంగనాయకమ్మ మాత్రమే ఆదర్శంగా మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. స్త్రీలు ఏమి చేసినా, ఎలా ఉన్నా, ఎంత పై స్థాయికి వెళ్ళినా, ఏ స్థాయిలో, కింది స్థాయిలో ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా తమ ఆత్మగౌరవాన్ని ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో వదులుకోవద్దని, ఆత్మగౌరవమే స్త్రీలకు ఆత్మస్థైర్యాన్ని, తన పట్ల తనకు నమ్మకాన్ని ఇస్తుందని తన నవలల ద్వారా, కథల ద్వారా, ఇతర రచనల ద్వారా రంగనాయకమ్మ చెప్తారు. ఆత్మవిశ్వాసం అంటే ఆత్మ సాధికారతనే అని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. నాకు ఈ అవకాశాన్ని ఇచ్చిన విమెన్స్ కాలేజ్ వారికి ధన్యవాదాలతో ముగిస్తున్నాను. Thank you, madam. Namaste.
Thank you, madam. I thank all the participants, all the paper presenters for today, for session 1 and 2. I guess everybody has given a great, thoughtful speech, in fact, especially when it comes to Telugu session. They were talking about different roles of the women, ranging from Sita, Radha, and then Komali, Janaki, and all. It's how the women has to be strong in all the situations. That is more important. This is what I felt. Over to you, Srilata ma'am.
I thank all the participants and a special thanks to the Telugu speakers. Telugu speaking presentations are really good, and it's not like it's one-sided and kaadu. When we talk in English, problems కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. That's what I felt. మీ మాట్లాడిన విధానం చూస్తే మదర్ టంగ్ కాకుండా when we use English, we have all problems. తెలుగులో మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు ప్రాబ్లం కి సొల్యూషన్స్ వెతుకుతున్నాము. This is the way we understand, and I think this organization, I think we have made a right thing that including even the languages to be part of this conference. We had Telugu presenters in this conference, and we had a parallel session where the Hindi language people have conducted, and we couldn't be part of it, but because of the time constraint, we had to do it. Many people would have thought that in the morning we rushed up all the presentations and in the evening we have given more. But when you look at the 20 presentation in the morning and 4 in Telugu language, I think they have a right for more time. And also this is the area which we don't really learn much about. In the present generation, what is happening is languages unnai kani novels చదవడం కానీ దాంట్లో వాల్యూ సిస్టమ్ అనేది మనకి తెలియట్లేదు. వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ఇంగ్లీష్ మూవీస్, హిందీ మూవీస్ ఇన్ ఎ డిఫరెంట్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్, సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఆర్ గ్లోబలైజ్డ్ వన్. వాట్ మన దగ్గర ఉన్న ట్రెజర్ అనేది వీఆర్ నెవర్ రియల్లీ ఎక్నాలెడ్జింగ్ ఇట్. And I think it's a great eye-opening, because Divya doesn't know Telugu, doesn't understand much Telugu, but at least she got the essence of what the speakers are saying. అంటే వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడిన విధానంలో ఆ రచయిత్రల్లోని పాత్రలు దే హ్యావ్ టచ్డ్ us. యంగ్ పీపుల్ కి కావాల్సిన అవసరం అది. వాట్ ఈస్ ద సొల్యూషన్స్ టు ద ప్రాబ్లమ్ అనేది, విచ్ వీఆర్ నాట్ డూయింగ్. ఇంగ్లీష్ చదువుతున్నప్పుడు వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ సమ్వేర్ and losing out the connectivity as an individual. మన వ్యక్తిత్వానికి దూరంగా వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాం. కానీ we are not raising. Maybe that is one thing I have learned from your presentations. మీరు present చేసిన papers లో, that's what I felt. And I'm happy, and all 2 sessions we had all the people presented the papers. అందరూ పేర్లు ఇచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరూ చాలా వరకు present చేశారు. ఒక్క one or two, but all of them have presented. I think that is a very good sign that people are interested to present and do want to motivate themselves, and also themselves pushing themselves. And most of the women scholars, young scholars, have presented, and there were some degree students also who presented. I'm happy for that. They came forward, try chesaru. That is more important. And I congratulate all of you and giving me this opportunity by staying so long and being and presenting. Me enthusiasm and motivation is one thing which could also, we could conduct this and continue till this long. And I thank everyone for your contribution and for your participation. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can just on your video, because formal అనేది అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి we can have a few minutes of informal things. We have young students. Sai, Shriya, Shivani, I want your, what did you learn? Sonia, understood?
Srilata ma'am, shall I stop the recording?
Off chesema. Thank you, Jyoti, for being so long.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we just continue for a few minutes and then off. Yes? Anyone wants to speak? Or shall we leave? Yes, Rekha? I'm happy you have done it, Ma. It's very, you worked hard. That's good. You are an alumni of this college.
Yes.
You want to go greater heights. Now we are a university, so you will contribute more.
Yes, it's a matter of pride for all of us. And it was a small request from my side that let us use the group that we have created for Women Conference as a mode for you all to communicate with us who have left the college, because we do not come to know about the programs like this that are conducted until unless students from there come and tell us or something. So let this group be there, and you please post whatever competitions are going to be there.
Facebook and other thing related to the college, ma'am.
Right.
Sumati Devi madam, Runalini madam, unte please on your videos. It is informal, no recording is there. Please interact avandi. That would be really very nice, ma'am. Vijayalakshmi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm here, ma'am.
Ma'am, my opinion, I'm really happy, especially for the Telugu presenters. The language, Telugu chala high ga undi. Chala rojulu Telugu.
I could join for the few presentations. They are really very nice, and from a very subtle small point, they could build up a huge valid points. That's very welcoming. I can see that.
Thank you,
really,
madam.
the language also, I think, has made it very easy for us to understand the real issues.
Real issues. It brought out also that we are not ikkada reality ki దగ్గరగా లేదు అనిపించింది. I mean, when we talk about వీళ్ళ writers గురించి, what we have to students కి చెప్పినప్పుడు even we should know. రంగనాయకమ్మ వీళ్ళు అంటే కొద్దిగా మా వరకు మేము విన్నాం. తర్వాత జనరేషన్స్ డిఫరెంట్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ తీసుకున్న వాళ్ళు దే నెవర్ రీడ్. మా వరకే లాస్ట్. సో ఐ am happy that మీరు కూడా ఒక స్టెప్ తీసుకొని యు ఆల్సో పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద కాన్ఫరెన్స్. లేదు మేము చెయ్యము అంటే మేము ఏం చేయలేకపోయే వాళ్ళం, బట్ దట్ వాస్ రియలీ గుడ్. Yes, ma'am. Vinita ma'am. Yeah, suggestions, anything?
No suggestions.
At this
only
point, actually, thanks to one second, ma'am. Thanks to Varija madam and Rajeshri madam for coming up with this idea to have a parallel session along with this international conference.
Parallel because there were more number, so they wanted more number for presentation. Manam 5 minutes restrict chesam kabatti we couldn't, but at least we were able to give 4 speakers good amount of time. మధ్యలో మేము స్టాప్ చేయాల్సి వచ్చింది, బట్ స్టిల్ ఉన్నంత వరకు ఐ థింక్ దట్ has served the cause. Yes, anything? We'll just leave. I hope
Vinita ma'am, you were saying something.
No, ma'am, I just wanted to congratulate both of you and the entire team. And today we had this international conference, and the breaking news also came today that we are officially now the university. So, yeah, that's a great thing.
It was all in the name of Women's Day, I think.
Yeah, probably. Only thing, ma'am, like you could have shared even that Hindi paper presentation link.
Sorry.
I was not aware.
The link somehow I missed out.
No problem.
Kept in the group. It just went out of my mind.
No, absolutely no problem, ma'am. Even I enjoy listening to such beautiful Telugu. I feel that, I'm yet to learn so many things. Telugu, I'm not very comfortable speaking, but I always love listening to that. And we have had wonderful speakers in Telugu department also. Professor Bonan Naik Sahab, when he would enact and narrate the verses from Ramayana and Mahabharata in Telugu, it was such a treat. And listening to all the presenters in Telugu, it is definitely an audio treat for me. So I just really want to thank all our friends who also presented in Telugu. And I think literature has many solutions to our present day problems. So I think whether it is Telugu literature, Hindi literature, English literature, even in Hindi literature, you will find so many beautiful verses with regard to women, womanhood, gender. And I'm sure if we are able to grasp that, and for that, special congratulations to you for bringing in Telugu, and language should never be the barrier for expression.
Yes.
So, I really appreciate that idea. Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Ma'am, ఇది మృణాలిని మేడం ఏమైనా ఆడియో మనకి యూట్యూబ్ లో ఏమైనా స్టోరీస్ కోసం మాట్లాడతారా? కోమలి దానికి did she 10 minutes
తను లెఫ్ట్ అయింది మేడం. మన దగ్గరే తను ఈ మధ్య చేరింది కాలేజ్ లో, మన కాలేజ్ లో.
Her voice is really very good, very soothing ante storytelling she has that ante I just saw in YouTube lone ekkada, so I was just trying, is it the same voice or someone else anes ante, so it's really good.
Devendra madam, ఇది కూడా లేడీస్ స్పెషల్.
లేడీస్ స్పెషల్
మాట్లాడారు కదా,
నేను కాలేజ్ లో అందుబాటు పెడతాను. లేడీస్ స్పెషల్ నవల
అంతే కదా.
మీకు ఈ నవలలన్నీ నేను అందుబాటులో పెడతాను మన కాలేజ్ చదవాలి.
పెట్టండి.
మేడం ఇప్పుడు ఎవరికి సరిగ్గా తెలుగు రాదు, గూగుల్ ట్రాన్స్లేటర్ కెన్ రియలీ హెల్ప్ దెమ్. అందుకోసమే అది లాంగ్వేజ్ రాదని మనము అది చదవకూడదని అలా ఏం లేదు. గూగుల్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ హెల్ప్ తీసుకొని we can even get access to the best of literature, Telugu, Kannada, Tamil for that matter.
విముక్త కథలు ఓల్గా రాసింది ట్రాన్స్లేట్ అయ్యింది మ్యామ్. అది ఇంగ్లీష్ లో ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ దొరుకుతుంది, మార్కెట్ లో ఉంది.
ఓకే
కానీ మ్యామ్ ట్రాన్స్లేషన్ ఉంటుంది, యు డోంట్
అంతే
వర్డ్స్ ఉండవు, యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ మేక్ ద డిఫరెన్స్.
అది ఒరిజినల్ లాంగ్వేజ్ లో ఉన్న భావము, ఆ ఉన్న రసము, ఆ ఉన్న సెన్సిటివిటీ మేడం ట్రాన్స్లేటెడ్ వర్షన్స్ లో రావు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఎంత మంచిగా మీరు తెలుగులో ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేయగలుగుతారు, ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేసే వాళ్ళు అంతే మంచిగా ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ చేయాలని ఏం లేదు కదా మేడం. సో the way you all speak Telugu is awesome, basically beautiful Telugu, and it's audio treat to the ears.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, shall we join at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
once again, congratulations to the entire team for the conference and for the breaking news what we got today. And I hope
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. The credit goes to Srilata ma'am, who has been working on this. It's her initiative and idea that we have to do with paper presentations. We have to come up with the technical sessions. So here it is for Srilata ma'am. So congratulations once again to Srilata madam, to the organizing committee members for all their wonderful support, because of which we could see this kind of a platform where we can see the big shots have joined us today. And of course, we will continue tomorrow also with the same kind of fervor, energy and enthusiasm. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, we will join for the invited lecture.
Thank you, Srilata ma'am and Vijayalakshmi ma'am.
Yeah.
For making us a
Tomorrow
part
at 10
of this.
o'clock, we have the invited lecture by Professor Ramadevi Garu. She is the head and professor, Department of Physiology from Gandhi Medical College. So please do join us. She would be discussing more about the women-related health issues. So you have any queries, you can also get them cleared up. So that's for tomorrow. Over to you, ma'am. Srilata ma'am.
This conference was very lucky for our college, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you mean? Acha, lucky because we became a university.
Yes, it was announced today, so that is
tomorrow
the
onwards we are. I think it's a university which is conducting from tomorrow. Is it?
Yes, yes.
No,
Yes.
just on the lighter side.
There is transformation within one day, ma'am. 2-day conference, the transformation occurred within 1 day only.
Yes.
Half a day. By half a day.
Yeah, exactly.
So that bias was actually broken, ma'am.
At last we could break the bias and could get the university.
Yes, yes. We already broke the bias, ma'am.
Okay then.
Okay, ma'am. See you tomorrow then.
So much,
Bye.
ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you, one and all.
Everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Srilata ma'am. Thank you, members.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you all, dear participants.
Jyoti, very good job. Looking so
Thank you,
cute, so pretty. So now not being recorded, so warm hug to you for that.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're looking so pretty. Even Rupashri in the morning was looking so pretty. Nice and very nice to be
It's
with
become
all of you for
inherent
the
part of
entire
our
day.
routine, inevitable that Vijayalakshmi ma'am or Srilata ma'am does something and I am there.
That's really good.
Yeah, as
That's
always,
really
as always, like.
And ma'am,
So,
I always tell Vijayalakshmi ma'am, the greatest part of working with this team is you don't have to sweat out anything. Everything is on the platter. I only have to come dressed up and be seen. That's it. Everything is so
Nothing
well
like that,
arranged
ma'am.
for me. So I enjoy it. Thank you.
No, it's not a single. It cannot be a single person's venture, ma'am. It's all the collective effort. Always, the coordinated efforts are seen, ma'am. Maybe
Yes,
not now. If not now, tomorrow we can see that. But it's always the collective effort that
So
can show
the
these kind of results.
wavelength, but it's very difficult to connect.
Yes.
We have the same wavelength. Okala dilemma match laga. You give it, the next person runs, the next person runs. So
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
thank
much.
you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll now end the
Bye.
call.
See you tomorrow.
Bye, ma'am. Bye, madams. Bye.
ఈ పేపర్ మన ఇక్కడ ఉన్నాయి. దీంట్లో పార్కింగ్ వ్యవస్థ అంటే పార్కింగ్ డ్రింకింగ్ వాటర్ కలిసే పెట్టి అంటే పార్కింగ్ వేరే పెట్టాలి.
149 ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకేం పెడతారు దాంట్లో?
140
మొత్తం 149 ఉంది.
ఓపెన్ ఎయిర్ గేట్. ఏమంటారు?
We can close it tomorrow. We'll announce tomorrow. Day after tomorrow, we'll open at 9. అక్కడ తెచ్చుకోవాలి. 5 minutes అటు ఇటు లేకపోతే 50 నిమిషాలు టీ కోసం వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారు.
టీ కోసం దాంట్లో టైప్ అమ్మాయి కప్స్
No eating. Mind మేధో మదనం లేదు.
అజయ్
పెడుతున్నానండి.
మరి మా బాబు
ఇదో చేస్తున్నాము. హలో మైక్ టెస్టింగ్.
లాంగ్వేజ్ మేడం వినాలి మీరు ఎట్లా
మంచిది. మంచి చెప్పండి. మళ్ళీ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి.
అయ్యో అన్ని తెలుసు కదా. ఏంటి మేడం నన్ను ఇక్కడి నుంచి వెళ్ళిపోమంటారు? అమ్మా మేడం సైలెంట్ ఇది ఇచ్చిన
అది ఇచ్చిన అన్ని ఇచ్చినాయి కదా. ఏం ఒక పేపర్ హ్యాండ్స్ తో పోతున్నా నేను. అవును సార్ తీస్తలేదు. అది ఇస్తేనే ఇస్తానండి. ఏం చేద్దాం సార్ అందరినీ ఫాలో కావాలి.
ఇవైతే అయిపోయినాయి మళ్ళీ అడగదు. ఓకేరా థ్యాంక్ యూ.
అవి అయిపోయినాయి.
చెప్పు మేడం. నువ్వు ఏం చేశారు మేడం?
You have to write a letter. Principal madam letter రాసి
ఇప్పుడు నేను రాయాలి. అందుకే అది పెట్టుకోరా బాబు. నాది ఎక్కడ పోతుంది కదా. నేను మంచి రోజు పిలుస్తాను. రేపు ఎట్లా
కాదు ఆ లెటర్ రాయండి.
చేస్తా. వెరీ గుడ్. ఎంత బాగుంది. అందరికి ఫైల్ ఇచ్చినావు కదా, మాకు అవసరం కదా. థ్యాంక్ యూ థ్యాంక్ బాగా చెప్పారు. ఓకే. వాళ్ళ లిస్ట్ తీసుకున్నాం మేడం. దోసు పెయిడ్ తాను ఎప్పుడో యూజ్ చేస్తాం. వాళ్ళు వస్తారు కదా సార్, అటార్మీ వాళ్ళు వచ్చినట్టు వీఆర్ టాక్.